So hello and good morning from Donington Park, day 2 of the first MSV weekend of 2022, and we start the day off with a very compelling grid. The Sports 2000 Historic Championship, separated from the Durotex for the first time in a long time this year in the first couple of rounds of the season, and as you can see, very strongly supported here at Donington. They kick off our morning. We're going to go racing with these cars in just a moment, so let's talk you through the grid. It's John Harmer in the 27 on pole position. He is joined on the front row by Nicholas Johnson in the 62. Row 2, Tim Jacobson in the 116 and Paul Street in the 48. Row 3 is Chris Snowden in the 32, and the 46 of Trevor Welsh. Row 4, Mike Fry in the 33, Charlie Besley in the 14. Row 5, Nick Hyatt in the 36 and David Williams in the 92. Row 6 of the grid, the number 2 of David Muse and the number 17 of Clive Steeper. Row 7 is the 16 of Richard Cook and the 31 of Martin Herter. Row 8, Nick Bailey in the 12 and Charlie Hyatt in the 10. Row 9, Paul Tickner in the 38, Simon Aldworth in the 57. And the 10th and final row of the grid that I've got in front of me is Agi Eugenio in the 11 and Peter Needham in the 54 car. So we understand they're going to have 2 formation laps here per the timing screen a few minutes ago. That gives us plenty of time to intro in Sports 2000's resident commentator, media man. I think he's also going to have a go at some photography a little later on today as well. Chaz Draycott, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you, Adam. Very good. Plenty of layers on this morning, though, I tell you that for free. It is absolutely freezing this morning. I don't know how you're wearing just a t-shirt right now. It is incredibly nippy out there, so make sure you are wrapped up, everybody. But yeah, it's great to be back once again. And what a fantastic start to our day here. These Pinto cars are absolutely wonderful. Very different visually to the Sports 2000 Durotex we saw yesterday. These don't have the humongous splitters and wings and big aero packages that the newer cars do. A little bit down on power in comparison as well, but the racing is just as good. All these cars are a very slippery little shape. They're wonderful to watch, but it's fantastic to see such a massive grid of them. 21 of these beautiful Pintos at the start of the season is just a fantastic thing to have. We only had 12 enter the entire championship last year. At most races, we had about 6 to 8 cars taking part, so it's wonderful to see so many. And it has to be said as well that Ross Hyatt has put in a hell of a lot of effort into making sure that all of these Pintos do come out and enjoy themselves and get involved in all of the fun. It's been a massive push from him, and we send our thanks to him for underwriting basically the whole thing, to be honest. There is actually a sort of slightly different championship in the championship for these Pintos as well. It's known as the Apsley House Pinto Cup, basically from Ross and Apsley House Capital. It's one of the, as this has been provided to me as part of obviously the sponsor for the series, but Apsley House Capital PLC is one of the largest residential property developers in Birmingham. They're developing over 2,000 apartments in the centre of Birmingham and Bristol, and based on their sort of capital and everything else that they've been doing, they have been able to underwrite this championship, which is wonderful to say. So it's great to see the support is there, and thank you, of course, to Ross Hyatt. Many people around the paddock and around motorsport know Ross. He's an absolute star. And his 2 sons are out racing as well, actually. Charlie Hyatt in the number 10, and a bit further up the order, Nick Hyatt in the number 36. I think Ross has actually had some issues with his own Lola, unfortunately, so will not be out. But of course, locks for vans as well under the sponsor of the Sports 2000 Championships this year, the title sponsor, and they have their livery on the pole position car for this race. John Harmer in that number 27 Tiger is ridiculously fast, so I'm really looking forward to see what he can do.
It does seem that they have a habit of picking good drivers to put their livery on.
They do.
Between Tom in the Durotex and pole sitter here, they've done very well indeed. So John Harmer repping the colours on that number 27 car, and we are just a few moments away from getting started. 2 formation laps, just making sure tyres are up to temp, cars are up to temp, and certainly is chilly today, I'll grant you that. Despite being in a t-shirt, I will acknowledge the fact that it is less than warm out there. I actually had a couple of flakes of snow on me on the walk from Castle Donington to here, so it was
It's mad.
Yes.
Some of these cars were struggling to fire up earlier. It's that cold. You know, these are a lot older engines, the Pintos. You know, they've been reworked time and time again. But yeah, they are. They're not modern day engines, let's say. I'm interested to see how Tim Jacobson in the Shrike P16 gets on as well. I was watching that car on the brakes in qualifying yesterday into turn 1, and it was scraping along the floor like mad. It looks like something out of Star Wars, like it's just floating along the surface. You couldn't see the wheels underneath the car. It was fantastic. It's the red car on the left-hand side there. The body is really low down. It's like the arches were an afterthought.
Yeah, very true. Some of these cars in the older facets of Sports 2000 racing really do look incredible. Yeah, that 116 in particular. An amazing looking machine, the Shrike P16. The cars lining up now on the grid in 2x2 staggered formation. Means we're just a few moments away from getting started. Your front row, I remind you, the 27 of John Harmer and the 62 of Nicholas Johnson Harmer on the inside there in the 27 car. The bronze and black you'll be familiar with from yesterday with Tom Stoughton in the Duratec class. Let's see what kind of performance John Harmer can get out of his car in a similar livery. The Tiger machine. We're about to get underway because the green flag is waved. Red lights will be on in just a moment and we will be underway. Red lights on. And we are underway. Good start from John Harmer. Really, really good start. Nicholas Johnson covers the inside line to hopefully hold on to second position. The 48 of Paul Street doing a good start there as well. Trying to go all the way around the outside. And I think he might have made it stick. Very good driving from Paul.
Around. That's the number 2 of David Muse. You can't miss that car in a hurry, but the massive, massive yellow machine, the Shrike P15, is off the road. Again, look, you can't see the wheels. It's like something of Robot Wars. But down to the old hairpin, Paul Street already putting Johnson under pressure, and that's good for John Harmer. Pete Needham's had a fantastic start. Look there in the number 54 machine. He had a catastrophic fuel leak in that Van Diemen yesterday. Poured loads of fuel all over the paddock, and with the price of fuel at the minute, that's not a great thing to do. But to be honest with you, that's a wonderful start by Needham. He's had a really good getaway. There's Clive Steeper in the 17 on our screens, but look at that. John Harmer already streaking away at the front, but Paul Street right up behind Nick Johnson for second place in that number 62 car. He certainly wants to go chasing after the current race leader because Paul Street, one of the fastest guys in Pinto racing, him and that beautiful white Lola are very, very quick. But look behind even, there's more battles there. I believe that's Mike Fry in the 33 and Trevor Welsh.
Yeah, lots of battling going on in the early stages here. Good start, as you said, from Needham. I do love the look of that Van Diemen. I also submit to you that that spinning number 2 car of Muse, if it's any Robot Wars, it's probably Wheelie Big Cheese from the early series. The 32 car going defensive there. That's just trying to find
Chris
him
Snowden.
Chris Snowden. He was further up than I thought he was. Yes, in the 32 car. He started 5th and he's currently defending that 4th position at the moment. 48 just stalking Street. Kind of wrestling the car a bit under brakes into the old hairpin, and he's got a good run out of the old hairpin as well. Don't know whether he's going to be able to draw alongside by the time that they get to McLean's. I don't think it's quite going to work out yet. But that Lola definitely looking imposing. Very well turned out machine, and as you say, the driver matches the car.
And a much older Lola as well in front of it. The 592S is an absolute wonder machine. It looks like a sort of old school Tiger with the closed wheel arches. Paul Street managed to get a nice run down the inside, but no, doesn't still have the overlap as they go down the straight. Boy, I still wish we had that Dunlop bridge there. That would look fantastic with these going underneath it. But the 2 Lolas are together and Paul Street throws it down the inside into the chicane, goes a little bit deep on the way in, but still gets it through the second apex. Lovely move by Paul Street. Great confidence in that car. You can see him now checking the mirrors just to see where Nick Johnson has gone. Nick's not going to take that line down. The car may look a lot less aggressive, but look at the run it's got down the straight. Fantastic legs on that thing. Snowden behind is just defending from Welsh, who nearly won the overall Pinto Championship last season. I believe he won the historic championship because they had sort of a championship within a championship. It was Ross and Nick Hyatt that won it last season, but it was incredibly competitive once again. But Paul Street now looks a bit more comfortable in second place, and he's going to try going chasing after John Harmer. But again, you see the back end stepping out on the brakes. With the lack of the rear wing on these cars, they really do dance around on the rear. Despite only having about 160 horsepower, they still really do have a lot of dancing to do. Paul Street looks so cool in that car right now, though, with the tinted visor and everything. Looks really determined. Well, look, Nick Johnson's chasing him down still, isn't he? He's not sort of disappeared, has he?
No, and I mean, to your point, as he came into the chicane last time by, you can always tell in cars like this when the driver is fully in tune with their machine, knows exactly what's going on underneath them, and you can see that in spades from Paul Street there in the 48 car. He's just, in spite of, you know, the bucking and weaving, just a little bit under braking, he's obviously having to make corrections under the braking. But it doesn't faze him in the slightest. It's clearly almost second nature for him. Let's see if he can try and do anything about John Harmer, who still leads the race. The gap is 3.6 seconds. Harmer was slightly quicker on that last lap, though of course Street did have to dispatch Johnson just before the start of the lap, maybe compromised his run onto the main straight a lap ago. And this battle for fourth place looking very interesting, isn't it? Snowden there in P4. Jacobson with the fastest lap of the race. He's in sixth place. There you go, that 116 car we were talking about, the Strike P16. The Shrike P16, sorry, I should say. In fine Vettel, the fastest car on circuit at the moment. It's
absolutely phenomenal. I'm pretty sure that car in its lifetime would never pass a ride height check of any description. But look at that, down the inside of Trevor Welsh up to McLean's a wonderful move. And suddenly Mike Fry wants to take advantage of that as well in his Tiger. Looking down the inside of the Lola, there's Chris Snowden. He's actually sort of closed off the rear wheel arches slightly in this season for that Tiger. It looks fantastic for it as well. And he's always got a really sort of easily identified, really tall roll hoop on that car. It's a great looking machine. Chris knows exactly what he's doing, but look at the strike behind it. That splitter is on the floor the whole way down. It's almost like a ground effect car gone mad. Looks like it's sort of been vacuum formed to the floor, doesn't it? It's a brilliant looking machine. It goes like stink as well. And I'll tell you what, Jacobson, despite dropping a number of places at the start, he's making up for it now with this sort of mid-race pace. This is brilliant stuff to watch.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's maybe going to make short work here of Chris Snowden. Snowden, a very, very competent defender, but the pace of that 116 seems undeniable right now. We have had a new fastest lap of the race, and it's from the 48 car of Street. Street has taken a second out of John Harmer's lead on that lap alone, as you can see at the bottom of your screen on the graphics there. But we continue to follow this battle for fourth place, because you get the feeling Jacobson is soon going to be into fourth place. He takes a look up the inside of McLean's, and unlike many drivers in other categories, he seems to like that overtaking place. However, a bit of rally crossing there for Snowden. He's trying to stick around the outside, and this is admirable stuff from Snowden. He's not giving up. He's not giving an inch as they continue the drag race down towards the Robert Chicane, Jazz.
Yeah, fantastic battling from these two. Jacobson put it down the inside, ran a little bit wide and put Chris Snowden out on the dusty part just over the other side of the curb. But look at this defending from Snowden. He's trying everything he can, but in the end has to submit in the chicane, keeps it nice and safe. Now he's going to try and tuck back in, but that Shrike is going really well. He needs to be careful now, does Snowden, though, because behind him, look at the gaggle. You've got Trevor Welsh in the 46, Mike Fry in the 33, and then even behind them, David Williams in the number 92 car, that gorgeous Lola T492. It's running white wheels as well. Real guilty pleasure of mine. Great looking car. And then behind them as well, Charlie Besley, who, to be honest, looks incredibly tall in his number 14 machine. He's driving this weekend the Tiger SC82, white and red car, but he looks incredibly tall in that thing. He's almost as tall as the roll hoop. It's quite a funny little sort of viewing experience watching Charlie in the car, because you really see his body language and see the way he moves, but he's wheeling it well at the moment. Needham's up to 10th place after starting 20th. He's having a fantastic race so far, considering the circumstances in qualifying. But right now, Harmer doing a wonderful job. It was another fastest lap of the race from Paul Street, wasn't it, last time round? He really is taking chunks out. It's 2.1 seconds now, the gap. And when he first got into second place, it was 3.6.
Yeah, so that's going down exponentially. We've still got 12 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Here you see the top two on your screen. Also not letting go at all is Johnson in the 62. He's actually just ticked across the line for another fastest lap, a 1:14.475 for the 62 of Nicholas Johnson. So the top three seem to be compacting together. We've got this car in fourth place, the charging Tim Jacobson. I think he might be a step too far back to be a factor for podium contention, unless he finds a bit more pace out of that Shrike P16. But everyone at the sharp end showing very impressive pace on this rather early start here at Donington. Oh,
he's just gone really wide though at the old hairpin. Jacobson went really wide at the apex. That's going to have lost him a lot of momentum there. And you can see here, that's Aggie Eugenio just being lapped there by John Harmer. Aggie's made his return to the championship after a couple of years out. It's been fantastic to see him. He's such an enthusiastic bloke. He was really, really pleased to meet me yesterday, and we had a really good chat and a chinwag. Right now he's just staying out of the way of these guys as things go. But it's been fantastic racing so far. I unfortunately have to inform you that Clive Steeper has retired from the race. Saw Clive again yesterday for the first time in a while. He's done a hell of a lot of work to get Locks for Fans involved in the Sports 2000 Championships, but unfortunately his first race not going quite how he wanted. He did tell me that he felt a bit conned because he doesn't get an extra second a lap taken off of his lap times as sort of return for bringing the sponsorship to the championship. But yeah, unfortunately it's not gone his way. But that beautiful white Lola of Paul Street is looking really, really good right now. But look at that, Nicholas Johnson in third place now does the fastest lap. Again, 1:14.1. That is some 7/10 quicker than Harmer on that lap and 4/10 quicker than Street. So they're all sort of accordion affecting together, aren't they? Compressing together, let's say.
Yes, they're all going to meet in the middle on either side of Paul Street's head, I think, by the looks of it. The visor's going to be full of the 27 of John Harmer, and little will you know, perhaps, that Nicholas Johnson is buzzing around at the rear end of his car. I will say, you said the gap between the top two was 3.6 seconds when Street got through into P2. Across the line, it was less than 3 seconds between the three of them last time by, so they're definitely getting closer. And look at the gap now between Harmer and Street. That's not 1.4. I think that could be 0.4 as they come towards the Robert Chicane for the 8th time.
Yeah, it looks like he's in slipstreaming range as well now because of the nature of these cars and how slippery they are. The slipstream effect is massive when you get close enough, and Paul Street in that beautiful, look how wide that Lola looks from the front as well. It curves around the sides as well as along the top as well. It's not perfectly straight down the sides, that Lola. It's great to look at, and it's certainly a slippery machine. Fantastic little quartet here. You can see Besley really, that helmet design and that lid looks really aggressive as he's chasing down Williams in the 92 car. He looks down the inside into Redgate. Mike Fry's had some sort of failure just in front of them. There was definitely something coming off the car there. Not sure if he just picked up a little bit of debris off the circuit or something, but there was a big lockup and definitely a piece of the car went flying there. But we look back at the 116 Strike scraping its way around the circuit as it clips all of the floor everywhere. But looks like Mike Fry's all right, actually. But someone that's not going to be all right now is John Harmer. He's going to be feeling the pressure from Street. Still 9 minutes to go, as you say, Adam. And the gap was 0.4 last time they crossed the line. You were right.
What can I say? I know intervals. They head on to the exhibition straight now, I believe, the two leaders. Yes, indeed. And it's a very firm slipstream for Street as they head towards the Robert Chicane, and I somehow doubt he's going to be close enough for a move. He agrees, and Harmer continues to lead. But looking at the pace, looking at the form that Street seems to be on this morning, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but it's seemingly in his favour.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether these two are going to fight hard enough that Nicholas Johnson may see an opportunity here in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, Johnson's looking good right now as well. He's going quicker than the pair of them. He did a 1:14.3 last time round. Both of the other guys were over 1:15s, so he was at least 7/10 a lap quicker over the last couple of laps as well, actually. Street just seems to be really good on the brakes. John Harmer's car is very, very powerful. It's really, really quick in a straight line. We saw that at Snetterton last season. In greasy conditions, he was like 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody. It was mental. But to be honest, Paul Street is so, so good on the brakes. He showed it earlier when he overtook Nick Johnson. So Harmer right now just needs to make sure he uses that power to get out of a range when Paul can have a go down the inside. It's great racing though, because when you see different cars like this that are in the same class, you know, they're all around the same sort of performance. It's beautiful because they have their own characteristics and their own strengths and weaknesses, and we as commentators have to somehow fathom where it's all going to take place if there is an overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to see two equally good drivers into very different machines, and that's what we've got here. We've got three, and Street there. Oh, I don't think he will have wanted to go to the left of the 12 there, but he kind of had to. Compromised his run down the main straight towards Redgate. Street was not able to capitalise though, but look at, as you said, the brakes on the 48. That Lola very well hooked up when it comes to the corners and the braking zones prior to them. But to your point as well, Harmer Harmer with the power under his foot, doing a good job of planting it and staying ahead as they go through the craners, and Nicholas Johnson firmly involved with this one now. It's now going to be a matter of who will blink first, or who is going to be the first to pull the pin on a move. And of course Harmer's power means that coming up to McLean's here on this slight incline, it kind of puts him out of range of Paul Street, although not by much, as they're bumper to bumper to bumper in the top three.
They just lapped as well the beautiful March 81S of Mr. Tickner, who is started 17th on the grid in Paul Tickner. He's up to 15th after a couple of retirements, so it's a very, very interesting looking car as well. Rather different than any other of these Pintos that you'll see, but a great fight between these guys. The number 12 that held them up before was Bailey's. Oh, Street looks down the inside. That was incredibly close to contact. I was convinced they were going to hit there, but look at that. Johnson now benefits from it. Street went down the inside. Harmer was having absolutely none of it. Said, not on your life, son. And then cut across. And now is Street going to try and go back down the inside of Johnson into Redgate? He is. He says, you may go past me in a straight line, son, but watch this. I want to try and have another go. That locks for Van's car. But now these two are fighting, Adam. That means John Harmer's going to be able to break away a bit more, and they've got to do all the work again. But Nick Johnson says, no, I want to overtake him first. Street says, no, I want to overtake him first. And Johnson goes back up into second. Street back down the inside of the old hairpin, though. Big send in the Lola. Lovely move. Fantastic stuff. And Johnson saw him coming, gave him the room. Brilliant racing once again. Epic stuff from these Pintos.
Yeah, that was excellent between Street and Johnson there. Street with the better of it eventually, but that was a very brave move on Harmer at the Robert chicane, and I think both parties did quite well to not make contact there. That was very, very close indeed. They go past the number 31 of Martin Herter there as they go on to the back straight, formerly the exhibition straight, and Johnson having a look up the inside of Street. Now will Street be able to use his brakes for defensive purposes? Yes, he does. Goodness me, he's in another league when it comes to the pedal on the left.
Oh, it really is. It's absolutely fantastic on the brakes, that Lola. That was the best display of it that we've seen there.
Yeah.
You know, they were side by side coming into the braking zone. Johnson's car seems to be a little bit quicker in a straight line, but that was just unbelievable stopping power from Paul Street. I wouldn't like to go within about 100 feet of those brakes afterwards, because it'll probably give you a tan. But to be honest, he's using them very, very well. John Harmer is really, really happy, though, to be out in front like that at the moment, especially considering how close they were a couple of laps ago. Not far behind this, actually. Trevor Welsh has got past Mike Fry on the previous lap, so he's moved up into 6th position now. Pete Needham still rounds out the top 10. And then in 12th place, we've got Richard Cook, who is in what would be considered a Hyatt sandwich, but I think we've considered this one before as a bit of a silly phrase, because really the thing in the middle would be what describes the sandwich. So it'd be a Cook sandwich, and Hyatt's being the bread. I heard somebody talking about it a while ago, and they're very, very right. It might have been you, actually.
Probably
but
was.
It's Hyatt and then Cook and then Hyatt again for 11th, 12th and 13th. But this battle continues at the front. Paul Street gets back into slipstreaming range now of John Harmer. John feels the need to go over to the right just to try and break the slipstream, but he makes Paul go over there. Paul's back down the inside. This time it's much tidier. He gets the overlap and he's into the race lead. John gave him the room, and look, Nick Johnson comes through as well now. Street checks his mirror. You can really see him moving around, checking this way and that way to see where they're going, see who's doing what. Johnson's looking over to the right-hand side at Harmer now. These two are going to start fighting. John suddenly now has a lot of work to do, because look how far ahead Paul Street can get on the brakes. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that was quite something from Street. I had a feeling when he had that attempted move at Roberts 2 or 3 laps ago that we may not see him get to the back of Harmer again.
I was the same.
However, he's there. He's not just on the back of Harmer. He's well clear. And in fact, I think John has to worry more about Nicholas Johnson behind in the 62 now than he does imminently getting to Paul Street. However, I say that the run up towards McLean's once again benefits Harmer, and of course he's now going to have the benefit of slipstream as they run down towards the final Robert chicane. We know that car's powerful anyway relative to those around him, and maybe, just maybe, he can get himself close enough, if not at Roberts, maybe at Redgate. Certainly he's still within range.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see a big difference in the way that they just came up the sweeping left-handers towards McLean's, but every single lap Street can just do enough, like you say, at the Roberts chicane and then at Redgate, just to open up a few tenths on the brakes. But By the time they get down the straight, Harmer's back with him, and look at that there, the slipstream really working. Harmer moves to the right-hand side, but Street is later on the brakes, manages to just carry the speed around the outside. That Lola really floats around the corners, doesn't it? It's a beautiful-looking car, and it really does look stuck to the road. But Harmer now using that power down the hill as they go towards the Craner curves, backs out of it a little bit. There wasn't much of a gap down the inside there, and he's not going to be doing it on the brakes, that's for sure, but he needs to be so careful now. This is the unenviable position we spoke about yesterday, isn't it, Adam, where you're in the middle of two cars, trying to attack the one in front, but thinking about the consequences of having to defend from the car behind.
It's a very fine balance, and feel like I should say as well, we only got less than 2 minutes left on the clock. This will be, I believe, a penultimate lap of the race. When they cross the line this time, it will be the start of the final lap, so we are very much in the closing stages of this race. It has flown by once again. Here we had great racing in the Durotex yesterday, and the Historics have kicked us off very well, these Pintos, for the Sunday morning. A little look to the inside from Harmer, but again the brakes on Paul Street just allowing him to almost shoot forward. It's almost as if in a racing game when you're on an online lobby and the connection goes a bit funny and the car leaps ahead a little bit.
It is.
It's exactly the same, and Harmer looking to the inside. There's some traffic that may prove helpful, but no, Street continues to hold the lead, and look at that, a 1:13.940. Looks like there's some bodywork rub on Nicholas Johnson as well, back in third place, or at least I hope that's bodywork. Harmer with a brave line through the Craners there, isn't going to be able to get alongside him as they go to the old hairpin, but he's very close behind Street, and we know the car is strong as they approach McLean's.
Yeah, it's very powerful up that hill. He's going to move to the left-hand side. Not sure if that's going to be the favourable place to be, though. Is he going to cut back to the right? Doesn't look like he's got the overlap, though. Street goes past Richard Cook, who they've just put a lap on there. Harmer's still tucked right up behind him as they come towards Coppice. This is going to be the last lap as well. Harmer looks down the inside. It's Coppice. Nothing quite doing there. Street manages to carry some good speed out of it. Now this is going to be the pivotal moment, isn't it? Because we know Harmer's not got the pace to beat him out of the chicane if he isn't already in front. Let's just see what Street can do. He's put the car right in the middle of the road. John Harmer goes all the way over to the right. Is he going to try it on the brakes? He does, but there's not enough there. Street's going to try and carry the pace through. Wonderful stuff by Paul Street. Started fourth on the grid, but who's going to get second? Is Johnson going to beat Harmer across the line? It's going to be a dead heat. Street's over the moon, and no, he just doesn't do it. Harmer gets there. What was the gap between the two of them? Just over a tenth, Adam. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, just over a tenth of a second, the finish line. Quite close to the last corner there. If it wasn't for that, I think maybe we would have seen Johnson pip Street to second place. All the other cars coming through in practically one little gaggle there. That was the battle for fifth place that was headed eventually by Snowden in the 32. So Street, Harmer and Johnson are podium finishers, of course. Jacobson in the 116 car, Tim Jacobson, he eventually ended up quite a lonely fourth position. Snowden, as we said, he rounded off a big pack of cars for fifth, all the way down to about ninth position. They were all together in one pack for quite a lot of the race, and it was Snowden that eventually held on to fifth place. You see there a few of the other cars crossing the line. Good to see David Muse get back across the line after that spin at lap 1, turn 1. We saw him get lapped. Eventually he finishes 15th in the standings, but we see there the victory lap for the 48 for Paul Street in his wonderful Lola, and he will be the first man of the day to talk to Alan Hyde in just a few moments. You see him there waving to the marshals, to the Orange Army. Well, thanks to them as always, particularly on an early morning in this kind of conditions. It's certainly not an enviable place to be at the moment anywhere in Donington, whether you're on the spectator banks or the marshal posts. Actually, it's quite cold. I hope you brought your thermals. But certainly, I think the drivers will have been warmed up by that race in the Sports 2000s with the Pintos. And I believe I can see Alan Hyde standing by. He's got an appropriate number of layers on down there in pit lane. Yeah. And he will be speaking to Paul Street in just a second.
I have 1,000 layers on, to be perfectly honest. Yes, and I found a nice warm hat as well. That's going to be the key. Off comes the steering wheel and out of the car for our first race winner of the day. Not easy to get out of the car. I'll give you a moment so you can get the gloves off and the helmet off as well. But Paul is going to be a very, very happy first winner of the day when we get to have a chat to him. He really rather proved that determination pays off in the end, and fantastic performance to start the day Paul, many congratulations. Yeah, you are wide-eyed because I mean, you really had to keep up the pressure there, didn't you?
That was as hard a race as I think I've ever had. I mean, Nick and John were driving brilliantly, and it was John got away. I was maybe a tenth of a lap quicker or something like that, so I was catching so that I knew traffic was the way. And then, of course, once I got by him, it was my problem with the traffic, and then he's come by me. Then Nick's there, and thank God Nick was there as well to stop him getting back at me. So, yeah, that was keep concentrating, drive in the middle of the road, don't do anything silly. The guys drove brilliantly. I mean, there was no contact, there was nothing. We were side by side multiple times, so it was that was great fun.
Yeah, it was super to watch. You, the car, or a combination of the both, exceptional on the brakes.
Yeah, I probably had too much wine last night, bit of a brain fade with a hangover, and just braking later. But no, it stops really well. It goes around the corners really well, and particularly into the chicane. I knew they couldn't get by me into the chicane because I was braking 20 yards later than everybody else was into there, which is where I got by them, I think. There were little bits where they're quicker, bits where I was quicker. It was just, you know where you're quickest, use that to your advantage. I used the chicane to my advantage.
I'm sure you weren't looking in your mirrors, but across the line it was pretty tight for second and third.
Oh, well, I couldn't see where they were. I was looking in my mirrors for once I got out of the whole race, really. Yeah, lucky I've got two nowadays. They usually fall apart, so I'm quite pleased they're working.
Exceptional race. Many congratulations. First race winner of the day, Paul Street, about to get back into the car after he's had a celebration with the team and a nice embrace there before he gets himself sorted and takes the number 48 car back to Parc Fermé and to get ready in the paddock for another race later on today. That's our first race winner of the day here at Donington. Paul Street takes the win.
A great win then for Paul Street in the 48 car, and a victory by just 0.4 of a second ultimately over John Harmer. Nicholas Johnson was right there in the battle as well. He finishes third place. The Shrike P16 of Tim Jacobson, rather lonely there in fourth eventually. Chris Snowden topping the second battle pack, if you will, in fifth place there, ahead of Trevor Welsh in sixth, Mike Fry in seventh, Charlie Besley taking eighth, ahead of David Williams in ninth, and Peter Needham eventually rounding out the top 10 in his Van Diemen. 11th place, Nick Hyatt in the Lola T91. He finished the last of the cars on the lead lap. Richard Cook was the first to go a lap down. Charlie Hyatt in 13th place. Martin Herter in 14th, ahead of David Muse in 15th place. Paul Tickner in 16th. Adji Eugenio in 17th. Nick Bailey didn't get to finish the race, nor did Simon Aldworth or Clive Steeper, ultimately here in the first race of the day for the Sports 2000 Historic Championship. We'll see more from Sports 2000's both Duratex and Historics a little bit later, which means we'll also hear from Chaz Draycott again a little later on here today on the stream and here at Donington Park. But we'll be back with you for the next race on our schedule, the 7 race series, in just a few seconds' time. So the next grid of the day is our first dose of Caterham racing this morning, and we're sure it's going to be another fabulous race, as we saw yesterday from the 420Rs. Let's run you through the grid for this one. It is Paul Thacker on pole position in the 66 car. Thacker leading Andy Perry in the number 11. So 66 and 11 on the front row. So row 2, the 111 Oliver Gibson alongside the 23 of Justin Armstrong. Row 3, Stuart Calder in the 82 alongside Danny Killeen in the number 9. Row 4, Gary Tootle in the 64 alongside Anthony Barnes in the number 4. Expect him to come up through the order. Row 5, Mark Stansfield, another one to watch in 9th place. And, for that matter, Phil Jenkins in the 88. Keep an eye on the 19 and the 88 on row 5. Row 6, Neil Fraser in the 60. Tom Heyman-Joyce in the 47. That's row 6. Row 7, the 86 of Steve Riley alongside Lewis Tootle in the 32. Row 8, Paul Begley in the 22 and Russ Ollivant in the 55. 17th and 18th positions, Ian Cowley in the 34 and Matt Drew in the 25. Row 10, the 39 of Mark Drain and the 37 of Tom Overton. Row 11, the 5 of Carl Nairn and Fergus Ryan in the 57. Row 12, 23rd and 24th positions, the 173 of Matt Spark and the 755 of Tim Burton. Row 13, Rick Potter in the 15 and John Saunders in the 62. The 14th row of the grid, the number 10, Ian Noble alongside Richard Boughton in the 33 car. Row 15, Duncan Greenaway in the number 7, Adrian Ferdinands in the 59. The 16th row of the grid, Billy Nairn in the 54 alongside Matt Welch in the 53. Row 17, Matt Reeve in the number 2 car and Stephen Collins in the 69. The man at the very back of the order, curious to see how he goes, Rob Watts in the 77 car. He should carve his way through the field quite nicely over the course of this race, which I believe we're seeing have a 25-minute duration. We had 30 minutes scheduled yesterday, albeit I don't believe we got the full 30 eventually. Should be very exciting if anything is to, or if yesterday is to go by. We had a frenetic race out of the 420Rs yesterday. So very much looking forward to calling the action on this one once again. Expect musical chairs, expect leaders to change multiple times a lap. If you haven't seen much in the way of Caterham racing before, you're tuning in for the first time to the YouTube stream here on YouTube on MSV TV, then I hope you're ready for an exciting race, because these Caterhams provide it in heaps. Excitement and wheel-to-wheel racing. Also, a lot of respect between the drivers as a rule. Very, very considerate racing, but very close racing nonetheless. We'll have to keep an eye on Thacker, who had a good run yesterday. Andy Perry as well. Those two should be right up there, but to be honest with you, most people within the top 8 or 9 rows of the grid could well end up in the top 10 at the end of this. It was a very evenly matched field in qualifying yesterday. 22 cars within a second of each other here at the Donington Park National Circuit, and that means that this field is very competitive. It's not just got strength in numbers, it's got strength in driver quality too. You see them lining up in 2x2 formation. We're about to go for the rolling start. BMW retires to the pit lane and the Caterhams will launch as soon as that red light goes out. It is out and they are underway. It's Thacker with a good start. He leads down towards the first corner, Redgate. Will he still be in the lead by the time they actually get there? Yes, he will. And 11, Andy Perry there, locking up the brakes massively. His Caterham with a bit of a flat spot, I'm sure, on his rubber, and he's gone rally crossing. Not a good start at all for Andy Perry. I think he may have had a little bit of help there into the gravel, but look at this. Thacker has managed to distance himself from the rest of the pack. I don't think he's quite going to break free from everyone else out there on circuit, but he has been given a bit of breathing room in the first few corners of the lap, and there's someone else going off circuit there. There's all sorts of dramas further back in the pack. Didn't quite catch the number on that car, but the 66 of Paul Thacker it is that leads the way. The number 23 in second, that's Justin Armstrong, who started in P4. There's the 19 of Mark Stansfield, who looks to have made up some positions, as has the number 4 of Anthony Barnes, who looks to be up into 4th place. Yes, there he is, challenging for 4th position. So a very good start from Barnes, who started in P8. Thacker goes defensive then as Armstrong and I believe, who is that? Is that... I'm not sure who that is in 3rd place. We'll have to see when they cross the line. But the top 3 have broken away slightly already from Barnes there in 4th place. Who is that in 3rd? It's the 87. No, the 82, sorry, of Stuart Calder in 3rd place. I thought that was a 7. Thacker on the inside. Armstrong all the way around the outside. Who's going to end up with the lead? Well, they're still side by side as they approach the Craners, and I'm not sure who's going to get the better of this. It looks like Thacker just about has it. 3 wide further back, meanwhile, and I believe that's Jenkins who's just got himself up into 5th place, so he's making short work of it in the 88 car. Jenkins, who started in 10th, working his way up the order. He is a Caterham maestro, and I just saw him there put his hand forward as if to say, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's not fight each other. Let's work together here to try and chase down the top 4. He knows that once you break the toe in a Caterham race, it can be fatal to your chances. He will not want to see these 4 drive off into the distance. Thacker it is then that leads the way from Armstrong, from Calder, and then in 4th place it's Anthony Barnes. In 5th it is Phil Jenkins, who again is using his hand there, gesticulating wildly to Stansfield behind him to say, look, let's just go. Let's not worry about fighting for 5th place. Let's try and get into the podium positions. And it does seem as though Stansfield is complying with that. As they come across the line to start lap number 3, the 66 car of Thacker under pressure as Armstrong tries to go around the outside, squeezes Thacker onto the curbs at Redgate, cannot find a way around the outside, and that's left the door open slightly for Stuart Calder. Calder, who's looking to the inside for 2nd place here, almost 3 wide again through the Craner curves. That's not something I'd want to repeat personally, but that's what they're trying to do. Justin Armstrong into 2nd place once again, and Jenkins there gets past Anthony Barnes for 4th as well. So Jenkins continuing to side his way through the field, and he is looking for a podium. He means business here. He wants to try and claim this win if at all possible. Thacker has practically led the race the whole way thus far, which doesn't happen that often in Caterham racing, but he is keeping Armstrong at arm's length at the moment. He was not that far ahead, I grant you, a lap ago. Of course, they were almost side by side into Redgate, but here comes Calder, and oh, a big lock-up on Stuart Calder. He did well to get that car stopped, actually, and Jenkins, maybe smelling blood here, takes a good run out of the Robert chicane. He draws alongside Calder. I'm not sure who's going to get to the corner first. It should be Jenkins, but Barnes could be a factor in this as well. All sorts of jockeying for track position, and it is Jenkins who gets himself through into 3rd place, and Barnes follows through into 4th position. Stansfield trying to follow past as well. So just leaking positions there as Calder in the 82, 1 foot wrong, and suddenly you can lose 2, sometimes even 3 positions. Caterham racing is an art of fine margins. Stansfield there in 6th position still didn't quite manage to get past Calder in spite of that lockup. It's Paul Thacker that still leads the way. He's got Armstrong still fairly close to him, and then Jenkins leading the charge of the rest of the top 10, really. Jenkins has picked his way past everybody in the top 10 and is now trying to drag them all with him. Thacker going slightly defensive there as they approach the Robert chicane once again. Jenkins setting a good pace here. Fastest lap of the race was with Thacker. It is now with Jenkins, who has set a 1:14.658 that time by. So he's currently looking like the form man on circuit is Jenkins in the 88, and he's right on the back of Armstrong now. He has joined the lead battle unquestionably. And let's see if he can find a way past Armstrong anytime soon. He has a little glance to the inside there towards the old hairpin, I think, but thinks better of it. Armstrong will know that Jenkins is a fabulous driver in these Caterhams, but I think he wants to lead the charge towards the back of Paul Thacker. We'll see whether he can do so. Thacker still leading the way, but he will be conscious of the quality of drivers that were behind him. Those drivers like Anthony Barnes, Mark Stansfield, Phil Jenkins that we saw at the sharp end yesterday were always going to claw their way through the order, and that's exactly what we're seeing as Jenkins just getting a little bit sideways there in the second element of the Robert chicane. Continues on and still behind Armstrong, but for how much longer? Has a little look to the inside here. He's got the inside line. He's got himself alongside Armstrong and he's through, but he hasn't quite got to the apex. Armstrong tried to fit a Caterham between Jenkins and the apex, didn't succeed in doing so, and in trying to make the move for second, I think he's going to drop to fourth behind the number 4 car of Barnes. He does. So Anthony Barnes up to third position. It's very distinctive fluorescent orange roll hoop on that car. Not a roll hoop, it's a roll cage, I should say. Bouncing across the curbs there, Justin Armstrong. That looked quite violent, actually, for him in the cockpit. Thacker continues to lead them, and look at that, it's now a 6-7 car train as they run down towards Roberts once again. Jenkins trying to get a good run through the chicane to maybe once again make a move at Redgate. Let's see if he can make it work. He's gone to the outside this time. I think he was going to try and sell the dummy, but look who's there with him. Anthony Barnes up the inside is not brave enough on the brakes, though. Thacker continues to hold the lead for now, and look at that run from Jenkins. Absolutely sweeps past Barnes, and he may even get himself past Thacker as well. It's side by side between the two of them at the Craners, and Jenkins has the inside. Jenkins has the lead. That was masterful from Jenkins. He set that up before he even turned in for Redgate. You saw him there really easing the car towards the corner and then planting the throttle. Absolutely wonderful driving from Jenkins to move into the lead. Surely not a definitive lead at this early stage of the race with so many cars behind him in the slipstream, but a lead nonetheless. Also worth noting, I did mention starting from the very back of the grid, Rob Watts, he would make up some positions. He is up to 19th position already, so the 77 car doing good things further back in the pack. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead, and it is Thacker with a nose ahead once again, but Jenkins has the inside for the chicane, continues to hold the lead for now. So it's Jenkins from Thacker from Barnes. Then in fourth place behind Barnes, I believe that's Stansfield. Yes, it is Stansfield. Then Armstrong, then Calder, your top 6 at the moment. Of course, it ebbs and flows, almost from corner to corner. Russ Ollivant setting the fastest lap of the race. He's all the way down in 12th place. So he's at the tail end of that second group, I believe. Thacker up the inside at the old hairpin. Do both cars get round the corner? Yes. Albeit, I think, highly compromising themselves, and that could be an opportunity for some of the others in the pack. Stansfield with a good run towards McLean's. But the positions actually remain relatively frozen at the moment. Out onto the back straight they go, and once again the train zigzagging across the surface here at Donington Park. Jenkins to the outside line. Thacker and Jenkins managed to find each other some room through Roberts, and Stansfield once again getting himself involved here. And look at Barnes. Barnes is always so determined to make positions. has to withdraw from the inside as it's 3 wide for the lead through Redgate, and Thacker has to pull out that time. Jenkins takes the lead. It looks like Stansfield may have second. However, I withdraw that statement because there goes Thacker in the 66 once again up to P2. You can see the cars struggling for grip there at Craner Curves. They want to understeer. And Thacker ends up missing the apex by a mile at the old hairpin. He falls back down to third place behind Stansfield. Jenkins leads the way then with 10 minutes complete. To the former exhibition straight for the 9th time of asking. It is Phil Jenkins, who started in 10th place, currently leading the way from Stansfield in 2nd place. Stansfield alongside him once again, of course. Also on the scene is Thacker. And then the aggressive Anthony Barnes in 4th place in the number 4 car. Thacker to the inside once again. Look at the pack fanning out behind. This was a pack of 6 at the head of the order, but the battling has been such that it's now a pack of, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I make that 17 cars in the lead pack at the moment. 17 cars, yes, covered by 4 seconds last time across the line. So there you go. That's all you need to know about Caterham Racing. It really is a wheel-to-wheel form of combat, more so than a straight motor race. And it is Jenkins that leads the way, as he so often does in Caterham competition. He really knows his way around these machines. And we've got an off. I think that's Stansfield in the back of shot, who's gone off in the 19 car. Stansfield in the gravel. Yes, it was the 19. Not quite sure what happened to him there. I missed that, but he's off the circuit. So that group of 17 is now down to 16. And it's actually spread out a bit as well as Jenkins continues to lead. Lock up further back. Who was that? That's a 64 car having a bit of a lock up. That's Tootle. One of the Tootles, Gary Tootle in the 64, just locking up a bit there. I tell you what, in the back of shot there, just briefly, we saw the 77 of Rob Watts. Rob Watts, who I said would be one to watch starting from the back of the grid, he's actually right on the verge of joining this lead scrum of cars. Yes, he's still down in 17th place, but who knows? He may yet be able to get himself up into the top 10 from 35th on the grid, and wouldn't that be an achievement? Here go all the cars then, rolling around the old hairpin, and it's still Jenkins in the lead, in control of the race for now. And he'll be willing on Thacker and Barnes to kind of just not go on the offensive for a while and maybe distance themselves from the cars behind. I believe it's Killeen in 4th place there, still in the number 9 car. Yes, it is. He's ahead of Armstrong in the 23. And to the outside line goes Thacker once again, side by side running. And a big lock up further back in the pack. Who was that? I think that was potentially the number 69 of, the number 39 of Drain, I believe that was. 3 wide, and Barnes trying to go all the way around the outside. You know, I said about Jenkins hoping these two don't go on the offensive. I somehow doubt that's going to happen. It looks as though the 3 of them are going to be locked in battle for the remainder of this race, and who knows who could end up joining them. Jenkins still leads the way, cuts across the grass there on the inside of the Craner curve. There's just one wheel. Certainly on the limit here. Killeen has managed to hook himself to the back of the trio of red to orange cars. Once again, everyone at the front end of the order seems to have helpfully similar liveries from a long range. Killeen in that number 9, just biding his time, waiting his turn, you suspect. He would certainly be buzzing if he can get himself onto the podium here today. 10 to go. And hopping across the curbs is the 88 of Jenkins. We do have just under 10 minutes of racing left to run. We're just starting the 13th lap of the race. There goes Killeen up the inside of Thacker for what could be third or even second place. It's side by side between Barnes and Thacker now as Killeen withdraws. And Thacker does get to second place. Barnes there in third, ahead of Killeen and Armstrong, who has also joined that lead pack now. Once again, so little between cars here, and I thought I heard something going on down on the pit straight, and there is the proof in the pudding. Can't quite see the number in that. I know it ends in a 2. Let's see if I can figure that out on the timing screen, but one driver there having issues. I think that was the number 2 car of Matt Reeve, actually, that's had the problem there. He looks like he's just slammed it into the barriers there before pit entry. Can see him moving around and gesticulating in the car, but that could well bring out a safety car. We'll have to wait and see. Certainly we're going to have yellows, and yes, I can see safety car boards deployed at the marshal posts. We are under safety car conditions. Phil Jenkins leads the race that has now been neutralised. Not a surprise that we need the safety car there. That's certainly not a safe or manageable position for the car, and there's debris there that everyone was trying to avoid, and one of the drivers collected it there. Not sure who that was that ended up collecting it, but hopefully not caused any undue damage to car or tyre with that little incident. You see there the yellow flags, the safety car boards out. Now, that isn't necessarily going to be the work of one lap. I think we're probably going to get 2 or 3 laps under the safety car. We may end up with a 1 or 2 lap dash at the end of this. Just the 8 minutes left to run, or 7:42 to be exact. It's not going to be an easy recovery from there, I don't think, especially since the car is down a wheel. That looks like it was quite a hefty hit, actually. Good to see that he's already vacated the car, Matt Reeve. See that the cockpit's missing its driver. He's hopped out already. Marshall collecting the wheel arch there. And there is the 88, our race leader, Phil Jenkins. Good to see quite a few fans out in the early stages of the day here at Donington Park. Certainly is bracing, as Sports 2000 commentator Chaz Draycott alluded to a little earlier on. You can just see that the recovery will be getting started now. The tractor in play on the main straight to try and hook and remove Matt Reeve's car. So hopefully it shouldn't be too long before that is sorted, but I still suspect we're going to end up with at best 2 laps of racing here. Maybe 3 if we're exceptionally lucky. Been such a strong field of entries here for the Toyo Tyres 7 race series. These 420Rs, the quicker of the 2 Toyo Tyres 7 race series grids that we've got here today. The other one, of course, for the 1600s, the slightly slower Caterhams. Also provided great racing yesterday, so we'll be looking forward to that one a little later on. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I think it may well end up being a 1-lap dash if we do get to go back to green flag here. Look at Jenkins, he's quite ferociously keeping his tyres warm. According to some of the devices I have in front of me, it's a mere 3 degrees outside at the moment, so track temperature certainly isn't there. Tyre temperature is very hard to maintain. And you can see there Jenkins really bucking and weaving behind the safety car to try and keep temperature in these tyres. Oh, it sounds like someone's had a spin. It is Jenkins. Jenkins pushed it too far. I said that he was being very exuberant with his attempts at getting heat into the tyres. I did not expect it to cost him this dearly. My goodness, well, he's going to be willing that car away from the circuit as quickly as possible now so that he can maybe try and make his way back through the order. But Phil Jenkins has made a huge error here. And he's rejoining, he's going back past. I don't think that's quite right, sir. If you're on the formation lap of a race, you can rejoin the position you're in, but I'm not sure when you spun out yourself. I don't think the position is yours to reclaim. I don't know about that. Jenkins has now dropped back through the order. He shrugged there. I don't know if he heard me. I hope he didn't. I kind of like the security that drivers can't hear what I'm saying, but maybe he did. Maybe he's got the live stream on his dashboard. Of course, we are live streaming as well as broadcasting out to the circuit. But Jenkins there, yeah, he dropped back through, shrug of the shoulders, and ultimately I don't think you can regain your position if you've had a spin while the race is alive. I don't think that's quite how that works. I'd have to swat up on my Motorsport UK Blue Book, but I'm pretty sure it only applies to the formation lap that you can reclaim spots if you have an incident behind the safety car. And even then, if you get to the back of the queue, that tends to be all she wrote. You have to start from the back of the grid. 3 minutes and 10 left to run. That's going to be down to about 1 minute next time they pass. And with any luck, next time they pass the safety car, will withdraw, and then it will literally be a one-lap dash. Jenkins has dropped down to 13th place as a result of that. So then 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go here. We hope we're going to see the safety car withdrawn this time. Ross Ollivant there. Where's he at the moment? He's in 8th position. Still the holder of the fastest lap, the 55 car. There's the 32. That is the other of the Tootle-driven cars, that is. Lewis Tootle, who started in 14th place, currently running a little further up the order in 12th. And the safety car lights are out. I think we're going to get perhaps 2 more laps of racing here. And look at Thacker, he's just held on to the safety car's bonnet there. I didn't mean bonnet. I meant boot lid, but nonetheless, we are back underway, and I think we're going to get 2 laps of racing. Rob Watts going off circuit there in the back of shot. Hopefully he hasn't cost himself too much time. Side by side for the 2 leaders. It's Thacker and Barnes side by side for the lead. And it's Thacker that leads the way. And oh, contact further back. Huge contact between 2 drivers there. Oh, and that's a nasty hit. Hopefully both okay as the race will continue on, although it may well end up getting red flagged. We've got the number 7 car off track there, hits his own steering wheel. That was Duncan Greenaway having a bit of a moment as Thacker continues to lead. I suspect they may get the checkered flag this time, owing to that incident down at the Craner Curves. But we'll have to wait and see. It's Thacker that leads, 4-car train down towards the Robert chicane for the final time. It's side by side between Thacker and Barnes. Killeen and Armstrong also there, and it's Killeen with the nose ahead. Killeen, though, contact with Armstrong. They both almost go off the circuit. It's going to be Thacker that leads, and I'm sure we're surely going to see a checkered flag. Yes, we are. And it's side by side for 3rd place. A 3-way dead heat almost for 3rd place. I can tell you that it was Thacker that claimed the win there. Oh, and it's pandemonium on this final lap. That was the number 33 and 53 cars making contact further back in the order. Goodness me. This final lap of the race, that was Richard Bowton and Matt Welch having a collision there at the very end, but the 88 car, the 66 car of Paul Thacker, who was our pole sitter, has ultimately come out on top in that race. On my timing screen, it's obviously Barnes in second, and third place, according to the timing screen as of right now, went to Danny Killeen by all of 5 thousandths of a second. He just pipped Ollivant to the line. Ollivant got fourth and Perry ended up in fifth. Armstrong, who of course ended up in the back of Killeen, he managed to only finish sixth there. Looks like both drivers have gotten out of their cars down here at the Craners. This is the one that really went into the barrier and the driver is out, so that's really good to see. I think that was Gibson in the 111, Oliver Gibson. Yes, it was. I think the other car that was involved in that actually may have driven off, but Oliver Gibson is out of the car, which is the important thing. It was a hefty impact, but once again, that incredibly soft barrier that is strewn around the Donington Park circuit, offering up a lot of leeway and making the impacts far less heavy and damaging to car. Thacker, though, with a one-lap dash to contend with at the very end of the race, he managed it very well. He takes the win from pole position, a difficult thing to do in Caterhams, and he now gets to speak to Alan Hyde.
Certainly does, just taking off the helmets as we speak, and I wonder whether he was able to predict the way that race would pan out. The helmet is off. I can kneel down. It might be easier to kneel and join you, and I can warm myself on your exhaust if that's okay. No predictions about the result of that race. Goodness me, some surprises.
Yeah, shame for Phil behind the safety car spun. That helped me a little bit. But yeah, it was really cold out there, slippier than we thought. So
I was going to ask, when I drove in this morning at about 7:30, there was quite a lot of frost on the roads. What is the circuit like?
It's just very cold, very, very cold. The tyres take quite a while to get up to temperature, and even when they are, it's still quite slippy. I spun on the outlap, just trying to warm the tyres. It's just instant.
Yeah. And particularly behind the safety car, you don't really expect it, but you're doing absolutely on the limit as much as you can to retain a bit of heat.
Yeah, you're trying to keep the heat in the tyres. You're holding the brake on to keep the heat in the wheels, and it's hard. So the lap after the safety car, it was really slippy. Yeah. So
we won't focus on that because you had to be there to pick up the places. It was a tough race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a tough race. The last lap, I watched my timer and it was counting down. I knew it was the last lap and I just had to defend all the way around.
Yeah. And then one more lap to hold it all together.
Yeah, the last lap, that was the one. Just defend all the way.
Absolutely superb. Many congratulations. Thank you for having a chat to me. Paul Thacker, driver of car number 66, takes a win, engages first gear and leaves us down in pit lane.
Great job then from Thacker to take the win in that second race for the 420Rs. It was hard fought and certainly not without its dramas. Lots going on in the final lap there. In particular, Thacker just beat Anthony Barnes ultimately there in that race. Killeen just claims third place, as you can see on screen there, by 5 thousandths of a second. Andy Perry in fifth place behind Russ Ollivant in fourth. Justin Armstrong sixth. Mark Drain claiming seventh, ahead of Neil Fraser, Lewis Tootle and Phil Jenkins with that unfortunate spin behind the safety car rounding out the top 10. Tom Heyman-Joyce in 11th position ahead of Steve Riley in 12th. Paul Begley and Stephen Collins in 13th and 14th. Rob Watts made up 20 places eventually, finished 15th in the standings. Matt Spark in Cowley. Tom Overton, Mark Stansfield and Carl Nairn rounding out the top 20. Stansfield recovering after his spin, of course, over at McLean's earlier in the race. Fergus Ryan in 21st ahead of Tim Burton. John Saunders in 23rd. Ian Noble, Matt Welch rounding out the top 25. Rick Potter, Adrian Ferdinand, Richard Bowton, Duncan Greenaway and Gary Tootle getting to the end of our third page. Stuart Calder, the last of the drivers to finish on the lead lap in 31st. Oliver Gibson, of course, with his late dramas. Matt Reeve, Matt Drew and Billy Nairn all failing to finish here in the Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series 420Rs. We will not see them out again on the circuit here this weekend, but we will see the 7 Race Series 1600s, the slightly slower Caterhams, back out a bit later on. In these first 2 races, we've really got a flavour of what today's schedule is going to be like. We've got more Sports 2000s and more Caterhams to come, and the other element of our day is, of course, the big one, the Enduro KAs, and we're going to see their qualifying session live on the stream and here at Donington Park in just a few moments. So then, here come the CAS, or the KAs, depending on which side of the argument you're on. The Enduro KA class heading out for their qualifying session. I may or may not have been wearing the wrong headset there. We do have a couple of headsets here for Traz Dracot to come and join us a bit later, and I picked up the wrong one. But we are seeing the Enduro KAs out there on circuit for an hour of qualifying. And every driver should get the opportunity to set some fast laps. We've got a great many drivers out there across the list of cars. Strong entry list for this weekend. As ever, this is a hugely popular category at the Enduro KAs. And we're expecting to see a few of the old favourite chargers. If you're familiar with this category, the likes of IP Racing, Burton Power are all back. LDR Performance Tuning. Lots of teams who have had lots of success in this category. And some great names up and down the paddock as well for the Enduro KAs. You've got the likes of former and current touring car drivers like Ollie Jackson, like Alex Martin as well. He did a couple of years in touring cars as well as GT Cup and the Porsche Carrera Cup. You see these little Ford KAs, they are very much, well, very close at least to standard specification. Of course, like all race cars, they've got their roll cage, they've got their safety equipment. But that aside, they are very close to road-going examples. In fact, if you ever are in the vicinity of a racing circuit around the time of a Ford Enduro KA race, you will see some of these cars being driven to the circuit. In fact, walking through the paddock this morning, I saw a few cars arriving in the early stages while the rest of us were getting breakfast. Some hardy drivers and or mechanics were doing a morning run to Donington Park to get the race car here in time. Got overtaken by one of these on the motorway up to Snetterton last year. It is always entertaining to see a race car on the roads. You see some very well turned out cars in this Enduro KA class. Some homages to some liveries of the past. One team we should mention, the Octane Junkies, the 111 car. Currently on the screen as the fastest, although of course we're in the very early going of qualifying here, and I expect the order to shift significantly. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if I've got the driver identities on my screen at the moment, but hopefully that will come as the session goes on. It would be good to know who's at the wheel, but I can tell you that this 18 car that we're looking at is the Axia Metrics machine. And you see there, it's got the Hunican sticker on the front of it. It would be very interesting to see Ken Block use Ford KA in a video. Some gravel being spat up there in front of our camera. Someone's had a bit of a moment. Not sure whom that was, although I suspect it might have been the Camel car, with KA for Camel. However, the car is long gone by the time it reaches, we reach the view of the gravel. So someone went off, but continued on their way. And it was the, is that the number 2 car? Does look like it. Yeah, the Castrol racing car, another very punny name. KA Stroll, Castrol Racing. David Murfitt and Michael and Tim McKeegan set to take the wheel of that. The 18 car that we're following around, the Axiometrics car, that's to be driven by Chris Wetherill, Dominic Jackson and Nigel Griffiths. Which car is this that we're looking at now? That's the 111. That is the Octane Junkies. They are a very prominent team in the world of KA racing. A lot of these drivers coming from all walks of life. I've said we've got some former and current touring car drivers. We've got people with GT racing experience. We've got people who have been in other endurance racing series like Brit Car or Fun Cup. So many different backgrounds, some complete rank novices, some people who've only ever raced go-karts or indeed only ever raced KAs. There's a broad spectrum out here on the circuit. Just looking at the number 51 car driving down to the Roberts chicane. Impressive lack of braking out of these cars heading into Roberts because they don't arrive at the corner all that quickly. Barwell Autosport, that number 51 car we're briefly looking at. Luke Rushton, Mark Goodwin, Matthew Adams and Gurav Bogra. This 111 car, the Octane Junkies, it's a two-driver show. Adam and Martin Smith. And it is the Octane Junkies that currently have the fastest time in this qualifying session with a 1:35.609. In fact, no, that's Axiometrics, sorry. They've just come across the line to set that 1:35.609. So the Axiometrics car has just gone top. There's an interesting machine, the 42. That's the Grid Finder entry. A lot of drivers there coming from the world of sim racing. Your lineup for that, Thomas Stapley Bunton. who I think just goes by Tom as a rule. Darren Cook, Chris Hay, and Toby Owen. Toby Owen, who has done a fair bit of MX-5 racing. But some of those drivers very well known in the sim community. See more and more of that in motorsport, of course. The likes of Jimmy Broadbent becoming real racing drivers. And a few people from the higher echelons of esports crossing over into professional driving. Further afield as well, you see quite a lot of the commentators that come through today are coming in with a wealth of esports experience, including my colleague Chaz Draycott, who we'll hear from a bit later on for the Sports 2000s. While I'm also kind of Chaz's generation, esports wasn't really a thing back when I was doing virtual racing commentary. It was just league racing, really. I don't think esports had been coined yet. Or at least not co-opted by the sim racing community. There's the number 18 car. Axiometrics finding a lot of pace out there, 1:34.660. Saying that, they've just been trounced by the number 26 Wolf Motorsport car, a 1:34.279 for Wolf Motorsport. The number 26 is to be driven by Luke and Chris Reed and Sam Lukes. I believe last year Luke and Chris were racing under the Alex Reed Motorsports banner. And they are now racing the Wolf Motorsport machine along with Sam Lukes. Shine Automotive, number 180, which I don't actually have on my entry list, so that might have been a late addition to the grid. There is the 126 car. That's the track-focused entry. And you can tell that thing isn't far removed from being a road car. It still very much looks like it would be driven to the shops by a person of a certain vintage on the Isle of Wight. Michael McCollum, Sean Cooper and Neil Smith set to drive that 126. There's another one of those livery homages I was talking about, and that is the number 26 car. The original Pink Pig was a Porsche. This one is a Ford KA, and the car that is currently fastest out there on circuit, coming into the pits for the first time. I think at this stage of the session you will start to see quite a few driver swaps. They want to give everyone a go in the car. And it looks like one of the Reeds is going to get into that 26. I'm not sure. Ah, no, in fact, I think that's Luke's getting ready to take the wheel. So, Sam Luke's being handed the car. The number 26 Pink Pig. You see some of the others down there. The 192 just rejoining the circuit. That's the Race Logic car. Martin Paps, Mark Winward, Robin English, Charles Burke and Will Hilliard set to be at the wheel of that one. You see the pit stop ongoing there. A lot of these cars wearing Burton Power stickering. Burton Power, a huge part of this series. This being the first round of the Enduro KA season. A lot of these teams won't have raced in quite a few months. Of course, all of these championships experiencing their first round of the season. This is the very first MSVR meeting of the 2022 season. The calendar this year, very impressive for the Enduro KAs. Or Enduro K. I seem to alternate between the two, depending on what mood I'm in. 7th of May is their next race after today, which is the Cadwell Park 6 hour. I've seen these guys race at Cadwell before, and it is a lot of fun watching them climb and drop through the flowing layout at Cadwell. They have a very exciting new addition to the calendar as well, and that comes in June. That's a 24-hour race at Anglesey. They're using the coastal layout at Anglesey, which is the one with the faux corkscrew, as I call it. Great layout, a great circuit, and that 24-hour should be a lot of fun. It'll be held on the Thursday and Friday bank holidays, 2nd and 3rd of June, before I'm sure a lot of teams will then disappear off elsewhere for Saturday and Sunday to go and race somewhere else. On the 2nd and 3rd of June, they return to Snetterton. No longer a 12-hour race there. Instead, they're running what they're calling the Schweinerennen, 9-hour. So they're going for some kind of German pork-related theme there, evidently. Alton Park in September for another 5-hour, and then the Indy CAF 500 at the end of the season. There was the Camel car, the 89, in a little bit of strife. Hopefully that car can be recovered without too much issue. One of the cars in the pits there, that's the number 51, is it? If so, that would be the Barwell Autosport car. Yes, it is. And into the gravel has gone the number 60. That's the Powerflex racing car. That would be either Elliot Dunmore or David Power at the wheel. Barwell Autosport 51 rejoins the circuit as the marshals push away the 60. Struggling, maybe using a bit too much throttle there in the gravel, but just about back onto the circuit. almost dug itself an even deeper trench. You see there the Martini stripes on the #1 car. That is the Burton Power Racing machine, which was meant to have a driver lineup of Andy Burton, Tom Valentine and Gustav Burton. Gustav Burton, not a relation to Andy. Gustav is a prominent racer in GT circles, often racing McLaren GT4 and GT3 machinery, and unfortunately Gustav not feeling well, not here this weekend. Back onto the circuit then has gone Wolf Motorsport, and I'm happy to report that I'm starting to see some signs of driver identification on my timing screen, which is really good to see. Per the timing screen, currently at the wheel of this 26 is Luke Reed. So Luke Reed apparently at the wheel right now of the Wolf Motorsport car. Best time so far is a 1:34.279. Just exiting pits by the looks of it is the 64 Autotech machine. Taylor Norton, Andrew Howell, Reese Kello and Lucas Ticini set to take the wheel of that one. Into the pits goes the number 49, the LDR Batmobile. LDR Performance Racing entering David Bywater, Andy Greer-Hardy and Alan Evans. That was Alan Evans getting out of the car, as you saw on his helmet. Didn't quite catch who was being installed, but the 49 car will shortly be heading back out onto the circuit. You see a very full pit lane at the moment between the crew and also the great many suited and booted drivers waiting for a go in their car. I think practically everybody who came out at the start of the session has now swapped over to another driver. You see there that on the front of that 26 car, you do actually have the words Alex Reed. Of course, the pink pig livery, those dotted lines around the car, that was originally effectively the different cuts of pork meat that was listed on the car, I believe in German, on the original pink pig. And I don't think Alex Reed is a cut of pork, but his name has been added to the bonnet of that car in the same style as the pink pig livery. The 57, I believe that is, just going past, or is that the 67? I think it might be the 67. If so, that is the Yippee-Ki-Yay car. Another pun-based entry, and there's the Castrol car back out there as well after its trip to the gravel. Burton Power Racing, cars 2 and 1 line astern as they go around the circuit at the moment. The Castrol Racing car entered as number 2 and Burton Power Racing entered as number 1. You can see that Luke Reed kind of gingerly driving around the circuit. Doesn't seem to be at the ultimate pace we saw out of this car from its first driver. Not sure who it was at the wheel. I am, however, wondering if the information on the timing screen might not be a little bit out of date, because the we definitely saw Sam Lukes getting ready to get in the Wolf Motorsport 26, but perhaps it is Luke Reed. I wouldn't be 100% sure. There is the 21 entry, the KNF Racing machine. Just behind the Octane Junkies. Looks like KNF Racing Going at quite a pace at the moment. Who's at the wheel of that car? It's currently 23rd in the standings, is the K&F car. Just coming over the crest now. And there's the 148 as well, but the K&F car that went through before, the North Motors, the number 21, I believe that's Chris Bryant at the wheel of the 21 at the moment, and he looks like he's pushing. Let's see what kind of lap time he can get this time. The best lap for the car so far is a 1:37.830, which has only been good enough for 23rd. It's like the Octane Junkies either have a problem or are on an in-lap. Let's hope it's just an in-lap. What about the K&F team? Did their car go further up the order? Actually, no. Bryant's last lap just about a 10th off of the PB for the number 21. Meanwhile, the 18 car, the Axiometrics machine, axiometrics.com entry. Apparently Chris Wetherill at the wheel of that one. Chris, who is a very prominent endurance racer over in Fun Cup, actually. Dominic Jackson has some good experience in Fun Cup too. Hopping over to the KAs. Ah, there's the Subaru World Rally Team machine. I was taking a look at this in the paddock. They've got the appropriate entry number, the 555. Pete Dignan, Chris Hilson and Tristan Judge are 3 drivers for that car. Who was in the car, according to the timing screen? Let's take a look and see who it was. 555, which is all the way up in 7th place on the standings at the moment, a 1:35.638. Chris Hilson was apparently at the wheel at that time. Some good lap from Hilson. Just heard there from the driver a little. Hilson just instructing the new driver, handbrake. Get the handbrake off before we try and push you. You see there the black and yellow cross on the back of the car. Denotes that at least one of the drivers is in his first 6 races since obtaining his license. You can see there by the nomenclature on the number plates of these cars that they're running Toyo rubber. Oh, and a little bit close there between the 555 and the 77. The 77 car, where's that in the classification as of right now? Looks like they're on a fairly quick lap at the moment, but not sure where they are in the classification. In fact, I can't see that car point blank. There it is, 19th place. It is the appropriately named 77 Racing entry. And per the information on my screen, we've currently got Matt Baldacci at the wheel of that. Just behind the 26 there is the Turn 7 Racing team, which is actually running the number 14 here this weekend. Callum and Jim McDougall alongside Mike Murray. Callum McDougall, who used to be quite a big player over at United Autosports, Zach Brown's sports car team. I believe he's now largely running a Caterham dealership up north, I think Yorkshire that is based. So 35 minutes and 18 seconds of this qualifying session yet to go. I think someone there had to retrieve a spanner from the windscreen on the number 60. That's the car. Oh, something as I missed there. What's going on? Okay, so he was very, very hurriedly told to stop the car. But for what reason? Ah, no gloves. That's not a small thing. Not sure whether that was Elliot Dunmore or David Power, but definitely need gloves. Sound of tortured tyres there at the back of shot somewhere around Coppice, but it seems like everyone's continuing on their way. You can see that they're all rather packed together. That's the 89 car, which is another one that I don't have on my entry list. See if I can find any amendments from this morning relevant to the KAs. Not that I can see, unfortunately, so not entirely sure of all the identities of some of the teams that seemingly have appeared since the version of the entry list that I've got. There's a 67 car. That is the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine, and the newly gloved number 60 car, Powerflex Racing. Number 40 just circulating there. That's KPR, Carl and Toby Patman. You see there the rear wiper going on the 88, the Camel machine. Now that, I believe, is the only car out there being split between 6 drivers. Tom Owen, Dominic Stokes, Nicholas Honeyman-Brown, Mark Hoyle-Mitchell, Mark Shipley and Tom Derbyshire. The 6 drivers set to be behind the wheel of that, and you just see it in the back of shot peeling into the pit lane. They'll have to make a few stops to make sure everybody gets their 3 laps in during this qualifying session. The 1, 2, 6 and the 3 there running line astern. The number 3 is the Windgat Racing car. Wayne Jackson, Leon Bidgeway and Matthew Weymouth set to be at the wheel of that. Weymouth and Bidgeway are both known quite well in 750 Motor Club circles, driving a Toyota and a MR2, a Toyota and an M3, I believe, respectively. Who's at the wheel of that at the moment? The number 3 car. Not as high up the order as I would have expected. Where are they? Only down in 34th. Wayne Jackson currently at the wheel, according to the timing screen. The track focused car that we follow, the 126, that's currently 4th on the timing screen on a 1:35.409. Listed as 1.1 seconds off of the current provisional pole time belonging to the 26 Wolf Motorsport car. Let's see what kind of lap time this is, because it looks like a quick, rapid little lap here actually from the 126. Maybe a good lap for the number 3 as well, which has been hanging tight behind the 126 car. Not an improvement for McCollum. However, Wayne Jackson has just moved the Windgat Racing car up to 19th, so the number 3 has moved into the top 20 there. Still a long way to go in this qualifying session, but at the very least that's promising. Quite a nicely turned out car there with the pink, white and blue Lucas Oil motif. You see the Camel car there indicating. I wonder if they're going into the pits or whether they've just accidentally left the indicators on. Or maybe they just want all traffic to go to the right. Ah, now there's an interesting car, the number 36 with the Napa stickers. Now that is one of the IP racing cars. And it has actually just gone top, a 134.180. And anyone who's followed this series before will not be surprised to see that the time is attributed to Adam Blair. Adam Blair, who's always a hot shot at the wheel of these cars. However, he has just slowed down quite significantly. Hopefully that's not a car issue. That's, well, I don't know. That doesn't look like in-lap pace. That looks like car is not working pace to me. Blair has just gone massively quickly and suddenly slows down. Maybe he was just looking for track space, in fairness. Let's see if he carries... Okay, yeah, look at that. He's suddenly attacking. So Blair was just looking for a spot of space on the circuit by the looks of it. Just to say, that IP racing car, of course, if you are an active follower of Enduro KAs, you'll know that as a rule, the IP racings are in kind of Spitfire colours. They're very much in the style of the Royal Air Force, and this 36 car is not. That's because it was only reshelled very recently. And so I was told in the garage, we'll get the car through this race and then we'll think about sprucing it up. But I was told to assure everybody who's a fan of IP racing that it won't be too long before it ends up looking like its signature brand once again. It'll look like a Spitfire once more in the not too distant future. That IP racing crew has had so much success in Enduro KA. They're always right up there at the front. Now Adam Blair, I would say, probably the fastest driver in these cars, point blank. I've never known anyone set laps as quickly, as consistently as Adam Blair within Enduro KA circles. Let's see if this lap is impressive. He backed off to find the track space. You can see the commitment going into the last chicane. Best time so far is a 134.180. Does he beat himself? No, a 134.590. It's worth noting that that time only pipped the 26 car that we see on screen now by just under a tenth. It was actually 99 hundredths between the Wolf Motorsport 26 car's fastest time and the new provisional pole time that is this car's 134.180, the IP racing machine.
Got the 26 car into pit lane, Adam. Hopefully you can hear me. Sam Lukes has just got out of the car and it's Chris Reed, I think, that's just being strapped into the car.
So that's reassuring me, that is, Alan, because I saw a driver with Luke's on the back of his racing overalls get in the car, and then the timing screen was telling me it was Luke Reed, so I was worried that I'd seen things.
Yeah, I saw that as well. The other thing that I'd quite like to answer for you is the number 60 car. He that went without gloves.
Yes.
So I can add a little bit of info, but not a huge amount of info for you. So it was David Power that took the gloves over to the car. The driver is called Dylan. And when I asked what his surname was, David didn't know. It's a rather late addition to the lineup. So yeah, just Dylan.
Dylan, what's his name? Okay, 10-4.
Just Dylan.
Okay.
And even if we learn his surname, we won't use it. We will only call him Dylan. Yeah.
Yes, he's goes by a mono name. The 114 car there, having some trouble with the cones. I think the 114 of Christian Kelly and Andrew Malpass has flattened some cones over at the final chicane. And I do wonder if that car has got those cones wedged underneath it now, whether or not they can actually get that going again without causing damage to car and or cone. We'll see whether that gets moved in the not too distant future as we continue to follow the Wolf Motorsport car. But I mean, down there in the pit lane, Alan, I was saying to you before that or was saying on the stream a little while ago, it's so busy and high energy in there, isn't it, with drivers getting in and out to make sure they do their 3 laps. There's crew everywhere.
There is, and you have to be pretty nimble on your toes. If you bear in mind, this is during a 1-hour qualifying session. Obviously, during the race, it will be even more so. So, yeah, you have to be relatively careful, try and keep out of the way of teams and drivers alike. Fortunately, we're blessed with pretty big pit lane here at Donington Park, which is quite useful, really. So, yeah, I'm keeping out of the way.
Yes, it can get very hectic during a safety car period, for example, here in the Enduro KA paddock. And there is the Napa-backed car, the 36 IP Racing machine. I believe that's still Adam Blair at the wheel. Per the timing screen, it is. Adam is once again proving his mettle as the number 3 car has gone for a spin. That's Windgat Racing. Now Wayne Jackson, I said he'd got the car up into the top 20. He's actually now managed to get the number 3 into the top 5, a 135.097 for Wayne Jackson, which is very good going indeed. So he's 4th fastest at the moment, within a second of Adam Blair's time. The top 3 are all within 1.5 tenths. It's a 134.180 for Adam Blair, the current benchmark out there on circuit. The Wolf Motorsport 26, still attributed to Luke Reed, but I think Alan reckoned it might be Alex getting in the car. Chris getting in the car. My apologies. Alex is, of course, sponsor, not the driver. And that car is just on a 10th off of Adam Blair, actually, a 134.279 versus the 134.180 for Blair. And then rounding out that top 3 that are incredibly close together is the Axiometrics car, the number 18 that we've seen a fair bit of, and that is still listed as Chris Wetherill at the wheel of that thing. Just moving up 7 spots all the way up to 6th is the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine. So the 67 getting a little further up the order. Ben Gillas currently at the wheel according to the timing. So he's moved the car into the top 10 quite comfortably. Currently 6th fastest out there. Hazard lights on for the 51 Barwell car. I assume that means that it's pit bound. The 114 flicks through the Robert chicane. No, the 51 not pit bound. It's just apparently a rolling hazard per their own indication. There's the number 27 car. Jeremy Evans looks like he's getting behind the wheel now. There goes Jeremy. 27 is the Semprini Racing machine. And where are they on the timing screens at the moment? A lowly 35th, unfortunately, at this stage. I believe it'll be John Hobbs getting out of that car. And we'll see whether it can be elevated any further in the hands of Jeremy Evans, who we're seeing getting strapped in at the moment. There's that number 26 then, the Wolf Motorsport machine. The Subaru World Rally Team machine there, going very wide out of Redgate. We know that Pete Dignan is usually pretty quick in these cars. And the 555 Subaru machine currently with Chris Hilson at the wheel, per the timing. He is running 13th. Only 12th place at the moment for the 111 car. The Octane Junkie is currently outside the top 10 in this qualifying session. They're usually at the sharp end from lap 1 through to the checkered flag in these Enduro KA races. Maybe just lacking that absolute pace in qualifying at the moment, but our top 20 only separated by 2.1 seconds, so there's not a lot between these cars, obviously, given it is a spec series. Of course, these are such momentum-based cars. You see the likes of Adam Blair at the Robert Chicane making sure he slows down to the absolute minimum. No extra speed scrubbing whatsoever. There's the 88. Oh, and someone off track there. Didn't catch which car that was. Was it the 51 that just went off track for a moment, or was there another car in the dust cloud? I didn't quite catch that. That's the 81 car, the GM Performance machine. That's currently being driven by Ian Mitchell. Ian and Gary Mitchell sharing with Darren Stapleton. Number 11 car diving up the inside. That's one with some pedigree to it, the 11 car, TTL Racing. Toby Spooner Green, Lee Hemmings and Mark Beaumont at the wheel of that car. Mark Beaumont, who is a leading light in the endurance karting series over at Rye House, down on the Kent-Essex border. In fact, I think all of those drivers have raced at Rye in karting. I like the motto for the TTL team, which you can find on their Instagram accounts. Cup of tea down the straight, flat out around the curly bits. The TTL Racing motto. There is the 11 car. Almost looks like a factory car with the big old KA motif emblazoned on the side. This looks like a factory car too, the 26 Wolf Performance machine. Albeit a Porsche factory car. And one that's maybe been through the wars a bit. You see there, a lot of grass tracking. Locked up the brakes even on the grass, but managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. Still seeing the emergency lights on a couple of cars around the circuit as well. Into the gravel has gone the 67. Now that car was getting quicker and quicker. That's the Yippee-Ki-Yay car, which has actually just now got up to 5th. So Gillas is going faster and faster. And it seems he's finally pushed the envelope a bit too far. A 1:34.877 got the Yippee-Ki-Yay number 67 into 5th place on the timing screen, but then immediately thereafter it ended up in the gravel at the old hairpin. Hopefully that can be recovered under its own steam. In fact, no, the marshals are already present and have already managed to get the car out of the gravel and back onto the grass. Ford car briefly blessed with 3 Marshall power instead of the 60 plus brake horsepower that comes out of the car in standard trim. .36, rather sedately driven around at the moment. I wonder if Adam Blair is on an in-lap. There's the Barwell car again. Tipping into the final chicane is that number 36. The Alex Reid Motorsport machine. With 13:50 to go in this session. 13 minutes 45 seconds. Flash of the headlights there. I reckon that would be a signalling to come into the pits, but looking at that line through the first corner, maybe not. I think maybe could have been more telling the car ahead, hey, I'm on a quick lap, and looking at the way that that car was committed to the corner at Redgate, I must say I do think the IP Racing machine is on a quick lap. Again, just testing the limits of grip, throwing the car through Old Hairpin. Blair is pushing, and look at that four-wheel drifting of Ford KA through McLean's. This is a hugely committed lap from Blair. I'm really interested to see what this lap turns out to be on the timing screen. Hopefully the traffic ahead doesn't cause him any undue grief into the final chicane, but I fear it might. Let him have the corner. Let's see what he can do. Tips it in. Full send, full commitment. Time to beat is a 1:34.180. Even got a little bit of a slipstream across the line. And it was a 1:33.873 from Adam Blair. Goodness gracious me, I'm so glad we got to see that lap in full. From Redgate corner onwards, it was clear that was going to be a very committed lap. You could see the car dancing underneath him. And what I think you just saw there were the fine margins between a good lap and a great lap. Even in a Ford KA, there is a lot of difference between those on the very edge and those who are merely setting good times. The Misty Racing 172 car rejoins. I will say that if you're tuning into the live stream and you've always wanted to go at motor racing, this is a very, very good way of getting into the sport. Very cost effective. I believe on the website it says the entry fee for this weekend was £900, which for 5 hours of racing is very good going. Good to see lots of interaction over on the YouTube live stream comments, and a couple of people lauding that lap from Adam Blair, and justifiably so. That really was something fabulous to behold. There's the 89 car, which again seems to be a late entrant. Certainly not on any amendment sheets or entry lists that I have available to me. Nine and a half minutes of this qualifying session to go. If you have stayed with us so far today, rest assured we do have some more racing to come shortly. We are scheduled to see the Sports 2000 Duratex joining us at about 25 to 12, 11:35 local time, for their second race of the weekend, second and final race of the weekend. You'll then have some more Caterham 7 action with the Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series 1600s. The Sports 2000 Historics will have a race as well. And then we'll have a brief lunch break before the 5-hour Enduro for these Ford KAs sets off at 1:45 scheduled time. I believe the curfew here at Donington is 8 o'clock, so we may run a bit over the current 6:45 finishing time. There goes the number 26 car. The Wolf machine, which is still second on the timing screen. At 1:34.279 is yet to be topped by anyone else in the car. But of course, the one team that has topped it is IP Racing, along with Adam Blair, who set that dynamite lap time. Last lap passed for the 26 was a 1:36.1. So it doesn't seem as though Wolf Motorsport are going to improve anytime soon. One car that's moved up the order a little bit recently is the number 48, the Purple Sector Racing car. Matthew Swaffer and Mark Mathiasen. Or Mark Mathiasen, I think I should say. Swaffer and Mathiasen, Purple Sector Racing, has just moved up to 5th place. Apparently moving up 4 spots, so they were in the top 10 before anyway. But a 1:34.552 is very impressive going. And should at least seal them in the top 10. We may see some late improvements towards the end of this session, but you'd at least expect that time good enough for 5th now. We'll see you a spot in the top 10 come the end of the session. There's that number 36 car once again. Looks like it's being driven fairly cautiously now. Staying well out of the way. We have seen some very, very potent drivers at the wheel of these KAs. Tim Harvey had a go in 2020.
72 car, Adam, has just left and he's just out on circuit. I'm not sure you'll see that it's done a reasonable amount of laps, hasn't it? They had the car in the garage and they were working on a misfire.
Ah, okay. So Simon Bonham, Robert Thomas in the Misty Racing 72 car. Good to hear that they're back out on circuit. Oh, some grass being kicked up at the old hairpin. Didn't see which car it was that was responsible, but certainly an off-track moment for one of the drivers out of shot as the 26 continues on. Wolf Motorsport car, in its distinctive pink pig livery. Very much looking forward to when we go green in this 5-hour race later on. In the early stages of the Enduro KA race, no one ever seems to remember that it's a 5-hour long encounter. things do get rather close to the bone at times, and certainly at circuits with long straights, as we have here on the Wellington straight, and indeed on the run to Redgate. Both straights long enough for some drafting shenanigans in these cars. You do see the cars kind of almost in Caterham style weave back and forth across the circuit, all trying to break the toe. There's the 36 car again, purportedly still with Adam Blair at the wheel. So he's setting another quick time. Certainly not quite the same level of commitment through the final turns, but let's see what kind of lap it is. So 1:34.263, so still a very, very good time. One car that has just gone quicker, the turn 7 machine, the number 14 car. Callum McDougall at the wheel. He has apparently just gone second fastest to 1:34.013. That's a mighty lap time. 34.013 from McDougall. There is the number 14 car coming down through the Craner curves just behind the Powerflex machine. So there goes the 80 car, and then behind it is the number 14. There is the turn 7 machine, and Jim McDougall, Callum McDougall and Mike Murray may well end up with the front row start here. And if McDougall's pace continues dropping as it has done, he's already found a couple of tenths over the last couple of laps, then who knows, the turn 7 car may yet get pole position. Just 2 minutes left to set a faster lap though. May have the benefit of a slight slipstream here. Looks to the inside of the Powerflex machine. He'll be hoping he can get through the last corner without any hindrance. Oh, a bit of a lock up there from McDougall, but takes the corner at such a fast pace. Is this lap going to be an improvement? 34.013 to beat. And he does better himself, a 1:33.939 for Callum McDougall. That puts him within a tenth of pole. Adam Blair's time, a 1:33.873. McDougall just set a 33.939. Turn 7 with a late challenge for pole. There you see the interval on the graphics. Not much in it at all. Now this time around, it seems as though McDougall has clear track space ahead of him. But that also means he doesn't have a toe down the exhibition straight. Look committed through the old hairpin. This looks like a smooth lap to me, but I'm not sure it's necessarily a lap of a car going at full chat. I could, of course, be wrong. The KAs can be deceptive when it comes to the acceleration or lack thereof at some parts of the circuit. Let's wait and see. Certainly tyres are campaigning loudly to the approach around the corners. Let's see if this smooth-looking lap turns out to be a fast-looking lap once he crosses the line. This should be his final lap, incidentally, because the clock will tick down to 0, and he should take the checkered flag this time, McDougall. So he is in the last chance saloon when it comes to getting pole position. Clock has just ticked down to 0. Checkered flag should be displayed for him. Let's see what kind of time it is. It's only a 1:34.3, so not an improvement on that final lap, but still a mighty impressive time. And actually the timing screen is just updated to say that it's the other McDougall at the wheel, so I think that may have actually been Jim McDougall after all that was on that mission for pole position.
And the 36 car, Adam, came in a couple of laps ago. We wondered if it was just going to park in front of the garage, but no, it's the very furthest garage or thereabouts towards pit lane exit. And I think the car went straight into the garage or into the paddock at the end of the pit lane. So I might not be able to get a word, unfortunately.
Okay, not to worry, but I'm sure we'll get a chance to hear from Adam Blair at some point, who is a bit of a star in these Ford KA circles, knows how to hustle these cars. Is there anyone left to cross the line? The answer is yes. There are still a few lap times that may come in. Chief among them, the 126 track focused car, which is out there somewhere, having not crossed the line yet, actually just crossed the line and went third fastest with McCollum at the wheel. A 1:34.145 for McCollum on the very final lap of qualifying. Will we see any other late improvements at the sharp end? Doesn't look like we're set for it. In fact, no, I think just about everybody has now crossed the line. And that means that the 36 car, the IP Racing machine, will more than likely be on pole position come race time. Of course, it's all provisional until the grid sheet, or potentially even the amended grid sheet comes, but for now at least, it certainly looks like IP Racing will be starting in a familiar place at the front of the grid for the 5-hour KA race a little later on today. Cars all making their way back to paddock. There is that 126 I mentioned, the track-focused car. Michael McCollum purportedly at the wheel. Having got it onto the head of the second row at the very last lap. So it will be IP Racing's 36 car alongside that 14 turn 7 entry on the front row of the grid. Track focused and Wolf Motorsport potentially on row 2. The Axiom Metrics car that was very quick early on the third row of the grid. So it looks like we've got some very competitive teams here. In fact, the entire top 10 split by less than a second. So that bodes very well indeed. There you see a queue of KAs. As they all make their way back into pit lane and paddock. And you see them all lining up there to enter into the paddock. I did some commentary here in October, or maybe it was late September last year, and had to run up and down the pit lane for every single race to go rejoin the commentary box and then run to the very end and go back to the paddock. And I got my steps in that day, I tell you. Certainly a lovely facility that we have here at Donington Park, particularly since MSV took over. We've seen lots of investment, and we know, of course, that there are plenty of plans for future investment here at Donington. And long may the circuit continue. About 11 or 12 years ago, there was some question as to whether the circuit would continue to exist, but it flourishes and thrives these days. Let's take a look then at the order from that qualifying session. The IP Racing crew will be on the front row with turn 7 then. Track Focused and Wolf Motorsport on the second row. Axiometrics and Purple Sector 5th and 6th. North Motorsport, Yippee Car Yay in 7th and 8th. GM Performance and Fatboy Racing rounding out the top 10. Fatboy Racing with a very fast lap in the late going there. Graves Motorsport in 11th, ahead of the number 3 Windgat Racing car, Wayne Jackson, who was in the top 5 at one point, but the times didn't keep flowing for them. VPEX Motorsport 13th. The Octane Junkie is only down in 14th. That's arguably quite a surprise. Sukaru Racing, or Sukaru Racing, I should probably say, 15th. Autotech Motorsport 16th. Misty Racing in 17th. The Gridfinder car in 18th position. VEC Motorsport and KPR rounding out our top 20. Then it was another Misty Racing car in 21st, the second IP Racing machine in 22nd, Semprini ABG Network in 23rd and 24th, Race Logic 25th, 77 Racing in 26th, Graves Motorsport 27th, Calamity, good name, in 28th, PSR in 29th, and M&D Racing in 30th. 31st, Burton Power Racing, number 1 car, KNF Racing 32nd, GMB Finch Racing in 33rd, Powerflex and TTL 34th and 35th, KM Racing in 36th, Castrol Racing in 37th, the Chameleon car in 38th, Semprini Juniors and the Camel car that was very popular in 40th. And yes, we have a full 46, Shine Automotive in 41st, LDR Performance Racing in 42nd, Hard and Enthusiastic, all caps, in 43rd, Covershore in 44th, the Barwell Autosport car only 45th, and the LDR Performance Machine, which is listed as a reserve, qualifying 46th. So the Sports 2000s are just getting ready to go pretty much immediately. And this is race number 12 of the weekend. It's race number 2 for the Sports 2000 Duratec Championship. And we'll run you through the grid for this one. It's Richard Johnson set for pole position. Joshua Law behind him. Row 2 is James Barwell in the 77 and Timothy Tudor in the 40, so 21, 91, 77 and 40 on the first 2 rows. Row 3, Tom Stotton in the number 1, Dominic Lesniewski in the number 3. Row 4, David Houghton in the 8 and Nick Bates in the 4. Steve O in the 50 and Andy Chittenden in the 148, that's row number 5. Peter Brower in the 6 car and Roger Donnan in the 34, that's row number 6. Row number 7, Grant Gibson in the 111 and John Owen in the 28. Andrew Butler in the 9 on row 8 and Colin Peach in the 117. Rounding out that row of the grid. Row 9, Joshua Needham in the 25 and Michael Gibbons in the 76. Row 10, John Eiley and Paul Traherne, cars 44 and 71 respectively. And the 11th and final row of the grid on my sheet is the 88 of Peter Williams and the number 22 of David Gorst. However, that does contradict a little bit with some of the information on the screen, so I think maybe they've got an amended sheet that I don't have.
Good time for me to chime up there.
Go on then, Jazz.
Dominic Lesniewski has withdrawn. Number 3 car was due to start in the top 5, I believe, so he has withdrawn from the race. Good afternoon. Oh, well, actually, it's not afternoon yet, sorry. No. Good morning, everybody. I've been enjoying myself that much, you see, Adam. I think it's already afternoon. It feels like it's been a very long day already. I was just down in the pit lane with some of the KA guys, specifically the Grid Finder boys, and it was fantastic to see them going out there and enjoying themselves. And it was a hell of a lot of fun, I tell you. That session was really, really good. I was down there in the pit lane for a bit as well, and I was being a good boy. I was told that I wasn't allowed to go and take pictures in the pit lane because of the personnel limitations and all that. But I was being a good boy, and it was really, really good fun down there. It's a very, very big hustle and bustle. What is going to be a fantastic hustle and bustle now, though, is this Sports 2000 Duratex race. All of these guys were watching the Pintos earlier. They thought it was absolutely amazing, so they know that they have got to definitely show up here and give us what we've got. Based on what we saw yesterday, though, I think Rick Johnson's going to be difficult to beat. Josh Law's going to be there. Barwell and Tudor on that second row were a nice surprise for me yesterday as well. I can't pick a winner from this lot, though, Adam. And I mean, I know these boys like the back of my hand. Yeah, no, it's going to be intriguing, isn't it? We've got... has Gibbons taken the start? He should be right near the back of the field, yes. He should be on row 9. I'm just trying to see that 76 car somewhere. Yeah, he's behind John Owen, the bright green car on the left. So he's a long way back. He was a favourite yesterday, of course, and two issues befell him. Green flag waves, and we will soon see the red light, and we'll be underway for 25 minutes of racing for the Sports 2000 Duratex. They're underway. Let's see who gets the best start from the front row. Wow. Best start of anybody's Timothy Tudor. Yeah. Flying start from the number 40. Could he lead it into turn 1? I think he might. Oh, no. Oh, big collision in the 77 car off into the barriers at Redgate. Manages to keep the car on the grass, thankfully, not going back out onto the circuit. But James Barwell there has been collected, and that car is terminally damaged, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Tudor tried to get out. Well, they're all putting their hands up, safety cars out, but I think Tudor he did what he could do. You know, he was staying in a straight line. Josh Law tried to move out of the way, and I think I didn't quite catch it at the time who moved out of the way, but one car went right really hard, smacked into the left-hand side of James Barwell, and that just spat the car across. We were very lucky in a way that it wasn't more cars involved, really, spat back into the road, but James Barwell, so unfortunate. You see how quickly the fiberglass can sort of disintegrate on these cars, but luckily the car held up itself very well, and James seemed fine getting out. But that was just a very sudden impact, wasn't it? A very sudden turn of events. These cars do dart one way then the other very quickly, and unfortunately they are the margins we deal with.
Could see there that Gibbons is in fact out there on circuit. Saw him go through camera. So we'll see how high up the order he can get. He'll be hoping that the safety car period is brief so he can try and climb his way through the order to maybe salvage some of that performance we saw out of the 76 car yesterday. But for now we are under safety car, and that number 77 in certainly less than minty fresh condition now after that big impact, and glad to see the driver walk away, of course, in the first instance from that. As you said, the car seemed to hold up very well, but that is the end for Barwell's day, James Barwell. And, well, the MCR S2 is the predominant car out there on circuit, and of course there is another MCR S2 that we're going to be keeping an eye on, the MGR entry, Michael Gibbons in the number 76. We'll see how he gets through the order, but for the time being, let's run you through what the order is behind the safety car at the moment. It's the number 21 of Richard Johnson that is in the lead. Timothy Tudor has second place, and I think he's kind of taken second place back. I think that potentially Houghton gave him that place back because the move was made just as the safety car came out. Running through the Craner curves a lap ago. So it's Houghton in third place in the 8. It's the 91 of Joshua Law who's demoted himself to fourth place there. In fifth place is Tom Stoughton, as we have now actually gone to a red flag, so red flag conditions, as this car continues to be wrestled away. So I don't know, I'm guessing they're going to try and give the full 25 minutes here. I'm guessing that might be the thinking, but the red has been called a bit belatedly. I guess we'll have to see how long this recovery process takes. I wonder if that may be down to a little bit of barrier damage down there on the approach to Redgate after that hefty impact.
One driver that did get an amazing start, I'm actually surprised he didn't gain more positions from it, was Nick Bates. From our camera shot, I looked out the window and Nick was on the right-hand side of the grid, but dived very quickly over to the left, and he, much like Timothy Tudor, got to the left-hand side of the circuit straight away. And he got a really good launch, but I think because he was on the outside of Redgate, he just managed to lose those positions again. Looks like, even from that angle, it's ripped the front right wheel off the car, but the bodywork's just hanging away that far that it looks like that. These cars are really strong, to be fair with you. They're very stiff. But the body being fiberglass in most cases, carbon fiber for a lot of them, it just falls apart really when there's that much contact. It's not it's not sort of solid to the frame of the car. A lot of the car itself is just a skeleton underneath. And when you see, like I said yesterday, when you see these cars up close and they take the engine covers off, it's amazing how much free space there is to move around behind them. And that's obviously what the Gibbons would have been grateful for yesterday. It was the clutch yesterday. As Michael said, he lost the clutch early on. He thought it had completely gone, and the clutch was in more than double digits amounts of pieces. Right, okay.
Well, obviously you say that the front end of the car quite badly damaged, and those of you who keep track of the Formula 1 scene will have known that Mick Schumacher had quite a big accident at the Grand Prix in qualifying last weekend. Car did, fall into 100,000 pieces, but that is kind of the point. You want the force to go through the car, not the driver, and if the car, as you say, disintegrates almost, that's a good sign that the car has taken the brunt of the impact rather than the driver, and that's always what we want to see.
It looks like we're going for a full restart here as well with the original grid rather than the running order that we were at then when the red flag was called. So Timothy Tudor has to do all the hard work again. He will not be joined on the second row by James Barwell, unfortunately. So the marshal that was standing there waiting and is still there waiting will have to be waiting quite a lot longer if they are waiting for James to appear. But no, the marshal has moved on now and will pick up the car behind, which would be Tom Stoughton, reigning champion in that number 1 Locks for Vans branded machine, that beautiful new gun he's driving this season. Fantastic looking car as well, the gun. The wing sort of leans forward on that car. It's a really interesting machine. The gun TS11. It's always had the sort of more aggressive looking design than the Duratex, the MCRs, but MCR have got this new front end this season and the cars look absolutely awesome. There is a front end of an MCR though that we just saw on our screens that didn't quite look so fantastic, unfortunately, which is James Barwell's car being towed back. It was, like you say, good to see that James was okay, because it was quite a hard hit, and you know, it's a solid concrete wall out there. Yeah. There's no tyre barrier at that point, so it's certainly part of the circuit you don't want to go off at, but he is fine, and the grid is now moved up bit by bit. But you can see here, look how far Michael Gibbons went forward. They've actually had to call a number of cars forward to the grid before him and had to sort of hold him back.
Yes, indeed. So there will be some people who are excited for the second chance. I think Joshua Law will be happy to suddenly see himself on the front row again. But a few others will be ruining the fact that their efforts in the early stage of that race have been null and voided. These are such wonderfully prepared cars. Obviously, you're seeing them there from the Redgate corner. Myself and Chaz also have the option of peering out through our commentary box window and just seeing them here from the side-on view, getting ready to go racing again. There's a lot of work that goes into a lot of these cars, clearly.
And one of the cars that really catches my eye all the time is the number 8 of David Houghton, the number 8 and the number 3 of Dominic Lesniewski, which unfortunately we don't have here with us in this race. The black and grey car is David Houghton, the black and red is Dominic Lesniewski, and those two cars look absolutely awesome, really, really tidy, with that new front end on as well on the MCR S2N, and a new wrap and a new livery for them this season. Nick Bates' car is always one that I enjoy as well. Red and black machine with the big yellow strike down the middle of it. Nick is the series chairman. Really, really lovely bloke. I don't think I've often seen Nick not smiling, to be honest with you. Really, really nice guy. But it looks like we've got our grid ready to go. Ashley Law is with us as well for this one today, which is good, because he was suffering from terrible migraines yesterday and decided to withdraw from the race, just have a bit of self-care in the afternoon and just try and chill out ahead of today. And he is, thankfully, back with us on the grid today, which is great to see. He's a nice lad as well as Ash. Spent a lot of time with the Laws, Josh and Ash and his father Ian.
So it shouldn't be too long before we get these cars off on another formation lap, I suspect we'll have. Just a bulletin through on the timing and scoring. Race reduced to 20 minutes in length, so we're going to see the race duration slightly shrunk, and that's not necessarily a surprise. I think we're already a couple of beats behind schedule anyway. I believe we're going to get another green flag lap. And sure enough, off they go. So another chance to warm up the tyres for the likes of Richard Johnson and Joshua Law on that front row of the grid. I'm very excited to see what Timothy Tudor can do from third place, because, I mean, he had what is now de facto third place, fourth on the grid, but alone on the second row. I mean, that was a lightning start that he had earlier on. I'm also interested to see, or I'd be interested to know what kind of effect really this will have on the tyres, because obviously, you know, they've gone out there, they've warmed up the tyres, they've got the race started. Briefly had a heat cycle going through them. They've now gone cold again. They've now got to warm them up again. It's, you know, it's all a bit of a faff.
It's intriguing in this championship because it's, you know, they try and save as much money as they can with obviously running these cars. Everybody does in motorsport. You know, you want to do things as cheaply as possible. Not cheaply, but, you know, get the best value for your money. A lot of the guys in this championship, there's sort of a gentleman's agreement that people don't buy a set of tyres for every race.
Okay.
You know, they don't go that extra bit to just because someone's got a bit more money, they've got a big advantage. You know, a lot of the teams and drivers will only buy one, even if they do buy them at all. You know, some use tyres from previous race meetings if they've not pushed them particularly hard. They'll only really buy one brand new set per race meeting, which is great. You know, it's lovely to see, and that just highlights the way this paddock is with how friendly it is. You know, there was a couple of cars with problems and broken parts yesterday and issues. straight away people have sort of come up and said, well, you can have this, you know, have this part of me, I can get another one, or, you know, buy this one off me and so on, I'll give you for this much. There's such a wonderful community in this paddock, not just in the Duratec's but in the Pintos as well, and it's always highlighted every single time I visit these guys, and it's great to be travelling the country with them this year. You know, it's my 3rd season with Sports 2000. It's great to be on a broadcasted event as well, which is great, gives everybody good airtime. And I love it. And there's no other words for it, really, Adam. I could go on about Sports 2000 all day. I mean, it's part of my job to do so, but in a different capacity, really.
Yes. No, absolutely. Well, it is great to see your passion for the championship, and it very much exemplifies what goes on in the paddock at large. And as you say, that community spirit, very much a strong element of Sports 2000. As they are now getting ready for this race. Lap 1, take 2, about to get underway. We're expecting 20 minutes of racing. It is Richard Johnson on the inside of the front row, Joshua Law on the outside in the 91. Keep an eye on Timothy Tudor in the yellow and grey car behind in row number 2. He had a good start earlier. Red lights are on. And we are underway. They didn't hold them for long at all. Tudor didn't get the same kind of start this time. A few good starts further back. It looks as though Richard Johnson could have the lead into turn 1. But saying that, Tudor did have a little look to the inside. It is Johnson, though, that leads the way. Law just about holds on second. Tudor filters in third. And that was very close. Joshua Law there, I think, didn't want to hang around in second at all, did he?
No, not one bit. And down the inside of Tim Tudor goes David Houghton. Tom Stoughton's going with him as well. I think Tudor's struggling with power again. He did this yesterday, didn't he? He was really quick at the start. Look at Gibbons. Gibbons already up the order. He's ahead of John Owen. And John Owen started 13th. Gibbons started 17th. So he's had a lightning start. But yeah, that was very close with Josh Law and Rick Johnson straight away. There's David Houghton in 3rd place. That black and grey car looking brilliant as ever. Bit of filtering through the order further down. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy where they can. But straight away, Josh is latched on to the back of Rick Johnson right now. He doesn't want to let him get away. No advantage at all. Michael Gibbons is right behind Peter Brower. Now, Peter started 10th, so that shows you big smoke coming from Brower's car, actually, as he makes his way down the straight. Not sure if that was just bodywork rubbing on the tyre or something. It looked very dramatic, but he seems to have got through the corner okay. Let's see where Gibbons is then at the end of the first lap. Bearing in mind he started 17th on the grid. He's 9th. That's fantastic by Michael Gibbons. Hats off to him. Him and his dad were working late into the night with a couple of others as well to get the gearbox sorted and get the clutch redone, and it has certainly worked wonders. Tudor's dropped off the back of this first 4, though. He's got Nick Bates behind him, but this quartet at the front sort of splitting up in itself, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, so we saw Joshua Law yesterday getting very aggressive in his attempts to make up positions and making some lunges. Let's see if he does the same this time. Tom Stoughton with a wince-worthy run through Old Hairpin there, bumping over the curbs and almost finding the grass, but he carries on in 4th position, ahead of Timothy Tudor, as we've said. Just ahead of him, of course, is that number 8 car of David Houghton, and let's see if Josh Law can get a run this time. Then we've seen him try and make moves here at the Robert chicane. He has to look to the outside, sells the dummy, and I think that's the move made. Very nicely done from Joshua Law. That was an immaculate piece of racing.
Absolutely wonderful stuff by Josh Law. Wonderful move, and Rick Johnson, you can bet, will come straight back at him. Rick was so happy yesterday when he won that race. He was absolutely over the moon, bless him. It was great to see. Tom Stoughton can see this battle going on, though, in front of David Houghton, and he's thinking, I just need to get past him straight away. He runs wide on the on the entrance there to Redgate, and now he gets a fantastic run off the corner. That's going to give him some good pace down the crane as he's down the inside. That was so close with Tom Stoughton and David Houghton. Fantastic driving by the pair of them, though. Good awareness by David. He saw Tom coming eventually, maybe at the last minute, but still. Brilliant work to avoid him, and great racing between the two. But Tom Stoughton, he has to get his elbows out and do that sort of move now to get forward and get to the front, because he didn't stay up there yesterday. Finished 5th while Josh and Rick 1st and 2nd. So Tom needs to get on with this now, and that is exactly what he's doing there.
Yeah, certainly Stoughton will be wanting to...
Sorry, I've just seen Michael Gibbons go past Nick Bates. That's 6th place. That's phenomenal.
How long is it before he's fighting for a podium, eh? Tudor gets past Houghton, moves himself back up to 4th place. And as you say, Gibbons is there in 6th position already. And how close is he to the leader? 5.4 seconds. Well, we saw him have a gap of about 10 seconds before the clutch let go yesterday. Fastest lap of the race so far belongs to Tom Stoughton, actually, a 109.583 last time by. So the driver who's now released himself into third place could soon go hunting for the top two. You see there that Joshua Law has built a nice gap already over Richard Johnson. Richard Johnson, who actually received some activity from Australia yesterday. Yeah. A few people who tuned into the live stream saying that he should go by Dick Johnson, a reference, of course, to the legendary V8 Supercars driver and owner, but he goes by Richard or Rick, as you say. So not quite the same guy, as it turns out.
Still goes well though, doesn't he? Just like the Dick Johnson you referred to there. But this is fantastic again from Sports 2000. Cars all flying around at incredible speed. These machines are brilliant to watch on their own. Big lick of flame there as well from David Houghton's car. Tim Tudor's gone past him and sort of put a bit of a gap on him. Let's see how far off the lead Michael Gibbons is this time, because I think this is going to be the main narrative of this race now. Josh Law is doing a wonderful job out at the front. You can see him starting to pull away a little bit. Fastest lap of the race by Josh Law, 109.259, and Gibbons is now 5.6 seconds off the lead. So it's still there or thereabouts, but with Josh doing that lap, it's hardly surprising that the gap hasn't closed.
Yeah, no, Law is on a mission here at the moment at the front of the order. He's actually kind of taking Johnson and Stoughton with him a little bit there, following the wheel tracks of the 91 car and finding a little pace themselves. So top three breaking away a bit from Tudor and Houghton, and I imagine that we'll see Gibbons on the back of them soon. In fact, he's already on the back of them. He's already right on the back of Houghton, the back of shot there at Coppice. We'll probably see him through into 5th place by the time they go onto the Wellington Straight. Let's see if we can watch that in the back of shot at all. Tudor's there in 4th place. But I have to see whether or not that's a move made for 5th position. Yes, here we go, side by side as they arrive at the chicane, and Gibbons is quite easily up into 5th place from his lowly starting position of 17th. And I think it won't be too long before he has Timothy Tudor in his sights, although he still has to defend from Houghton here. Goes defensive, then cuts back to the main racing line for Redgate. I would say that move, that exchange, that transaction has been completed in favour of Gibbons. Next target is indeed Timothy Tudor.
He's absolutely flying at the moment, and you know, mentions are worth, well, people are worth mentioning, I should say. Paul Traherne as well, he started 19th, he's up to 8th position now. He's having a good run as well in the gun. John Eiley started 18th, he's moved up to 15th. Ashley Law was obviously 22nd and last on the grid. He's up to 16th place as well, so he's made a bit of progress from further down the order, which is always good to see. So there's a number of guys moving through the field at different pace here. But Nick Bates started 7th, currently sits 7th. He'll be happy with the fact that he's still up there and he's been in a few of these fights. But yeah, Michael Gibbons now, I mean, look at that. The gap back to Houghton across the line last time was only 0.2 of a second as they chased each other down the straight. But I mean, I'm sure that's over a second by now. Looks like the front left bodywork just behind the wheel, though, has come a bit loose. We saw it flapping a lap ago. It seems like that is moving around. Oh, no, there. That's Ash Law. Just as I mentioned him doing well, that's typical commentator's curse. I'll have to buy him a beer later.
Excellent. Ash Law in the 73 car, then just getting himself going again after a moment at the old hairpin. The fact that he's at the old hairpin means that it won't be long before these guys start to encounter traffic as well, so that's going to be interesting. Josh Law just running towards McLean's now, and I'd suggest that within the next 2 or 3 laps he's going to have to start to scythe his way through the traffic. Will that fall in his favour, or will it benefit the likes of Richard Johnson and Tom Stoughton behind? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
We will indeed. And we saw how quickly the gaps can develop yesterday, and even this morning in the Pinto racing. You know, it's a very similar sort of context in these races with the Pintos and the Duratec's. They may look very different, but they just have their own speeds of doing things and their own style. But yeah, we have seen gaps suddenly open and close. You know, these cars can really fall off a cliff sometimes if it's just not quite right. They're very sensitive to any sort of aerodynamic changes, any changes to the tyres. You know, these are purpose-built race cars. They're phenomenal things, but they really can be fragile sometimes, and you can see lap times absolutely plummet. We look here at the gorgeous Locks for Vans branded machine of Tom Stoughton. You can see his neon yellow gloves working away at the wheel, despite the matte black, very stealth-like helmet that him and Rick Johnson both wear. You can see Tom with those very bright gloves. Certainly shows you the work he's putting in as he wrangles the car around the old hairpin. Another fastest lap last time for Josh Law, 109.1. He's extended his gap to 1.3 seconds to that man there, Rick Johnson. It's great to see these sort of 3 different cars essentially in the top 3 as well. You've got the newer MCR S2N, but you've then got the MCR S2, which is the carbon fibre version that Rick Johnson's driving, and then the wonderful, very flamboyant Gun TS11 of Tom Stoughton. Now, not far up the road here, Adam, there is lap traffic to be considered.
Yes, it's coming up hot for Law, and well, Joshua's done a great job to this point of getting to the lead, staying in the lead, and indeed putting in race-leading performance. But now it gets tricky. In the next few corners, we expect that he'll have to start finding his way around the traffic, and that's an entirely different skill set from just pounding in fast lap times, and a critical skill set to have really in any sports car series. He comes through the Craner curves and onto the old hairpin now, and here we go. For the next 10 minutes, he's pretty resolutely going to have to contend with traffic. He manages to dispatch the 103 car of Gorst before they get to McLean's, quite easily done. And let's see what the other Law, Ash Law, does there. Makes it easy as well. Of course, Ash recovering from his spin down at the old hairpin, and he actually gets in the way a little bit there, I think, of Richard Johnson. That might have slightly been the trick of the camera, but it looked for a moment like that was going to end in tears, didn't it? And Ash Law very resolutely sticking his hand out there saying, "Tom, please go right. I don't want you over to my left."
I did wonder for a second whether that was a different kind of gesture, but they have a lot of they have a lot of camaraderie between those boys and Tom Stoughton. They're a really, really good bunch. They have a great laugh. But right now, it looks like Rick Johnson is getting closer and closer to the back of Josh Law. The gap is now 0.7 of a second. And not long ago, we were talking about it being 1.3. Still 9.25 minutes to go in this race. And Josh still holds on to the lead. That's the matter of the fact at the moment, but Johnson is closing in a little bit at a time. They won't have traffic for quite a while now, though, because Ash Law was 33 seconds off Peter Needham. Josh Needham, apologies. There's a big, big gap now to the next car ahead, and I'm not sure if they'll actually gain 33 seconds for the rest of this race. We'll have to see.
Okay, so that could be good news for Josh Law. What I will say is his line just now through old hairpin was on the verge of being quite scary. It was a very kind of 1970s Formula One four-wheel drift kind of vibe to it. Just wonder whether or not he, over the course of the qualifying sessions and the race yesterday, whether or not he's maybe taken the best out of his tyres now, because it does seem in general that he's getting a bit scraggly. Over the next 8 minutes 20, we'll have to see how his pace looks. I mean, certainly he's still pounding in the lap times for now, but it seems as though the manner in which he's doing it is getting ever more scrappy.
Yeah, the gap has gone up by just a tenth there. It's now 0.8 seconds. Gibbons has sort of slowed in his pace a little bit, unfortunately. Tim Tudor is still being reeled in by him, but the gap is 4.3 seconds. And based on the earlier pace, you know, Michael would have had him in 1 or 2 laps at that sort of speed with the insane laps he was doing. But he's just sort of come to a bit of a halt with his progress through the order. Last time round, Gibbons did a 1:10.6, Tudor did a 1:11.1, so he was still half a second quicker. But it's only a couple of tenths at a time now that he's making that ground rather than a couple of seconds at a time.
I think actually in the last 10 minutes or so, or maybe the last 5 minutes or so, the gap has actually slightly stretched. I think it was as low as 3 seconds at one point, then back out to 5, and now it's at 4.3. So Gibbons seemingly has halted his progress in 5th place, but we'll see whether he can get to Tudor before the end of the race. There goes the Ancaster Ledger number 21 car. Almost looks like a scaled down version of the old Protran LMP1 car from back in the day in those colours. 2006 Le Mans Series fans, raise your hands if you remember that car. There goes Law then, heading through the Craner curves, the number 91 machine, and let's see how he is through the old hairpin this time, because he scared me a couple of times there. That was actually relatively conservative by Josh's standards there, so maybe he's just getting back into the groove and the smooth of the driving, but for the moment he continues to lead quite nicely. His gap back over a second to Johnson in 2nd place. I wonder whether Tom Stoughton can yet have something to say about this, specifically to Richard Johnson.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether he's just going to close in the last few laps, just see whether anything develops first and then really use up his tyres in the last couple of laps here, because Stoughton's really clever like that. You know, he knows when to push the car and when to just maybe hold back a bit and just assess the situation, just make up your mind on how the race is developing and see what you can do with it. Interesting you say that actually about Rick Johnson's car, as we see it, nice close-up shot of it there going through. It's actually still in all of its original carbon fibre. It's actually not been wrapped black. It looks fantastic for it as well. It's a really good-looking car, that. I remember when he turned up at the end of the season last year with it at Snetterton, and I thought that is a very, very good-looking bit of kit. Great to see him doing the full season again as well, and he's a very, very nice guy. As we saw yesterday, you know, it was a brilliant win. He said it was only because Michael broke down, which technically it was, but at the end of the day, you've got to be in it to win it, and he was very humble about his victory, I'd say.
One always advocates for bare carbon fibre race cars. They never look bad.
Nope.
And he certainly has a purposeful looking machine, but the man with the most purposeful look of all at the moment is certainly Law here at the front of the order. He's really hustling his car. And these top three, about the closest three on circuit, and it's so interesting to see the strengths and weaknesses out of the drivers and cars. You can see the gaps kind of extending and shrinking almost from corner to corner. At the moment, it looks like advantage Stoughton, who's closing in on Johnson just slightly, but that car does look like it's set up very stiff, because when we get to the slower or bumpier parts of the track, it looks like it hurts, quite frankly. I'm just wondering there what Law was doing, just seemingly going offline for a minute, maybe getting some heat in the tyres, but for a moment I thought he was slowing down. I got very worried.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, I think, where they test out sort of breaking the slipstream from the car behind if they think they're just in that little gap. You know, if they figure that the gap they've got is what's keeping them together, because that car just picks up a tiny little bit of the distorted air behind it and a bit of tow, then they might just think, I'll maybe move over and get rid of it a bit, because they don't wash off too much speed because of the general pace of these cars. They don't wash off too much speed with a little move across the straight like that, because they're coming across anyway. You know, you're just doing it in a bit of a shorter amount of time. So I'd say that Josh was just sort of testing out to see if he was closing up enough for him to notice. By the look of it, it's actually made a difference here, because Rick doesn't seem as close. Oh, that's Colin Peach into the pits in the 117 Van Diemen. Colin joins us again this season. It's great to see him back. He's not raced with us since 2019, and he's had a lot of preparation in getting the car back out, but he retired yesterday, I believe, and unfortunately will retire from this one as well by the look of it. But still, 3.5 minutes to go, Adam. We keep saying time flies when you're having fun, but it really does with these boys, doesn't it?
It does. The race duration seems to shrink by in an instant. Big shame to see Peach in the pit lane. Of course, he was rather embattled getting through qualifying. Had to qualify out of session yesterday. Side by side there as Ashlaw goes a lap down to the number 4 of Nick Bates. Bates currently running, I believe, in 8th position at the moment, heading a small queue of cars, including the number 50 of Steve O, and Brower in his Lola Fox, which I think is one of the elder vintage cars on the circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's one of the ones that's converted to a Duratec as well. Yeah. It was a Pinto car, but it's been converted. Oh, there's a lot of smoke. And that's Josh Needham in the 25 machine. That has definitely said no, and I believe that may be a yellow or, unfortunately, a safety car, because that is parked right at the edge of the road, but he clearly couldn't get it any further away from that. Josh Needham this weekend in the Van Diemen RF02P. His dad's racing a Van Diemen in the Pintos as well, Pete Needham, previous champion of that as well. Josh said he was racing it this time round, and the checkered flag is brought out on the spot. They figured that basically it would just bring the race duration to a close, and Josh Law is your race winner. Fantastic drive by Josh. It sort of died down a little bit, that battle at the front, but they're important points for all three of those boys in this championship, because they are looking like the real hotshots at the moment, as well as Michael Gibbons. Paul Traherne finished sixth place. He's going to be really happy with that, especially after starting 19th. Great drives all the way through the order there, I'd say.
Yeah, there's that battle behind Nick Bates. Bates takes 8th place. Steve-O holds on to 9th place, and rounding out the top 10 is Peter Brower. So that order did actually remain roughly the same. And last lap dramas for the number 9 car. That's Butler, Andrew Butler, with an issue on the final lap. Now that looks to me like Coppice, so I'm wondering if that might be oil down.
It's the exact same spot he went off yesterday as well.
Of course.
It was him that brought out the final yellow flag of the day yesterday. with a complete spin there. It just didn't look like he's gone as far this time. That's absolutely gutting for Andrew Butler, because he was having a good run. It just seems like, yeah, potentially oil from, like you say, Josh Needham's car there, pulling over to the side of the road with that issue. I'd imagine it was something to that effect that has caused him to go off. But there is your race winner, Josh Law. Fantastic start to the campaign for Josh. Second place in a win, and second place in a win for Rick Johnson. They'll both be really happy boys going home after today.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be. Strong start to the Sports 2000 season. A nice full grid of Duratechs and Pintos. Of course, we'll see the latter back out in not too long. We'll only be without Chaz for about half an hour, and then he'll be back with us again for the Sports 2000 Pintos. However, also getting some company in the not too distant future is Alan Hyde, who will be joined by Joshua Law, the winner of our second Sports 2000 Duratech race, and we're pretty sure he's going to be an ecstatic man under that helmet.
He's one of the happiest people you'll ever see, is Josh Law. Watch
there
this.
There you go.
Josh is here, big thumbs up, gets the straps off and climbs out this very strikingly quick car. Super stuff. I'll give you a chance to get your helmet off, Josh, and then we'll dissect the first start, the second start, and the rest of the race. But I think the first thing I have to do is to congratulate you on a beautiful move for the lead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was first start I got a terrible start, and yeah, and then I just got swamped. I got bogged down on the line, got swamped, and so I was quite thankful for the restart, you know, and then I managed to get a slightly better start and stay with Rick, and then yeah, I just was a little bit later on the brakes into the chicane, and then managed to hold on from then on. But
it was well calculated.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just pleased to be here as well, because the last 3 or 4 laps I was having to avoid all the curbs, especially at the chicane, because every time I touched the curb, the engine cut out.
Right.
It was like I thought I was going to retire from the lead.
That's not good.
I was so scared in the car, but yeah, luckily got to the end. And,
any thoughts as to why that might be or not?
Loose wire or something, I don't know. I've no idea. I just know it was, yeah, I'm glad that it's finished now.
Yeah, well done. Many congratulations, and a great way to open the account this season as well. Good weekend.
Yeah, I mean, second and first place in the first 2 races is a great way to start the season. So yeah, hopefully it's a sign of things to come.
Top man, well done. Good luck for the rest of the season. Thanks for having a chat to me. Josh Law down in pit lane. He'll have a couple of photographs taken, I've no doubt, and then be on his way to Park Fairmay to investigate just why on the last 4 laps of that race, if he went over a curb, the engine was cutting out. Does sound like a wire, doesn't it? Josh Law in pit lane.
And so the recovery process to the for the cars that went missing at the end of that race ongoing. You see Andrew Butler being readied for towing, and they're going to see how they have to remove Joshua Needham's car after what looked like quite a catastrophic engine failure for Josh. Those cars being recovered then. Meanwhile, let's take a look at those that did get to the checkered flag. It was, of course, Joshua Law who took the win, even with some engine cutout issues. Richard Johnson finishing second place, a win and a second apiece for both of them. Tom Stoughton taking third place, Timothy Tudor and Michael Gibbons rounding out the top 5. Gibbons did fall away from Tudor there at the end as well. Paul Traherne in 6th place, ahead of David Houghton. Nick Bates, Steve O and Peter Brower are top 10. Andy Chittenden taking 11th position, just ahead of John Owen. Grant Gibson was next in the Van Diemen RF94. Roger Donnan being followed by John Eiley in 15th. Andrew Butler taking 16th place, first of the drivers to go a lap down. Ashley Law recovering to 17th after his spin. Good to see him out today. David Gorst in 18th. Colin Peach, of course, with a problem towards the end of the race as well. Joshua Needham in 20th, not making the finish, though, of course, having those problems that ultimately saw an early end to the race. James Barwell and Peter Williams not classified there owing to issues. Of course, James Barwell having that big hit on the barriers there on the inside of Redgate. The Sports 2000s weekend is not quite over yet because the historic Pintos will be back out later, but this recovery process will go on for a few more minutes, and then the next race should be out with us fairly shortly for the Caterhams. So then, the next grid out on circuit you can see is the Caterham's, the Toyo Tyres 7 Race Series. Let's run you through the grid now. It's Rob Warner on pole position in that number 58 car. Good opportunity for Rob. He starts alongside the 777 of John Styring. The number 19 on row 2 is Stuart Bell. He was very quick yesterday, and he starts alongside Caroline Everett in the number 9. Hope she has a good run today. She did very well yesterday. Jeff Newman in the 79 car is next, alongside Don Henschel in the 62. Row 4, Mark Roberts in the 33 and Bren Maud in the 55. Moving on to row number 5, it's Michael O'Reilly in the 13 alongside Gary Smith in the 22. 13 and 22 on row 5. Chris Savage on row 6, where he finished yesterday in 11th place. The 27 car, Andrew Donaldson is next in the 77 in 12th place. Then on row number 7, it's Ian Fortescue in the 142 and Paul Wells in the 56 car. Row number 8 is the 85 of Colin Loughlin and the number 17 of Ben Roswell. Row 9, Greg Hyatt in the number 50 and Andy Ebden in the 54 car. Row 10, Dave Antrobus in the 57 and the 36 of Rob Good. Row 11, we expect a lot from this man if he's on the grid. Finley Cooper in the 141, I think he can come through the order. And the number 14 of John Russell is also set to be there. I'm not so sure we're going to see either Luke Rosewell or Ryan Grant on the back row of the grid, because both of them had fairly hefty hits yesterday. But if they are on the grid, they will be on row number 20, on row number 12 in 23rd and 24th position. So we'll have to see whether the 47 or the 24 car is present. That's the full grid of cars just heading down now towards Coppice, or heading up towards Coppice, I should say. It'll be very intriguing to see how this one plays out. It was a dramatic and delayed race yesterday, of course. Ryan Grant did have that big hit on the pit wall that brought out a red flag, but hopefully no repeats of that drama today. We should see them go 2x2. We are already seeing them go 2x2, as a matter of fact, in preparation for their rolling start. Will be a 25-minute race. And the BMW safety car will soon peel off the circuit into pit lane, and then we will go racing. A reminder, it's Rob Warner there in the orange and blue. He is on pole position for this one then. John Styring in the 777 on the outside of that front row of cars. And Stuart Bell, Caroline Everett, Don Henschel, Jeff Newman. Drivers on the second and third row of the grid. They'll all be looking for a way to get involved in the battle in the early going. The red lights are on. And the red lights are off. We're underway. And look at that start from the third row of the grid. I believe that was Jeff Newman trying to get a good start. He didn't quite find a way through. The cars stream down towards the first corner. And it is Rob Warner that leads the way. Going around the outside there for third place, Caroline Everett. Tucking in behind John Styring there. Everett actually on the attack for second place. Good start from Caroline Everett here. She does get to second. Styring kind of backs out of the situation there. Caroline Everett gets herself up into second position. I believe that's Don Henschel who's followed through in third place. And then Bren Maud in fourth by the looks of it as well, as the cars come streaming towards McLean's for the first time. And Caroline Everett is going for the race lead. Caroline wasting absolutely no time. To the head of the order goes Caroline Everett. Great driving from her. Rob Warner then demoted to second place, and here comes Don Henschel trying to find a way past, but no, Warner remains in second, and Caroline Everett with a decent car length or two of advantage. That's now going to be ebbed away, however, as they go down the back straight towards the Robert chicane, and here comes Henschel. Henschel to the inside, could take the lead here if Everett doesn't have something to say about it. Everett shuts the door, but Henschel does get through into second place. Rob Warner there in P3. Looks like he's going to go defensive there as Bren Maud tries to go around the outside. And look at that run from Henschel to the lead of the race there with ease. The slipstream and a good run out of the Robert chicane, promoting Don Henschel above Caroline Everett. Bren Maud gets up to 3rd position as well there, so Rob Warner is down to 4th place. Is Bren Maud going to try and dive up the inside there? Ooh, did have a look at it, almost made contact with Caroline Everett there. But Bren Maud pressing on behind the number 9 car of Everett. Caroline goes defensive there. But looks like a bit braver on the brakes there was Bren Maud. Tries to go all the way around the outside and, well, fights the car all the way and unfortunately scrubbed off a lot of speed in the process. So Caroline Everett continues to hold on to 2nd position for now, and breaking free at the head of the order while all of this battling goes on is Don Henschel. Don Henschel with a good lead here, and the likes of Bren Maud that were in the leading hunt last race are going to be desperate to try and catch up to him. Caroline Everett there on the outside going into Robert chicane has been rudely demoted down into 4th place, has actually fallen behind Rob Warner there, so back behind Warner. Warner now in 3rd place, and it looks as though Bren Maud has managed to gain his release from that battle for 3rd position. Caroline Everett takes the inside, takes the 3rd position back there, managed to hustle her way back through into P3. It's side by side for 4th position. Let's see who gets the better of that. Is that the 33 car on the outside there? I believe it is. Mark Roberts has to yield, though, to the number 22, and that's Gary Smith. Gary Smith already up as far as 4th position, having started in 10th. Gary Smith pressing on. Right up the sharp end yesterday, of course. The reverse grid here. Smith took the win yesterday. So the reverse top 10. Caroline Everett on the attack again as Bren Maud leaves the inside line open. Caroline Everett doesn't need a second invitation. However, Bren Maud is probably going to try and fire back here as there's a car off in the background. That's Mark Roberts going rally crossing. I imagine he was probably assisted, but it doesn't look like anyone else has gone off circuit there, but that's dropped him to the fringes of the top 15. Meanwhile, Gary Smith, the inside line at Redgate, manages to get past Caroline Everett there. Although they're still practically side by side going through the Craner curves. Bren Maud trying to follow Gary Smith. Side by side between Everett and Maud. Bren Maud just about holds on there. And moves up into 3rd position. Caroline Everett, though, again, very resilient in this race so far. Right back on the attack against Bren Maud. Still got Rob Warner there behind her as well. Warner, who started on pole position, now down in 5th place. And look at that at the head of the order. The gap between Henschel and the chasing pack was 2.1 seconds, but let's see if Gary Smith can work that down. Caroline Everett in the middle of a 3-car sandwich there as they just about find room for each other. Everett still scrapping for that 3rd place with Rob Warner. Maud has been demoted there briefly to 5th place, but we've got 3 wide, potentially 4 wide, as they run down towards Redgate in this battle for 3rd place. Gary Smith has been firmly released from this battle, which he'll be delighted by. Bren Maud manages to claim 3rd again for the time being, and up into 4th there, I believe. Who was that, actually? That was the... I was going to say the number 19, but that's Mark Stansfield in the other grid. But is that a number 19 car as well? Just... yes, of course it is. It's Stuart Bell. Stuart Bell who runs the number 19 in these 1600s. Now welded to the back of Bren Maud. So Maud in 3rd, Bell in 4th, Caroline Everett there in 5th position, and then John Styring in 6th place, the other half of the front row. Although actually Styring has since dropped down a little bit. It's now Rob Warner in 6th once again. And There on the attack is Stuart Bell. Stuart Bell to the inside line. Also looking to the inside is Caroline Everett. Bren Maud is going to have to concede at least one place, and does. Moves down to 4th place behind Stuart Bell. So Stuart Bell promotes himself up to 3rd position. What's the gap between Henschel and Smith? The answer, just on 2 seconds. So the gap is going down in favour of the number 22. Gary Smith, and the fastest lap of the race so far was set last time by Stuart Bell. So Stuart Bell in 3rd place has been showing some good pace, and it looks like he may be dragging Bren Maud forward towards the leading duo. Meanwhile, fighting for 5th place further back, you have Warner. And it seems as though everyone from 5th back has kind of lost touch with the 3rd and 4th place cars now. It's so wonderful to watch these Caterhams go around corners like McLean's. You just see the slight 4-wheel drifting, and you can see the drivers working away at the wheel. There is Warner there in 5th, leading a big queue of cars, and Caroline Everett still there just behind, fighting for what is now 5th position, and I think that's the 47 car with them. If that is the 47, I think it is. Yes, it is. It's Luke Rosewell. I wasn't expecting to see Luke Rosewell today. He had a fair hefty bit of contact, as I recall, at the end of yesterday's race, but Luke Rosewell is there, and he's back into the top half dozen. Luke Rosewell has done very well for himself there. In fact, just seeing he's gone up to 5th position, so good stuff from Luke Rosewell. We continue to follow the 19 of Stuart Bell. They're in 3rd position. Bell actually closing in on somebody there. I think that's just some lap traffic. Oh, and a big sideways moment there. Catching the counter steer very nicely. There you see Rosewell in that 47 car. I hesitated to identify it as Luke Rosewell because I was fairly convinced he wasn't going to take the start today, but he's there and he's up in 5th place. And defending nicely up against Rob Warner. Warner to the inside line. Cannot make a move. It seems as though that battle is just slowly calming down. Caroline Everett now down to 8th place by the looks of it. She's fallen behind O'Reilly in the number 13. Michael O'Reilly hasn't quite made his way through the field as one may expect. Saying that, he's just taken a dive there up the inside of Warner and made it stick, so he's moved up to 6th place. Meanwhile, here is our race leader, the number 62 car. That is, of course, Don Henschel at the wheel. Leading now by 1.6 seconds, so the gap is going down. Now, Gary Smith and Stuart Bell, here in 2nd and 3rd place, would be wise to work together here. They've got a lot of time left to run, 14 minutes and 50 seconds. And with the gap coming down anyway between Henschel and Smith, if they work together, both Smith and Bell, then it could be very much to their advantage. And they could soon join a 3-car scrap for the lead. Bell has managed to quite easily get past into 2nd place, and I think Smith may simply tuck in behind Stuart Bell here. Gap is down to 1.3 seconds. I think they are definitely intent on working together. Stuart Bell with another fastest lap as he continues to press on, a 1:17.34. And now both of these drivers, as well as Don Henschel ahead, will have to contend with a little bit of traffic. Henschel gets around the back marker as they run through the old hairpin. Unfortunately, Bell and Smith go either side of the slower car there, and Smith actually just acknowledges Bell there and says, right, you go ahead. But both of them having to pick their lane, and both picked different lanes on that occasion. I'm sure the back marker wasn't in love with that situation. But there again, neither were Bell or Smith, both of whom have lost a bit of time there to Henschel in the process. I'd say that gap is down to maybe somewhere in the, or back up maybe to somewhere near the 2-second marker. 62 of Don Henschel hops over the curbs of the final chicane, followed by Gary Smith and Stuart Bell. They just go past the 36, I believe that is, of Rob Good, who goes a lap down. So the gap between Henschel and Bell, that has now gone back up to 1.6 seconds. So all of the time they gained on the lap previous has been lost once again. And you saw there, Gary Smith getting all kinds of unsettled at the old hairpin. I think just asked too much of the dampers there, going over the curb, and the car kind of almost lurched around on him. Gary Smith in the wheel tracks of Stuart Bell, and that seems to be where he's content staying until such time as they catch up to the leader Don Henschel. You're seeing a very good example of strategic racing here, although Bell does go a little bit defensive there. I think Smith has every intention of staying behind Stuart Bell while they work together to catch up to our race leader, but Stuart Bell taking a couple of precautions. And sure enough, this is practically a 3-car group now, because look at how that gap has gone down. Henschel's last lap was about 0.8 of a second slower than that of Bell, and the gap between them was 0.8 of a second. It's now less than that as they run through the Craner curves. We now have a 3-car battle for the lead. Very good stuff from Stuart Bell and Gary Smith. They've worked together to catch up to that breakaway driver Don Henschel, who took advantage of the scrapping for second place in the early stages and just disappeared up the roads. But now Henschel has company, and it's very formidable company in the form of Stuart Bell and Gary Smith. Gary Smith, who won yesterday. And Henschel there, it was as if he had a problem. He really did weave off to the inside, but the car still has speed, so I think he might have just been trying to find some track space. Nonetheless, Stuart Bell is through into the lead. Stuart Bell taking the lead as they approach Roberts Bend, and it is the 19 car that leads. Henschel right back on it though, looks to the inside line as they approach Redgate. He's got the inside, he's got the nose ahead. Does he have the lead back? Yes, he does for the time being. Gary Smith, an interested observer at the moment there in third position. You could see Stuart Bell really hustling the car as they went through Redgate that time. We're on lap 12 of the race. We've got 10 minutes of racing left to go, and we've got a grandstand 3-car fight between 3 very canny racers of Caterhams here. Henschel leading the way from Stuart Bell and Gary Smith for the time being. As they head towards McLean's, it is Henschel that's still with a dab of oversteer. I think more a dollop of oversteer than a dab. Just about holds on to the lead, and look at how close they are as they come out of Coppice and onto the exhibition straight. This is going to be very intriguing to see how this one plays out on the approach to the Robert Chicane. Again, that seems to be the strategy for Don Henschel. Just go as far to the right-hand side as you can, coming out of Coppice. Once again, Stuart Bell is into the lead. Once again, Henschel slots in second. But this time around, I don't think Henschel is going to get close enough to make a move into Redgate. He's not got the toe, and he's not close enough heading into Redgate Bend. Sure enough, he has a look, but I think it may have been defending against Gary Smith as much as trying to make a manoeuvre for the lead. But Stuart Bell then, our erstwhile race leader in the black and red car. So many of these cars, as is the case increasingly really in every championship going, they're all so well turned out these days. Don Henschel under pressure and pressuring Gary Smith and Stuart Bell, sandwiching Henschel. They circle around Coppice once again onto the exhibition straight, and all three cars jostling for position. I think we may end up 3 wide here. No, Gary Smith isn't quite close enough. Bell goes defensive and Henschel gets a nose ahead. Henschel back into the lead. Gary Smith may have second place here. Squeezes out the 19 car, and Stuart Bell has to concede. Moves down to 3rd place for the time being. And Smith has got a car length or 2 to make up there on Don Henschel. That will surely be sorted out without too much concern. But Henschel back into the race lead. He's led the lion's share of this race so far after a very promising start. Made short work of the field and then gapped them as the rest fought. He's since been caught up by Gary Smith and Stuart Bell, who were on the same team for a little while there in terms of working together, but I think it's very much gloves off once again now. Around McLean's they go. All drivers clearly showing a lot of commitment there as they wrestle the wheel. These Caterhams do look like such a hoot to drive. On to the exhibition straight once again. Henschel going defensive once again. Stuart Bell to the outside of Gary Smith, to the outside of Henschel as well. Stuart Bell back into 2nd place. The ebb and flow between these 3 drivers. And here comes Bell for the lead. Bell up the inside, squeezes Henschel there. And just about moves into the lead once more. And these 3 drivers in no harm of being caught by anyone else. The battle for 4th place is just as ferocious. And that's already some 10 seconds back. So these 3, as it stands, running uncontested, relatively speaking, for the podium. The question is going to be, what order do they come out in? At the moment, it's Bell in the lead. Henschel welded to the, I was going to say boot lid, but I don't think that is technically a boot lid on the Caterham. 3 cars as one through Coppice. And a good run out of the corner there from Gary Smith. Didn't get the slipstream though. Henschel to the outside of Stuart Bell, and Gary Smith tried to get to the outside there as well. It's Henschel back to the lead. And Bell and Smith having a another sparring session there in 2nd and 3rd place now. Bell goes to the inside line. Smith, though, very confident on the brakes there, all the way around the outside and up to 2nd place. Got a great scrap going on as well for 4th place back. O'Reilly and Maud contesting that at the front of a very long queue of cars in traditional Caterham fashion. There is that battle for 4th place. And you can see that it is O'Reilly in the 13 car that leads them. Bren Maud just behind in 5th position. And a slight gap back to Jeff Newman in P6. So, as always the case with Caterham Racing, battles all throughout the field. Let's wait for the leaders then. They should be coming over the crest now. Here they are. The 62 of Don Henschel continues to lead the way. Being pressured now by Gary Smith. Smith to the outside line. Smith with a nose ahead. Smith with a car ahead. Henschel trying to find any which way around. Bouncing over the curves, and Henschel with a very, very good run. Some lap traffic to contend with as well. I believe they should... Oh, I was going to say they should be dispatched before Redgate, and they were. We had the 33 car running across the gravel trap there. We just saw Mark Roberts there going rally crossing, so Mark Roberts has been demoted down to 10th place, if not further, in the second pack, but the leaders getting equally engaged with some lap traffic there. All parties seemingly A-OK. Henschel, I think, taking a little bit too much speed into the old hairpin, had to do some overcorrecting. Stuart Bell and Gary Smith then in the wheel tracks once again as they apply the brakes for McLean's. 3 minutes and 10 left to run. I'd suggest we're going to get 3 more laps out of this. Onto the exhibition straight we go. Good defensive driving once again from Henschel, who once again dives to the very, very inside of the straight. But Stuart Bell it is into the lead. Bit of a lock-up there from Henschel, but Henschel in second place then. He managed to get to the corner even with that little lock-up. Gary Smith to the outside, then gives up on that. So Henschel goes to the outside instead, squeezes out Stuart Bell, and is back in the lead by the time they get to Redgate Bend. So the 62 car of Don Henschel it is that leads the way from the 19 of Stuart Bell and the 22 of Gary Smith. 2:10 left to run. Suspect we'll get 2 more laps after this, unless they decide to throw the checkered flag early. Oh, and well, that could be a cause for doing just that, because we have a car off circuit there. I believe that's Andy Ebden in the 54. As the leaders come through that section then, they'll be seeing double waved yellows. Back to green flag now, and you never know, there might be a checkered flag just around the Roberts chicane. So Henschel will want to hold on to this lead if he possibly can. He goes as defensive as humanly possible to lead the way through the final chicane. And do they have the checkered flag waiting? They often throw it out early when there are issues. And I do not see the checkered flag, so we are still racing. And here comes Stuart Bell. Stuart Bell to the inside, twitching under braking at Redgate, and takes the lead back, but Henschel will retaliate immediately. Bounced over the curbs there. Tried a little bit too hard to get a good run through Redgate. Gary Smith did get a good run through Redgate, but that was rather quashed by the defensive line of Henschel. The 19 car of Stuart Bell leads through the old hairpin. It's Bell from Henschel from Gary Smith. 40 seconds left on the clock. I think if they are going to let this run, actually no, I think this might be the final lap. Diving to the inside there was Bell just briefly. I thought there was going to be an overtake, but it didn't quite happen for him. Gary Smith welded to the back of Stuart Bell, and neither of them are that close to the back of Henschel. I'm not sure they're close enough now. However, double waved yellows, of course, may have played into someone's favour there, and Stuart Bell with a good run to the last corner. This will be the final lap of the race as I see it, and Henschel has just about done enough there, held on the inside line at the Roberts chicane, and the victory it is for Henschel. Don Henschel side by side with Stuart Bell there at the final chicane, but Henschel just about did enough. Gary Smith managed to get through into second place as well, so Stuart Bell demoted to third place there. All 3 drivers would have been deserving of the win. There goes the rest of the top 15 all across at one time. The car that came home in 4th place eventually was Maud in the 55, O'Reilly in the 13. So both of those guys actually managed to hold on to 4th and 5th place, which they'd had for a little while. So good driving from the both of them. And there is Don Henschel waving to the spectators and the marshals and taking a very well-deserved win there. Showed some serious defensive chops. I thought it was really interesting, his strategy on the back straight, on the exhibition straight. As soon as he came out of coppice, he would veer right and make sure that he had the inside for the Roberts chicane, and that seemed to pay dividends more often than not. Good driving from the 62 pilot then, Don Henschel, taking the win. Stuart Bell ending up third there after a long fought battle with Gary Smith and Henschel. Of course, Henschel was the breakaway leader in the early going, and Smith and Bell worked together to mount a challenge, but eventually Don Henschel proved to be the man of the hour. He'll also be the man speaking to Alan Hyde in the pit lane in just a few moments. Henschel trundling back into pit lane now. Of course, this is our last taste of Caterham racing for this weekend. The second race for the 1600s, the fourth race for the Toyo Tyres 7 race series as a whole. And unsurprisingly for this discipline of racing, they went out with an absolute cracker. Don Henschel, we'll hear from him in just a couple of seconds.
We will. He's down here. He's smiling at the camera and just undoing all of the safety straps inside the car, eager to get his gloves off and helmet off as well. Not easy when you've been racing like that and you've got the adrenaline pumping, then the hands are a little bit shaky, and also excitement to have won the race. And go on, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I've got to thank Jason and David, because I had a bent chassis 10 days ago and they rebuilt this car over the weekend, so I wouldn't have been here otherwise. So Matt Blythe and their team, fantastic. It was completely different to yesterday, because I was fighting at the front yesterday and then got bogged down with the safety car, and today they just kept gaining on me at the end. I was like, I've just got to keep them at arm's bay, and I'm hoping for the checkered flag to come out.
I always think when I watch these Caterham races and all the lead swaps that you get, that if the driver that hasn't led for the most part of the race doesn't win, then it feels a bit unfair. But very often,
racing,
I know, it does work out that way.
Absolutely, because actually often you want to be the second car on the final lap to get the tow. And I mean, here you can keep the inside, and because of that yellow flag at the top, it meant they couldn't push me on the final straight like they would have if there wasn't that yellow flag. So the last couple, I had it a bit easier than I probably deserved.
That sort of racing is what these cars were designed for. It's just superb, isn't it?
They are just magic, I have to say.
Brilliant. Yeah, you couldn't get racing any closer, really. So it was a bent chassis, and now it's not. And is it back to perfect health?
No, it's like a brand new car, actually. Really, really is. Wow. It feels brand new again, which is good because it's 8 years old, so it probably needed a bit of a TLC.
A bit of love and care, and sets you up nicely for the season, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, no, good way to start a Sunday.
Super duper. Thank you so much for having a chat to me. We'll leave you to join everyone else and have the debrief, as I'm sure will happen any moment now. But Don Henschel on his way down pit lane in the...
There you go. So the Don Henschel car taking the win. Well done to the number 62 pilot. Gary Smith finishing just ahead of him. Stuart Bell taking third, and Bren Maud in fourth place. Michael O'Reilly in fifth. Rob Warner very close behind him in sixth place. Jeff Newman, Luke Rosewell, Mark Roberts and Finley Cooper rounding out the top 10. In 11th place, Caroline Everett after her early dices at the front of the order. Ian Fortescue in 12th place. Andrew Donaldson in 13th. John Styrings finishing 14th, head of Colin Loughlin, who I think finished where he started actually. Paul Wells in 16th. Greg Hyatt in 17th. Ben Roswell in 18th. Chris Savage and Rob Good rounding out our top 20. 21st place, John Russell. Andy Ebden, of course, ended up in the gravel trap there at the end, and Dave Androbus had to withdraw from the race in the mid-distance there. So that concludes the Toyo Tyres 7 race series action for today, but plenty more still to come here at Donington Park. We'll be back with you shortly with Sports 2000s in the form of the Pinto class. So then the next grid lining up, and it's the rather wonderful looking Sports 2000 Historic Championship. The Pinto cars back out in force for the second time today. Interesting that they make the old cars race twice today. It's Paul Street that starts on pole position for this one. Mark Noiro this time in that 27 car starting alongside him. Row 2, Nicholas Johnson in the 62 car, joined by Tim Jacobson in the 116. Row 3 is Chris Snowden in the 32, Trevor Welsh in the 46. Row 4, Mike Fry in the 33, Charlie Besley in the 14. Row 5, David Williams in the 92 and Peter Needham in the 54 car. Hopefully better luck than the other Needham in the Duratec race a few moments ago. Row number 6, Nick Hyatt in the 36, Richard Cook in the 16, Charlie Hyatt on row 7 in the 10 car, and Martin Herter in the 31 car, also on row 7 with him. Row 8 is David Muse. He'll be looking for better fortunes in this race in the number 2 car. Paul Tickner in the 38, also on row 8. Adji Eugenio is set to be on row number 9 in the 11 car alongside Nick Bailey in the 12, and the 10th row scheduled to be Simon Aldworth in the 57, Clive Steeper in the 17. With this being the 4th and final of the Sports 2000 races this weekend, the second outing so far this weekend for the Pintos, that means that I can welcome Chaz Draycott back into the commentary box for another Sports 2000 race, and based on the evidence that we got earlier on, I'm very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We had a fantastic fight this morning between Paul Street and John Harmer, who was driving that number 27 car. Interesting that they haven't made that car start from the back of the grid, because I believe it was John that qualified the car. I know in some series, if you're sharing a car, the person that qualifies it, basically you start where your time would have put you. But I don't think Mark went out in quali. But even so, they keep that car at the front. There's Peter Needham in that beautiful blue Van Diemen. You were saying yesterday how beautiful that car is. It's an absolute corker. I remember it being one of my very favourites from the first time I commentated on this brilliant championship. And we get the number 36 machine just behind him of Nick Hyatt as well. And then, of course, his brother Charlie Hyatt is 13th, so he'll be starting right behind him on the grid. Looking forward to seeing how the Shrike gets on as well in 4th place. Tim Jacobson in that fantastic red machine. They have guaranteed it is 40 millimetres off the ground, which is the ride height, but it just looks very, very low indeed, especially when it's moving along as well. It's the little yellow splitter that it's got, you see. It does just look like it's scraping on the floor.
No, I reckon they just missed the decimal point in 40.
It's 4 mil. Yeah. It does look it, doesn't it?
It's an excellent looking car. At one point, that 116 car of Tim Jacobson was actually the pace setter, so a good start here, maybe a good run up into the first 2 or 3 positions could give Tim a shot at a good result in this race. Interested to see how Mark Noiro does, kind of coming in cold into this race, and well, what a way to do so on the front row of the grid. We know what Paul Street is capable of as well, particularly on the brakes, so as long as he gets a somewhat decent start, you'd suspect he has the inside line and the lead into Redgate, but that's all on paper. Let's see what happens in reality. The red lights should be on in a short while. The green flag waves now, so here come the red lights. 5-second board has been displayed. Lights on, and we are underway. It's Paul Street who does not get a good start in the slightest. Another bad start further back. One car really struggling to get off the line as well. And into the lead goes the 62, Nicholas Johnson, with a great start. And Jacobson, I said if he got a good start, he might be a contender. He's up into 2nd place. I think Mark Noiro and Paul Street got into it a little bit there at Redgate. It's Noiro with a nose ahead in 3rd and 4th place. They're side by side. Is Street brave enough to go all the way around the outside the Craner curves? Yes, he is. Reclaims 3rd place, but the top 2 streaking away. It's Johnson from Jacobson, the 2nd row lead.
And into the old hall. I get this right, it's the wrong circuit, that's Alton Park. Into the old hairpin, Trevor Welsh even went down the inside of Noiro, and now Chris Snowden's going past as well. The 2 cars that didn't get away with Charlie Beasley and Charlie Hyatt, so if your name's Charlie, it's not a good time to start on that grid by the look of it, but what a fantastic start by the 2 wonderful little red rockets near the front, Nick Johnson and Tim Jacobson. The 2 of them just went either side of Mark Noiro and got a brilliant launch off that one. We're just going to now wait and see what Paul Street can do here, because we know, like you've said, Adam, he's incredibly incredible on the brakes here. But we know also how quick that Shrike was of Jacobsen early on in the first race. But it's Nick Johnson leading the way then as they cross the line for the first time. And then he has got Jacobsen right behind. Then it's Street, Welsh, Snowden, Needham up into 6th place, then Noiro, and then Williams, Hyatt in 9th, and Mike Fry rounding out your top 10. But look at these two little red machines at the front. They look very similar from the front, but when you see them side on, they are completely different little cars. But that Lola, that's an absolute rocket in a straight line we saw earlier. So again, the characteristics are going to come into play here.
Absolutely. Well, Johnson was right in the midst of what was at one point a 3-car scrap for the lead in the first race. Just noticed some smoke coming from the back of the car there a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's nothing too major.
Didn't we see that in the first race as well? I think we saw a bit of that into the final chicane a couple of times from Nick Johnson's car. Then again, the way that bodywork works on the back of that lower, it does look like it's been dinged in. It looks like it's been clouted by something. But yeah, there is a little wisp of smoke coming up from that right rear end, isn't there?
Yes, so hopefully nothing to report, particularly from that at the end. But we'll have to keep an eye on it. Nonetheless, the cars stream down towards the Robert chicane for the second time of asking, and it is still Nicholas Johnson in that 62 car leading the way. Tim Jacobsen in 2nd place, moving up through the order a bit there is the 54 car, that rather wonderful, I think I said that wrong, didn't I say rather wonderful? Peter Needham in 6th place now at this point in the Van Diemen RF
for the lead.
SC02, and up goes Jacobsen. Great driving from Tim Jacobsen, the 116 car through into the lead, and the Shrike is in the lead. The Shrike strikes with Jacobsen at the wheel, and it's a problem for 62 Nicholas Johnson. We saw the little puffs of smoke, and unfortunately that car doesn't look like it's going any further.
No, he's still circulating, but he'll try and get it back to the pits, and I'm not sure if he will. We'll have to wait and see. But that's a real shame, though, because he's got such pace in that car. Just seems like it's overworked itself, maybe. We look here on our screens at Paul Street in that absolutely glorious Lola. What a fantastic looking car that is. And what a fast car as well. He's having a great lap so far. He's really closed in on Tim Jacobsen. Again, late on the brakes into Coppice. Looking very good. Williams also got past Noiro just in the back of our shot as we came into the chicane last time round. So he's now up into 7th place in that 92 car. Big fan of that because it's running white wheels, as I mentioned earlier. But here is almost the exact reverse of each other, these two cars, aren't they? The white, beautiful white Lola and the very, very vacuum-formed Shrike that leads the way. You can see how low the bodywork is on that car. It's literally as low as you can get it, isn't it? To the ground, and in terms of how far the bodywork goes over the top of all the inner workings of the machine. Closed wheel arches on these things as well. They look so cool. Like, that is a proper guilty pleasure of mine, the closed wheel arch. But the fact they've got no big wings to spoil the look of it either on the back, it's just great to see these cars. And in the sunshine as well here at Donington. It may not be a hot day out there, but it's still nice to get a bit of sunshine this afternoon ahead of the wonderful KA race that's coming up later on, of course.
Paul Street, I think, will be rubbing his hands here because, I mean, Jacobsen did have some great pace earlier, but ultimately he did end up a few seconds away from the leading trio in this earlier race. Paul Street will no doubt know that. He'll have looked at the result sheet before he got back in the car, and he's thinking if he can get past, he might be quids in here for a win, especially as well, of course, with John Harmer, a non-factor in this race. Mark Noiro in the same car, dropping down the order. Street could be very much in favour here. But for now, it is Tim Jacobsen that continues to lead. Jacobsen setting good pace as well. That said, the fastest lap of the race is with Street. In fact, actually, I'll change that because 1:14.880 to Jacobsen. So Jacobsen sets the fastest lap of the race. He has seen the Lola in his rear-view mirror, and he's suddenly found some speed. Motivating.
Lovely stuff. Chris Snowden there in 3rd place, just ahead of Trevor Welsh, and behind them Nick Hyatt has just disposed of Pete Needham, but I think Pete tried to come back underneath him on the exit of the corner. Two blue beauties together, the Van Diemen against the Lola. That Lola was dark green and gold last season. It looked absolutely amazing. It still looks great now, but I think last season's car was better. Sorry, Ross. But Nick's still doing a great job. He's up into 5th place right now, and he started 11th on the grid as well, so really good progress in the first 6 minutes of this race. The unmistakable, really tall roll hoop there on Chris Snowden's car with the closed rear wheel arches on it, at least semi-closed rear wheel arches on Chris's Tiger. It's a very interesting take on it, but to be honest, if there was anybody that would try to make a Tiger work even better, it would be Chris Snowden. as you very well know. He's an incredible talent, not just in the car itself, but when it comes to being on the spanners as well and getting everything worked out. He supports a number of these guys in the Tigers as well, and he does a great job. There's a fantastic bunch of them all under one big awning. Really, really nice place to be. A lot of camaraderie, that's for sure. But Trevor Welsh, well, he's not bothered about camaraderie right now. He's just worried about filling that rear view mirror.
Change for the lead. Meanwhile, Street has got through into the lead of the race off camera. The 48 car is through into the lead. Just saw that in the bottom, a shot on the MSV live stream here, and well, it's now changed again. Street was ahead. It says it on the timing screen. I'm not going crazy. The 48 car was in the lead. By the time we see them going through the Craner curves, Jacobsen has retaliated. It's status quo once again, but this battle is clearly hotting up.
Fantastic stuff. He must have had some sort of cutback out of Redgate, because we've seen how good Jacobsen can be off the corner, and we've seen how good, maybe, sometimes Paul Street can be on the brakes. As there you go, another example. Didn't even look like he was alongside there from the camera angle we were given. That was fantastic. He just appeared in front of him. It was really strange. It was like one of those things that's meant to sort of make your eyes go funny, where things overlap over each other and they're not meant to. That was fantastic by Paul Street. But straight again, look, Jacobsen off. Oh, and that is Mike Fry off the road. And that looks like McLean's. That looks like on the way in, and Jacobsen back in front again. Whoa! Paul Street, he had his hand in the air then for a second, maybe saying that there's a yellow flag. I think they might have brought the yellows out or something, but he was definitely not happy there, was Paul, was he?
No, something's not satisfying Paul Street. At the end of the day, Jacobsen has every right to fight, unless there is a yellow flag going on. Maybe there was some kind of argument over track space that we missed on the run down the back straight. Of course, there will be yellows this time at the safety car is out, so that would probably be for Mike Fry, who is out on the exit or around the outside of McLean's, as we alluded to. So safety car is out, race is reset. But yeah, Paul Street, not a happy bunny there.
No, I'm intrigued by that, because I don't think they would have... I'm not sure if they would have had the yellow sort of stretched out to that far around the circuit, because they wouldn't have had it past Coppice, especially as Coppice was clear at that point, because Mike Fry, I believe, is just off to the right of our shot there.
Yeah.
There's the gorgeous 92 machine. Look at that on white wheels. It's fantastic. It's absolutely awesome. But yeah, that confused me there. It must be, like you alluded to there, Adam, it might be some sort of disagreement, let's say, of space on the circuit. Maybe he just thought that he shouldn't be overtaking, or maybe they squeezed one another. We'll have to see. But Paul Street right now needs to keep his head in the game here, because being back in front, he's the man in the box seat. But look, right behind Jacobsen now, Chris Snowden is right there, that very well-known black and green liveried helmet. And he will be more than happy to have closed up to these guys. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 as well, of course. Lola, Shrike and Tiger. And then another Lola behind in 4th place. That's one of the best things about these Pintos as well. You do see a lot of weird and wonderful cars sometimes with fantastic designs on them and just great aerodynamics. You know, you see them and you think, did that really work, or does that work? You know, they're all very different. One of them especially is there's a March in the field, the March 81S of Paul Tickner. It's a blue car, but it's got this sort of shovel-like nose on it with just a big square cutout. Looks fantastic. Another one that is a really beautiful car is the Royale S2000M of Nick Bailey. Really, really gorgeous car. He's a little bit further down the order. We've not seen much of it today, but that number 12 car is an absolute stunner in Gulf colours as well. Looks great.
Yeah, I really like the number 46 of Trevor Welsh. I think that kind of almost looks like a scaled down Group S prototype from the early 1970s, you know, kind of like some of the bigger Lolas that were running around at the time, and the chevrons as well, of that kind of almost boxy
it looks like a chevron
stance. And it's, no, I think that's a lovely piece of kit, and certainly well turned out by Trevor Welsh, the 46 car. 9.5 minutes of this race left to go then. We'd suspect we're going to get at least one more lap under safety car. Safety car has absolutely gone to a crawl there. That's because the tractor is there recovering the 33 car of Mike Fry. So I suspect we are going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car. Definitely not going to see the lights out this time. But I think we should get a good 6 or 7 minutes of racing, which is more than enough time for things to get very interesting.
It is indeed, especially now it's been bunched up as well, and we've got Chris Snowden in there, Trevor Welsh and Nick Hyatt, even Peter Needham as well. You know, these are all guys that have been right up there at the sharp end before. There's the beautiful number 2 machine as well of David Muse, the bright yellow Shrike a bit further down the order. That's a cracking looking car, that as well. Some of them have got this really exposed airbox on top of them. You know, it doesn't sort of flow into side pods down the car or through from the front of the car. They've just got a big beefy intake sticking out the top of the back of it. You can see a bit of it there actually on the Tiger of Mike Fry, but on that yellow number 2 machine, it sort of pops up and then goes around the side of the monocoque. You can see it there. It looks absolutely great. It looks almost aircraft-like, doesn't it? How perfectly round it is. What a good-looking car that is.
Yeah, it's almost a little like the kind of side intakes that you'd get on the engine cover of a Formula 3 car as well. Like
yeah, very much so.
Old school Formula 3 car.
Proper Formula 3 car, as I call them.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to weigh in. Into the pits has gone the Aldworth number 57 Lola T492. Did wonder if a couple of cars may struggle with trundling around at this kind of speed. You do, of course, not get the air through to the engine, and that can sometimes cause issues, particularly with cars of an older vintage.
Yeah, indeed, and they had trouble in the first race, unfortunately, as well. It seems like that's not got any but look how cute these cars are. They're just, it is just adorable, isn't it? Look at it. It's such a great looking car. They look so simple from here, but so much work goes into them. It's just, I love these machines, and it's no secret to anybody in this paddock or anybody that ever watches or listens to me commentate on Sports 2000. Pintos are my absolute, well, I wouldn't even say guilty pleasure. You know, there's nothing wrong about liking a Pinto, because look at them. They're just great cars, and you know, they've got that real vintage feel to them, but they still give us a modern form of racing. You know, it's just, I love it, absolutely love it. And this series will hopefully go from strength to strength, especially with what we've seen this weekend and what we get in a few weeks' time at Silverstone.
Yeah, I will say, wholeheartedly agree with everything you said there. I just didn't expect the point to start with the declaration that the car was cute. That's why I was quite amused initially.
I really do think they're adorable.
They are. You know, they do look like scaled down little, again, early 70s Le Mans cars almost to an extent. I do love the homage to the Porsche 908 Targa Florio car there on the number 12 of Bailey. The safety car lights are off. 6.5 minutes left to go.
Let's go.
Popcorn, hopefully out of the microwave or the hob if you're watching at home. Let's watch this race unfold then for the next 6 minutes and 20 seconds. We're back underway, and it is Paul Street at the head of the order. Will Tim Jacobson be deterred by the gesticulation from Street earlier? I somehow doubt it. And there's also the small matter of Chris Snowden there in 3rd place, as you alluded to. I very much like his green helmet, particularly from the back. It looks as if Henri Pescarolo has arrived to do a race today. And he runs in 3rd place at the moment, Snowden. But let's see if Jacobson and Street in the first instance can break away again.
Yeah, that's it. I think last time they maybe felt a bit more comfortable battling, and Street felt really more comfortable going for the move because they did have quite the gap back to the guys behind. It was about 4 or 5 seconds. But now they want to just get back into a rhythm in these opening laps. There's Chris Snowden staying with them for now. Chris and a bunch of the other guys actually last year did I think it was the 12 hours of Paul Ricard in a Tiger, the white and blue one, the number 10 that we've seen Charlie Hyatt driving actually. They did an endurance race there in that car, put some lights on it. It was absolutely fantastic. Here goes Jacobson though. He's got some great straight line speed in that Shrike. Really pulls quickly alongside the left-hand side, at least, of Paul Street. But Paul just a little bit better on the brakes there, tidies it up. Now Jacobson pulls out to the left, and sometimes these guys have to do that. You know, they can't sit in the slipstream the whole time because, like you say, they don't get the cold air to the car as Jacobson looks down the inside. He can actually, quite conveniently, because that car's so low at the front and because the back of the Lolo is so high, he can sort of slot underneath it, can't he? It's like really bad Lego pieces when they go together.
Automotive Tetris. They run towards the old hairpin then for the 11th time in this race with 4.5 minutes to go, and based on the evidence from the Redgate corner, I would say that Tim Jacobson isn't going to hang around much longer. Also getting involved there, the 46 of Trevor Welsh in 4th place. Just behind him, Hyatt in the 36 car, who started in 11th place. He's put in some a good shift in this one. Nick Hyatt there in 5th position. And all getting a bit unsettled there is Jacobson, and that could actually give Snowden the opportunity. Despite the excess drag I'm sure he must get from that roll hoop, he could have a good run down the back straight here towards the chicane. Street goes defensive once again, doesn't need to, however. Jacobson slots in behind him, and Snowden has to stay in 3rd place, so all remaining the same as they come across the line on this occasion. But look at this, it's like a Caterham race again. 5 cars, line astern, heading towards the first turn.
There was a car off in the background there, didn't quite catch who it was, came back on though. I think it might have been Besley. It might have been Besley in the 14, but look at this from Jacobson. Sorry, I looked down at the timing too long there. Jacobson goes back through in front of Street, gets a fantastic run off the corner, but we've seen that from this trike. It's got really good punch out of the corner, and it's really good top end as well. It just seems like an all-round fast car. It's just that Street's so good on the brakes, and that Lola's really good at going around the corners, to be fair, very, very quickly. But look, Snowden tucked up right behind him now. Nick Hyatt is right behind Trevor Welsh. I think they're actually side by side going up to McLean's. Is Snowden going to look down the inside? He does look there, but doesn't quite get the car alongside. But this is a fantastic 5-way scrap for the lead. I love this.
3 minutes to go, so we do have a little more of this yet to come. I think we'll get 2 complete laps once they cross the line this time, in theory. Here they come then towards the Robert chicane, and it is the 116 of Tim Jacobson that leads, but Paul Street coming up to a braking zone, always smelling blood, has a little look to the inside, cannot find a way past on this occasion. Snowden right there to profit if there's even half an opportunity. Jacobson going defensive, Street looking to the inside. Is Street going to unleash his signature braking? Yes, he does. What a dive up the inside, and successful too. He gets the lead and covers it off nicely on the inside as well. So Jacobson has to settle for 2nd place. Paul Street into the lead. He's still got Jacobson and Snowden right there behind him. This 5-car train, 5 more different cars racing together. I refuse to find You'll Believe anywhere this weekend. Fabulous racing.
Absolutely awesome stuff. This is a great advert for Pinto Racing as well, and even more of an example of how fantastic it would be if we do have these cars on their own for a full season. They don't spend the time jumping out of the way of Duratex or worrying about who's coming up to lap them. They can just go completely hammer and tongs and race each other as hard as they can. Great fight in the background as well, actually, between Williams and Besley. I don't think it was Besley then that went off earlier. I think it might have been Noiro, you know, because I did see a bit of smoke out the car when he went off, and I think he's actually, he's coming to the pits as well. But this quintet is the absolute genuine best bit of entertainment we've had this weekend from these lot. This has been brilliant stuff, and we thought the first race was good, Adam. This is great.
Really is amazing racing. We've got 1 minute and 20 left on the clock as they cross the line. If they abide by the 20-minute race duration, there should be a further 2 laps of this, which I'm very excited for. It is Paul Street that leads the way as they go through Redgate for the 14th time, and it is Jacobson looming large in the low-slung red shrike as they go through the Craner curves once again. Just a couple of car lengths further back than he has been recently is Snowden, and then just another few car lengths back, of course, is this battle for 4th place between Welsh and Nick Hyatt. Nick Hyatt in the 36 car, that Lola T91. He actually had the fastest lap of the race.
He's had him. He's just gone down the inside, sorry. I think he had him at McLean's.
Yes, okay, so good move there. Yes, Hyatt through. I was going to say that the fastest lap of the race was with Hyatt for a while. He's since lost it to Paul Street, as you see on the screen. Here comes Snowden. He's managed to hustle his way to the inside coming out of Coppice. Does he have the straight line speed to hold on? They're pretty much equidistant, seemingly, as they go down the straight. A bit braver on the brakes as Snowden, and Snowden up to 2nd place. This is all great news for Street in the lead as they head on to what should be the final lap. And look at that drag race still ongoing. Jacobson with the reply. He's on the outside. He's got a better run out of Roberts. Will he have the bravery and the grip around the first corner here at Redgate? No, he doesn't. He's going to try for the cutback. Yes. Oh, and he just about finds a way. He's going to be on the grass. Amazing stuff between the two of them. They both managed to get through it. Is he going to go around the outside of the Craner curves? Yes, he is. Will he have the inside for the old hairpin? Yes, he does.
Fantastic.
2nd place remains with Tim Jacobson. Chris Snowden just gave him the room he needed there. Great driving between the two of them. Snowden, I'm sure, is going to try and find a way to retaliate before the end of this, but Jacobsen with second place as they go through McLean's.
That was absolutely gorgeous stuff by Jacobsen, and you could tell straight away he waited so much longer than Snowden did to turn in, and you could see he was going to do the cutback. He tried it on street earlier and it worked. Oh, it sounds like there's a car off. Is Nick Hyatt off? Yes, Nick Hyatt has gone from our shot. Nick Hyatt has gone off at Coppice. Aggie Eugenio there waiting. Paul Street. Oh, there's more cars involved. That looked like Williams and then Needham as well. Okay. More cars off.
I think fluid may be down there, then maybe from Eugenio's car, but we'll have to wait and see. And look at this, the leader comes across the line to take the win. Congratulations to Paul Street, and heart in the mouth stuff for Tim Jacobsen there. Both Jacobsen and Snowden had to take evasive action there from the slowing car, and well, both of them survive it. Jacobsen takes that second place, very well earned second position on that occasion. Snowden takes third. Welsh and Besley round out the top 5. We're still waiting to see 6th place across the line, because as you rightly say, cars have gone missing in numbers in their droves. Hyatt, Needham and Williams seemingly all off in the gravel or all suffering some sort of malady.
Williams has crossed the line now, actually. Sorry, Adam.
Yes.
He's just come through in 9th, interestingly.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. There is Needham off the road still, so maybe Williams could carry on. But the two of them, as they came into shot, they were nose to nose and both still moving. That was pretty intriguing. Wow. That's a scary moment, but not a scary moment for Paul Street, though. Once he got back in the lead, he just disappeared up the road. I wanted to just quickly shout out, Besley, after that horrendous start and dropping so many positions, still came through to finish 5th. What a drive that is, Sunshine.
Yeah, not bad. Started 8th, probably was third last by the first corner.
Yeah.
And yeah, now finishing 5th place. Good stuff from him. Street with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:14.384. So pretty much a clean sweep of the race there. Started on pole, took the fastest lap and the win, but it was anything but lights to flag for Paul Street. He had to fight every inch of the way there. As Chaz rightly said, that was a fabulous advert for the Sports 2000s in general, but particularly these historic Pinto cars. Great racing all throughout, drama to the very last corner, quite literally, and Paul Street would be interested to know quite why he was having that gesturing with Tim Jacobsen earlier in the early stages of the race before the safety car. Seemed to be some disagreements going on there, but that's all firmly in his past now. In his present is an interview with Alan Hyde, and I'm sure celebrations with his team on a well-earned victory. Doesn't sound like.
Do apologise. It was my fault. I still had the mute on the microphone, but we got a whoop of joy when Paul arrived down in pit lane. I wonder if some of that celebration and some of that's relief.
Yeah. That was a busy day.
That was an amazing 5-way battle at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was had my eyes, and I needed the guys behind to get in a battle to get away. I didn't quite have the pace this afternoon that I had this morning, but. Yeah, we got it. Got the job done. Right,
and now I need you to explain to me what happened just before the safety car went out. It looks as if you weren't sort of 100% happy. What was going on?
Oh, it's one we can discuss. The Shrike has no brake lights. Right. So coming into the chicane, he'd taken an inside line and he come across me into the braking zone. Right, I see. So I sent it up the inside and went by. Right. But I was a bit grumpy about that. Yeah. But yeah, heat at the moment stuff. We'll chat. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Fully understood. We just couldn't quite work out what it was.
Yeah, it was because the no brake lights. When you're running that close behind it, it makes it quite stressful.
Yeah. I would imagine it probably does, because these things are going at quite a rate, aren't they?
Yeah, they stop at quite a rate as well. I think it's the main thing. So once you hit the brakes, they slow down very quickly. Yes, they're great.
You've had a perfect weekend, haven't you?
Yes, I've had a very good weekend so far, yeah. Just hope the drive home works as well.
I was going to say, it always makes the drive home that much more enjoyable, doesn't it?
It does, but I've got to do the M25 and the M1, so it might not be.
The M25 is the worst end to a journey.
I know, but there we go.
Good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Paul, many congratulations, super stuff. There we go. Our next race is going to be the final race of the afternoon, of the weekend, in fact. And it's a long one. It's a 5-hour race for the Enduro cars. The KA KAs getting ready down in the garage. They will be out next.
Absolutely. Let's run you through, though, the results for this Sports 2000 Historic Championship race in full. Paul Street taking the victory from Tim Jacobson in the Shrike. Chris Snowden in third. Trevor Welsh in fourth place. Charlie Besley recovering to fifth position ahead of Charlie Hyatt. David Muse in seventh. Richard Cook in eighth. David Williams in ninth. And Martin Herter rounding out the top 10. Nick Bailey finishing in 11th place. Nick Hyatt classified 12th ahead of Peter Needham, Agi Eugenio, Mark Noiro, Simon Aldworth, Mike Fry, Nicholas Johnson all withdrawing from the race at various points. So that concludes the Sports 2000 weekend, the overarching weekend for the Sports 2000 category. And just before we sign off on this race, Chaz, just want to say, I'm sure as a part of the championship, you're delighted with what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. You know, this has been the first time that we've properly split the two fields between the Duratec's and the Pintos and had separate races. And it's just shown how amazing these Pintos can be. It's kind of a shame to see that. You must consider that sometimes when these guys run with the Duratec's, it waters down the racing that they have because they get lapped so quickly by the Duratec's and they have to just spend the race running out of the way. And this has just been absolutely wonderful to see. The Duratec's can just go absolutely all out because they just only have themselves to think about. And the same with the Pintos, you know, they don't have to be getting out of the way, checking their mirrors all the time and worrying about traffic. Even the same when it comes to qualifying. They can just go for it, and it just shows you how good the racing can be. A final thanks from me, though, Adam. It's been great to join you again, and obviously thanks to Apsley House Capital PLC for being the sponsor of this championship as well, and Locks for Vans for the Sports 2000 Championship this year. It's absolutely mega to be a part of it again, and we'll be back in a few weeks at Silverstone.
Yes, meanwhile, we will be back on stream within the next 20 minutes or so, scheduled to start at 13:45 local time, 1:45 p.m. is the 5-hour Enduro for the Ford KA. So we'll be back with you on the stream and here at the circuit very shortly. So then we are back, ready for more racing, and one very big race in particular here on the MSV live stream and here with you at Donington Park. Let's run you through the grid for the Enduro KAs, the Enduro car race. It's going to be a big one, so let's speed through the grid. It's the 36 IP Racing car on pole position alongside the number 14 Turn 7 car. The 126 track focused entry is on row 2 alongside the number 26 Wolf Motorsport entry. On the third row of the grid, the 18 Axiometrics entry and the 48 Purple Sector car. Row 4 is the 148 North Motorsport machine and the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine, the 67 in 8th place. Row 5 is the 81 GM Performance car, and alongside that is the 127 Fat Boy Racing entry. Row 6 is the number 6 car, the Graves Motorsport car at 11th, and the number 3, the Windgat car, in at 12th place on the grid. Row 7 is the VPEX Motorsport number 28, joined by the 111 Octane Junkies Limited machine, watch out for that one. The 555 Sukaru Racing entry, the 555 car on row 8, alongside the number 64 Autotech Motorsport machine. On row 9 it's the 172 Misty Racing car, alongside the number 42 Gridfinder entry. In 19th place on row number 10 is the number 40 KPR machine, and alongside that is the 72 Misty Racing car. The sister IP Racing machine, the 63 car, is on row 11. That's alongside the 27 Semprini Racing machine as the cars are rolling towards Red Gate. Row 12 and the 89 ABG Network car will be starting alongside the Race Logic 192. Row 13 is the 77 Racing entry, which is unsurprisingly car number 77. Graves Motorsports 44 car starts alongside that. Row 40 is the Calamity machine, the 121 car, and that's joined by the 23 PSR machine on row 14. Row 15, the M&D Racing 16 is alongside the number 1 car from Burton Power Racing. Row 16 of the grid in 31st place is the 21 K&F Racing car, joined by the number 100 from G&B Finch Racing. Row 17, Powerflex Racing car number 60, alongside the number 11 TTL entry. Row 18, the KM Racing 114 car, alongside the number 2 Castrol entry. In 37th is the Chameleon car, the number 39, and that is joined on row 19 by the 37, the Semprini Juniors. In row 19 is... row 20 is the 88 Camel Racing car and the 180 Shine Automotive entry. Row 21, the 49 LDR Performance Racing car and the hard and enthusiastic, all caps, number 56. Row 22 is the 55 Coversure entry alongside the Barwell Autosport number 51, and latterly all alone on row 23 is the number 8 from VEC Motorsport. So that is the full 45 cars. Over this 5-hour race, I'm sure we're going to see trials, tribulations, and racing aplenty. These little Enduro KA machines do not write them off for a second. They do provide fabulous motor racing on a great budget as well. I'm sure I'll get plenty of opportunity to tell you about the series across the 5 hours. However, in the early stages, I'm expecting things to be very frantic and very exciting. That is usually the form when it comes to the Enduro KAs. Speaking of the form book, I'll tell you what, the 36 IP Racing car being on pole position, that's firmly in line with what we know to be the form book in Enduro KAs. That team, IP Racing, Adam Blair, always right up there at the sharp end. With any luck, as they come to take the start of this race, I'll have some indication as to who is starting the cars on my timing screen. If not, that should be rectified in the first couple of laps. The safety car has been peeled away. We're about to go racing for 5 hours. The Enduro KA 2022 season has begun here at Donington Park, and it is the IP Racing car that leads away the 45 car field. A stream of Ford KAs takes the Donington Park National Circuit, and it is the IP Racing machine in the lead of the race for now. No indication as of yet as to who is driving, but that should be rectified in the relative short term. The turn 7 car there in second place. They've both broken away from the chasing pack. The chasing pack is headed by the 126 track focused entry. So the track focused 126 car there just leading the chasing pack through the old hairpin from third place. Looked like the purple sector car number 48 might have been running a bit wide there at the old hairpin, but didn't look like it was going to be too major of an issue. Here comes Blair then. I believe it might be Adam Blair taking the start. I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but the IP Racing 36 car it is in the lead. The rest of the field comes streaming through. Looked to me as though the 111 car, the Octane Junkies, have maybe made up some positions already. We'll wait to see whether that's the case at the end of lap number 1. Here comes, though, the field down the back straight for the first time of asking towards the Robert chicane. Tipping it into the corner, the IP Racing driver. Again, I suspect it may be Adam Blair at the wheel. Side by side there with the Purple Sector Racing crew, who did indeed fall down the order on that first lap. And look at this, turn 7's driver having to go defensive there. The 126 track focused entry going potentially all the way around the outside here. No, not quite able to make a move for second place. And look at this, you can see great fights in the early going. The Octane Junkies there, the 111 car, they'd made it up to 12th place already after that first lap, and it looks like they might be trying to make further progress. As the field comes through the old hairpin for the second time, and it is still that 36 car that leads the way. The rather plain looking IP Racing livery for now, but I understand they're going to give it a good wrap at least before the 24 hours at Anglesey. For the first time ever later this year, they're going to go 24-hour racing in these cars. Do love this car, the Texaco Ford. Reminds one of the Eggenberger Sierras from back in the day, and it's being raced very handily as well. That's the Fat Boy Racing car, I believe, that Texaco machine. Down the exhibition straight they come for the second time then, and up into second place has gone the track focus team. Also on the move and the warpath is the Wolf Motorsport entry, also getting past turn 7. So the turn 7 team seeing their car demoted down to 4th, potentially even 5th place, because also coming up is the Axiometrics.com machine, and sure enough, turn 7, when they cross the line, listed in at 5th position. Further back there, among others, you can see the other IP Racing car, which is still in its kind of military Royal Air Force style livery. I believe that car was rolled last year, but they got it back under racing fettle and racing condition, and it's back out there for this season. Down the Craner curves they go then on this third lap of the race. Still don't have any driver information for you in the immediate vicinity of my commentary box, but hopefully in the next few moments that will update. As soon as I have the information, I will start providing it to you. Lap 3 of the race, as I've said, and it is IP Racing leading the way. There is the field streaming through the Craner curves. A fabulous sight it makes, really illustrates there just how many cars we've got. 45 cars for a 5-hour race. It should get very entertaining as things go on. We're not lacking cars on this circuit in the least. There's such a strong contingent of Enduro KA racers. It's only grown and grown since its inception in 2019. A great budget racing initiative from MSVR. Down towards the Roberts Hare chicane goes the rest of the pack, but the leader's already on the approach to Redgate, and defensive driving ahoy from our leader. However, it looks as though track focus may be able to go for the lead here, going around the outside, or at least looking around the outside. And we have the drivers on my screen now. That's excellent. As expected, it is Adam Blair at the wheel of that leading car, the number 36. It's Luke Reed, by the looks of it, at the wheel of the number 126, and it's Sean Cooper driving that 126 car, the kind of maroon coloured third place car. And an early issue for a car that looked really good in qualifying. The Subaru entry in the old factory Subaru WRC colours has unfortunately pulled over. That looked like that was on the straight before the final chicane. Unfortunately, they may be getting packed up early if that car can't get back to the pit lane and be repaired. Up the inside goes the number 26 car, the Wolf Motorsport entry, Luke Reed at the wheel. Luke Reed in the lead as they run down the back straight once again. And it looks to me as though the number 36 car of Adam Blair has been rather rudely nudged back down as far as 4th place as Track Focused and Wolf Motorsport side by side. It's Luke Reed versus Sean Cooper. Sean Cooper, a driver with lots of experience in GT racing with the Track Focused team under their umbrella, racing the likes of KTM GT4 cars in the British GT Championship. To the outside goes Sean Cooper. Gets a good slingshot then out of Redgate and may get a good run towards the old hairpin through the Craner curves. Looks like this leading pack of about 8 cars then has broken away from the rest. The pack is tailed by the purple sector car. That is the number 48 being driven by Swaffer at the moment. So Matthew Swaffer has taken the start in that purple and yellow car, the very distinctive purple sector racing machine. For now it is Luke Reed that leads at the front of the order in this wonderful 26 Pink Pig homage. And the top two just a few car lengths clear of the rest of this gaggle. To the inside there goes the Fat Boy car, the Texaco liveried machine, and I think made the move stick there for that position. Yes, indeed, up into what is now 6th place is the Fat Boy Racing car, the car which is being driven at the moment by Matt Pinney. Matt Pinney at the wheel at the moment. Trying to go around the outside there was the purple sector racing number 48. That was Swaffer, not able to advance beyond 8th place just yet. Into the Redgate bend for the 6th time in the race. Fastest lap of the race has gone to our leader, a 1:34.808 for Luke Reed in the Pink Pig Ford KA. They're all Ford KA, shockingly, in Enduro KA racing. It is that one, though, at the head of the order. Luke Reed putting in a good showing thus far. A little bit understeery by the looks of it there from car number 14, being driven on the timing screen. It says Callum McDougall. Jim McDougall, it was apparently set the time in qualifying, but Callum apparently at the wheel according to the timing screen as of now. See there that yellow and black cross on the back of the Ford KA, which denotes that at least one of these drivers has done less than 6 races, fewer than 6 races. And if you are watching the stream right now and you're in that pit box, watching the car that you're driving later in what could very well be your first motor race, knowing that you might end up with the leading car, that has to be incredibly daunting. Knowing that you might end up assuming the lead of a motor race in your first ever attempt. There goes Adam Blair back up to 3rd place at the expense of Callum McDougall. So number 14 car drops back down, but look at this 3-car skirmish that we've got going on here for 3rd place. It's good to see the Subaru car running again, incidentally. It's just ahead of the leading pack. You see it there on screen. The number 18 car, the Axiometrics machine, gets up to 3rd place. Managed to scythe its way by after a good run out of Roberts. There goes the Ford KA, number 18 then leading the pack for 3rd place. And look at that, one wheel in the air as they go through the old hairpin, slightly locking up as well. That number 14 car of McDougall back ahead of Adam Blair. So McDougall 4th, Blair 5th now, and the Fat Boy Racing car right behind Blair as well. So Pinney wants a piece of this action as well. But just to finish my point, if you are here around the circuit or indeed watching on the stream, that Subaru liveried KA, the 555 that's just ahead of our leaders, not quite a lap down. It's not one of the leading cars. There is a 51 having an issue. That looks like the Barwell Autosport car. Yes, it is. Who started that? I'm not 100% sure. It's well down the order. Let me just take a look at that. The 51 car started by Bogra, and unfortunately it looks like he's had a bit of an issue. Yes, so Luke Reed, we just saw him go through picture behind the Subaru car. That car is almost lapped down, had a bit of a technical issue, but the most important thing is that car is on circuit. There you see it just going a lap down now, the 555, but good to see that their race wasn't ended early by whatever issue briefly saw them parked on the side of the circuit. And so here come the leading two cars, which now have a back marker between them in the form of that 555. Incidentally, we'd expect it to not be a particularly slow back marker, given it qualified well within the top 20, the Subaru entry. We know that the driver is pretty fast as well. Pete Dignan, he's got lots of experience at the wheel of these cars. I believe he raced for the Pistonheads team in previous years, if I'm not mistaken. A 1:34.468 is our fastest lap of the race at the moment, and that belongs, maybe apropos, it belongs to our race leader at the moment, Luke Reed, in that number 26 car, bouncing over the curbs and ever so slightly on the grass and the dirt, going through Coppice Bend. Looks like a slight breakaway back in 3rd place. The 18 car, the Axiometrics.com machine of Chris Wetherill, has made it up to 3rd place, as we saw a couple of laps ago. And, well, actually, with the slipstream down the back straight, it's not really a breakaway, is it? But at least he didn't have to defend into the Roberts chicane on that occasion. Wetherill, with lots of experience in endurance racing of a kind of more budget-geared nature, the considerably more expensive, mind you, world of Fun Cup racing. Great to see him here in the KAs and running well in 3rd place for the time being. Callum McDougall there in 4th place, and Adam Blair running only in 5th at the moment. If that is Adam at the wheel, it's a rather more conservative stint than we normally see out of Adam, who just kind of takes off whenever he gets the car under his stewardship. There goes the 126 of Sean Cooper then in 2nd place, who's holding on to the back of Reed. Set the fastest lap last time by as well, so Sean Cooper meaning business. Already mentioned that he has plenty of experience. Now, did Luke Reed just touch the gravel there, or am I making things up? I think I might be making things up. He's still there. Yes, false alarm. There's the 555 that we talked about a little earlier on. So have to get used to the fact that you get so much tyre squeal out of these cars. As a commentator across the weekend, you kind of get geared to flinching and looking for a crash whenever there's tyre squeal, but that's just part and parcel of these quiet little KAs. You hear every last tortured ounce of rubber adorned to these KAs. Top two definitely making a break for it at this stage. 4 seconds between Sean Cooper and Chris Wetherill behind. Every little helps. We've got a long, long way to go in this race, of course. However, if you can break away, it does you a lot of favours come the pit stop window later on. Speaking of the pit stops, that does tend to kind of be what we see out of this race. The racing is very close, and then it kind of spreads out a little bit as the pit strategies come into play. But there's always battles somewhere out there on the circuit. And oh, Adam Blair there with a lot of oversteer going through the old hairpin. Just about managed to keep the car on the straight and narrow, but that will have been a little bit heart and mouth for the early stages of the race. One car which is not making the progress I expected is the number 111, the Octane Junkies machine, down in 11th place and actually already 20 seconds off the lead. We'll have to see whether that's their pattern for the race. I'd be very surprised if they're not fighting for a top 5 spot come the end, but certainly not a flying start for the Octane Junkies. Well up the order on a 45 car grid, yes, but they're often at the very sharp end and we're not yet seeing that from them. To the inside to put a lap on the 555 goes the 18 car, the Axiometrics.com entry. Wetherill puts a lap on that Subaru Ford, let's call it. Certainly not a boxer engine in that car, despite the livery. There goes the number 14, the turn 7 entry. And just had Alan Hyde pop into the commentary box there to point out something that I'd missed, and very right to do so. The 148 car from North Motorsport has been ascending through the order magnificently. Started down in 7th and hasn't really progressed that far up. I think Fett lost a few places in the early stages, but now the 148 car of Ollie Jackson is on the move. So the BTCC veteran at this point, I feel comfortable in saying. He's been racing for quite a while in that category and doing some good stuff in the last couple of years as well. I think I've seen a noticeable curve of improvement out of Jackson in that silver, red and blue 148. He's now moved up the order. He's passed the Fat Boy car and into 5th place. Let's see what more progress can be made. And Adam Blair on the offensive with Ollie Jackson. Blair in the 36 car. Again, not the kind of driving I'd expect out of Adam Blair in the early stages of this one. We know for a fact that he often just disappears off once he gets hold of his number 36 car, but it is kind of a new car in a sense. It's been reshelled, it's been hastily repaired after some incidents last year, but hopefully that car doesn't cause itself, or rather, hopefully Adam Blair can find himself some pace like he had in qualifying in the earlier morning session.
I've been doing my homework and I've written down every single garage that each of the cars is going to be in. So myself and the cameraman are going to have a slightly easier time. The reason I got excited about Ollie Jackson, he did this race last year. He's with his friends, so this is very much something to enjoy and to really ease himself into the season. Bear in mind we're just between 2 pre-season touring car tests, because we had a test here at Donington last week with the new hybrid cars. Off to Croft they are next week, and then the season launch down at Thruxton the week after. And this is a weekend off for Ollie. He's having fun.
Yes, absolutely. Well, if you I don't think you can have much more fun on a race circuit than these Enduro KA competitions. We've had so many renowned drivers pop in. I was saying earlier on that immediately post first wave of lockdowns, I was covering the Stetton race in 2020. We had the likes of Tim Harvey along and having a go, and he was glowing at the end of that. He very much enjoyed his stint. It's
racing, it's close racing, it's endurance racing. Who wouldn't like it? And of course, you know, we've attracted to Euro cars. Last year we had Nick Tandy, didn't we? And Nick Tandy's team.
Yes,
So yeah, it really is an attractive prospect of going racing, being competitive, and having a really quite an economic weekend. Really, you're not spending a huge amount of money. Certainly nowhere near the amount of money that it would cost to run a touring car in the BTCC.
Absolutely.
And it's fantastic, isn't it? Look at the field.
Yeah, the Misty Racing car came in at a very weird angle there into the pit lane.
I think it was a last-minute decision, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and I'd rather be a bit concerned that might be a problem. The 72 Misty Racing car coming into the pit lane. 72 currently being driven by Robert Thomas. Let's hope there's not too much problem there for him.
I can help here. They're on their way to garage 10.
Okay.
See, I can help. I've got it all written down.
There you go. So there you see as well the Grid Finder crew in the orange car, the number 42. I know that they've got a lot of people watching on the live stream and possibly a few people here supporting them at the circuit as well. Grid Finder guys, a lot of these are predominantly sim racers. Having a go at it in the real world. Some of them do have a fair bit of real life on track experience as well. Toby Owen, for example, in the 42, he's done a few seasons in Mazdas, among other things. Let's just see where they are at the moment. It is actually Toby Owen at the wheels, so I'm glad I mentioned him. He's 19th overall at this stage in the race, so he's got it up into the top 20. Started in the top 20 as well, so they're holding strong. And I do love the car behind, the 121. I believe designed to look a bit like a Maranello Concessionaire's car from back in the day, although they have rebranded to Calamity. I think they were at one point called something or other Concessionaires in a tribute to the old American Ferrari team from back in the day.
Do you think this is the UK series with the most team names that are plays on words?
Yes.
Yes, I think. Yes, I think you're right.
Yes,
because normally we get quite a few in the 2CV 24-hour race.
Yeah.
That generally attracts quite a few plays on words, but I've never seen quite so many as we've got here.
There are a number of plays on words, and an overwhelming majority of them are based around the name of the car.
Yeah, they are.
Itself. And
I like Calamity.
Yes,
that's good. Number 121.
Yippee-ki-yay. I love yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, that's tenuous.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's tenuous.
That's true, but I think it's still a good effort. Speaking of good efforts there, 28 car through the old hairpin there on its door handles. Who's driving that at the moment then? I think that car might be a little way down the order, but certainly being flung around. Just try and find that on my timing screen. It's in 21st place. That's a VPEX Motorsport car, and that is currently being driven by Costa Kritzis. So Costa pushing on there in that 28 and making the most of those Toyo tyres, albeit leading a lot of it there, I think, at the old hairpin. Proper four-wheel drifting out of a Ford KA, which you would think you don't see often, but actually watching the qualifying earlier on, when they're on a quali lap, they really do slide pretty much all the way around.
Yeah, we've seen sliding already today, haven't we? And I'm sure we'll see an awful lot more of it. You see that? You picked out the fact that that is reminiscent of the Eggenberger Sierras at the end of the 1980s. That's a really great livery for me. Brings back lots of memories. Super work.
Yeah, the singular season of the World Touring Car Championship back in '87. Mostly European championships and more regional back in the 80s and 90s in Group A.
They raced at Silverstone that year, didn't they?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I know, because my Vauxhall Astra was written off leaving the meeting.
Oh dear.
I'll not forget that weekend.
No, I think not.
No.
So the... who's this looking? Oh, these are the two leaders we're looking at here, just behind a couple of the back markers. You can see that the sunshine is really out here at the moment, particularly over at the Robert Chicane. It seems to be a little more gloomy at certain parts of the circuit. No doom and gloom at the front of the order, though, for these two. Even though they are racing each other, they've kind of worked together as well. Luke Reed and Sean Cooper have built a gap of 8.3 seconds over the third place car and the chasing pack. Looks like someone may have gone for a spin off camera at Redgate, because there was a lot of smoke hanging in the air, so maybe a little bit of a pirouette, but they seem to have continued on unabated. So through the old hairpin goes that number 26 car once again. I do love the fact that it is a pink pig, albeit with with Alex and Reed on the front, as in
Yeah,
Alex Reed is the name of
is.
a cut of pork, as was the intention with that livery in the old days. There are so many creative ideas, creative minds in the paddock that when it comes to wrapping the new car, and I know that some of the teams that are running a little more plain at the moment are looking to wrap the car later, and I think many teams will be making sure their cars are in the finest of fettle for the first ever Enduro KA 24-hour that comes later this year.
That's an amazing prospect, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, especially at a circuit like Anglesey. Anglesey did actually host the 24-hour 2CV race back in 2015, maybe 2016 as well. A little bit of an off period from Snetterton, and that was a fabulous event. I was able to call that one in 2015. I think that was my first circuit racing gig.
Did you go to that?
Yeah, I think it was my first circuit racing gig. And some movement further back there was one car off on the grass, the IP Racing 63 being dispatched there by the number 11 team. Now that is one of the cars I was wanting to watch, the TTL Racing crew. That's Mark Beaumont at the wheel at the moment, the driving force behind the Rye House Karting Endurance Series, the Rye House Pro Karting Championship. He's heavily involved with running that, and quite a few drivers from Rye House and other kind of karting championships across the country use series like this Enduro KA as an opportunity to get into car racing on, you know, a fairly conservative budget. I think the entry cost for today was £900. If you split that, or £940, and if you split that cost across 4 or 5 drivers.
I was going to say, there's one car with 6 drivers, so that becomes a very economic weekend, doesn't it?
Obviously, you need to either have or hire a car that... Oh, that's never going to work! Oh dear, they squeezed, and it never was going to work. The 77 and the 21 car performing a pincer move there on one of the others. I didn't quite catch the third number involved in that. I think that was the number 8 VEC Motorsport car. The 77 Racing 77 car and the KNF Racing number 21. They tried to go 3 wide heading into Redgate, but they didn't give 3 cars widths, unfortunately, and the end result was 3 cars spinning. It seems as though everybody should be able to carry on. Doesn't look like they were too majorly damaged. No one ended up in the wall, but I do see yellow flags out, of course, and hopefully this can be sorted with the local yellow, but the movement doesn't seem to be forthcoming for the 77 Racing car.
I'm not sure that the front wheels are pointing in quite the right direction on that car anymore.
You think they may have done a toe link or something of that nature?
Yeah, it didn't look quite right.
Okay. Hopefully then it's not ferociously crabbing or with unwelcome negative camber. We'll have to wait and see. There goes the 100 G&B Finch car. I noticed this morning that they hadn't put the 2 zeros on the car yet. I think they were aspiring to the number 1, but that's reserved for Burton Power Racing, who are a huge part of this category. And actually, I should give a shout to Burton Power Racing, particularly Tom Valentine, who has got the car from 30th on the grid up to 15th. At this moment, so in the first half hour they've already made up 15 places.
Yeah, wow, that's good work.
It really is.
Are we going to do hourly updates? Give people the order after each hour?
I think that sounds
I think that's something that I did last year, which kind of breaks the race up into segments and makes it you can look back after each hour and see the progress, or the what's the opposite of progress? Anti-progress.
I can't help you with
that teams may have made.
Regress.
Oh, very good.
That was the director.
Oh, well done.
With a better vocabulary than either commentator. We'll try some switching of roles here. Yeah?
Don't give the director credit for coming up with words. That's what we're meant to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just like to give credit. So then the leading car through the Craner curves for what is the 19th time now. So we've already almost logged 20 laps in the first 30 minutes. It is Luke Reed. And I must say, that Alex Reed shop at Brands Hatch, that's dangerous for me. I'll walk in there and I'll spend
it's fantastic, isn't it?
A fair bit of money on 143 scale race cars.
Can I tell my Alex Reed story?
Go for it.
I was Alex's wedding DJ 20-something years ago.
Excellent.
In another life, so I had no idea that the person whose wedding I was going to DJ at was a person in motorsport, and he had no idea that his DJ was a person in motorsport. But on entering Alex's house and seeing the art that adorned the walls, it soon became clear that we were going to talk more about motorsport than we were about what the first dance song was going to be. Yeah. I saw Alex this morning. He's a great guy and runs a brilliant business.
Absolutely, yes. I remember for many years he had a Porsche 996 Turbo in there that I couldn't stop looking at. I think it was for sale all that time as well. Very tempting. If only I was several £100,000 richer. There goes maybe a 4-wide situation there, including the car that's in third place, the number 18, very helpfully with a massive number 18 on the bonnet.
It's good, that, isn't it?
Yes, it is a very good way of differentiating. That's the Axiometrics car of Chris Wetherill, sat there in third position at the moment. A few cars already being lapped, of course. The Camel car that was in the wars in qualifying, I saw that have a couple of spins over the course of the qualifying session, but seems to have stayed out of the wars thus far in this race. Fourth place, meanwhile, is that Turn 7 car, the number 14 in the blue, white and red, which has actually now been well, separated by about 3 cars from the Axiometrics machine ahead on the timing screens, and still under immense pressure from IP Racing's Adam Blair. And as I'm sure you can attest, Alan, from your experience with commentating on these cars, Blair is always at the sharp end, isn't he?
Oh,
maestro.
Absolutely. Very, very impressive indeed. When we talk about teams with plays on words, my favourite is the Camel car. I think it's brilliant. And to have that livery as well is just fantastic.
It is a lovely looking machine. Did see some gravel being kicked up there, or at least some grass, but doesn't seem like anyone followed the cloud into the gravel trap, so that's good. There goes the number 14 Turn 7 entry, through and past, and putting a lap on the Camel car, so Callum McDougall continues his forward momentum and critically put a car between himself and Adam Blair as well, which helps him out immensely. Notice that the racing line, or the available track space, has been somewhat narrowed by the fact that we've got that debris down from the attempted 3-wide situation a little earlier on. People aren't willing to take the inside of Redgate because there is a little bit of bodywork.
Yeah, there's a few little bits and pieces there, isn't there, which I'm sure will be collected up at the first time we have a neutralisation of the race. But at the moment, we're still green and still good to go.
Fastest lap of the race was set last time by this car, the number 26 of Luke Reed, a 1:34.161. The fastest lap we've seen so far. Not many people got into the 1:33s in qualifying, so clearly putting the laps in, hammering the laps in at the moment. In fact, there were only 2 cars that got below the 1:34 barrier in quali, and those were the 2 on the front row of the grid, neither of which were the 26 Wolf Racing car. As a matter of fact, that was the fastest lap that car's done in qualifying or in the race, so Luke Reed clearly pressing on. 26 continues now. Past one of the other cars, I think that might be the number 40, is that the 48 or the 46? Can't quite make it out on screen at the moment. It wouldn't be the 48, it must be the 46 car. The lap traffic firmly becoming a factor in this race now, and obviously with the parity between these cars there is an element of predictability which I'm sure is useful for picking off the lap traffic. You see there the rundown of the order with 21 laps in the books. The second place car is Sean Cooper, being followed by Chris Wetherill, Callum McDougall, Adam Blair and Matt Pinney. And someone's had a spin there. We cut away at an opportune moment there. There was a big spin for the number 89 car. The 89 in a spin, that's the ABG Network machine in the black and green, seemingly borrowed from Colin Turkington's old MG touring car. And that car has just got back underway, albeit with a slight delay for a spin.
Which Colin drove again, didn't he? Last weekend.
Yeah. So I don't think it was a chassis that he drove at the time. It was Jason Hughes's car. I don't think that was an ex-Turkington chassis, although it might have been, because Hughes had that since 2004. But certainly, yes, it was great to see Turkington back out there with the likes of Anthony Reid and John Cleland in the CTCRC.
Yeah, I was following the progress of that race meeting at Silverstone last week, because it looked as if they all had jolly good fun.
Really did,
yeah.
Yes. No, it was. It went down a smash, and our colleague Dave Goddard was very excited about
I'm
calling
sure he
that
was.
one. We know, if anyone knows Dave Goddard or is familiar with his work, you'll know that he is a proper geek for anything British touring cars, and he was really enthralled by the prospect of calling that action. And yes, I think he's still salivating that he got to say Cleland and Reed side by side at one point. So there is that 148 car. Speaking of touring car drivers, there's Ollie Jackson.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned him because he's going the wrong way now.
Yes, he's dropped down to, well, he's actually just got himself back up to 7th.
He was down to 8th.
Yeah. The lap traffic maybe hindering him a little bit there.
One of the nicest people you could hope to meet,
Yeah.
and with a massive technical knowledge as well. Technical automotive is his business. That's his day job. So he's got a really good understanding of what makes a car work and what to do with the car, and also a thoroughly nice family. Really, really good guys, Ollie.
It's always good to meet some of the nice guys in the paddock, and I have heard from several people that Ollie is one of them and seems to just absolutely love his racing, be it these cars, be it the touring cars. He just always seems delighted to be in a paddock, and that's what we like to see. So we are just about 40 minutes into the race. It'll be interesting to see when the pit stops start to take place here.
What do we think, about an hour or less?
I'd maybe go slightly over an hour, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't think it'll be too long before some start to come in. There's some bodywork missing there on the IP Racing number 36. We just saw that in shot. The car that is still in the traditional IP Racing Royal Air Force-esque colours. The 89 car heading back out, the Francis family machine heading back out onto the circuit after its spin. The ABG Network 89 car, and presses on without any further hindrance. There goes our leader though, just behind the 88 Powerflex car, black and orange flag. Meanwhile, for the 63, now the 63 is...
It's IP Racing.
IP Racing. It's the other
Yeah,
IP Racing car, and
it
that will
is.
be because of the bodywork hanging off the car that I mentioned a split second ago. So yes, you just see it now heading out onto the exhibition straight, and that car is yes, carrying some excess drag and some of the Dagenham plastic not long for this world by the looks of it. They'll probably just rip it off and send it back out.
No doubt they will, and quite right. Black and orange flag, a mechanical problem with the car that you might not be aware of, and potentially they won't be aware of that. Maybe just get a little flicker of it in the left-hand wing mirror, but apart from that, it needs to be dealt with either tape or brute force.
Yes, I'm interested to see whether we get tape or brute force here. Let's see.
You might get a mixture of both.
Yes, actually, so it's just that quarter panel that's kind of come away there, isn't it? The rest of the bumper is intact, so
it is.
Maybe they can just
tape.
lift it back into place and tape it. Yes,
tape is the answer.
Tape is the way forward. One driver that's very quick that we expect to see in both IP Racing cars is, of course, Scott Parkin.
Yes.
Who did such a wonderful job yesterday in the Focus Cup Championship, and I'm sure he'll be right up there. Scott, of course. Yeah, taking a was it both wins yesterday? It was, wasn't it?
It was,
yes.
2 out of 2. Yep.
So got to speak to you twice in the pit lane.
And was looking forward to today, wasn't he?
He was, he really was, and yeah, so he'll probably be driving for a lion's share of the race.
I'd have put more tape on that.
You reckon?
Yeah. In the BTCC, I've always been fascinated that they've always got ripped up squares of gaffer tape, so they could be quickly applied to the back of the car rather than pulling off a strip and basically making a square up. Yeah, there's not too much holding that bodywork on. We'll see.
I noticed there that they've got this side up over on the towards the boot lid of the car, and I think is a reference to the fact that this thing rolled at Snetterton last year. So they've repaired the car and got it back out for 2022, but just kindly reminding drivers where the wheel should be relative to terra firma. That's the G&B Finch car fighting back on the race leader. The number 100 machine was going a lap down, was a lap down for a little while, but the 100 car not settling. It's currently Steve Finch at the wheel, the eponymous driver, and I don't know if he knows he's fighting the leader, but he very much is.
Oh, they've got more tape on there now. Very good. Well done.
Voice of authority.
And I'm not sure that the leader knew that was going to happen, to be honest.
No.
It looked as if that was a bit of a surprise.
Yes, I heartedly agree with you there. The Octane Junkies, haven't mentioned them for a little while. I expected them to surge through the order, but they're actually only down in 16th at the moment, and over a minute off the lead already. So not sure quite what's hindering their progress. Normally Adam and Martin Smith are right up there at the sharp end, but not a good first stint by the looks of it. The gap between the top two here at the moment, you can see them both on screen at the moment with a pair of lapped cars between them. Sean Cooper in that 126 is 3.6 seconds back from Reed at this stage in the race, and that seems to be remaining about equal at the moment, the gap between the two of them. There is the Octane Junkies car just ahead of the Burton Power Racing machine. The Burton Power Racing team have actually lost a couple of spots since I G'd them up for making up 15 positions. There you go, the more things change, the more they stay the same when it comes to commentators giving shout-outs to teams doing well. Have to stop doing that, but yes, so Tom Valentine losing a couple of places, but I'm sure they will surge up the order again later on. I think realistically you only really start to get the image of who will be where at the end of the race after 2 or so hours after the pit stops. The pit stops are obviously a critical part of this, as well as is simply having a consistent driver lineup. It's all well and good having the fastest driver in the world for the first stint, but sometimes a consistent baseline across the 3 or 4 drivers or 6 drivers in certain instances can help you win that race.
My favourite car just came into the pit lane, didn't it?
Yes,
the
it did.
Camel car.
That's a big shame to see the yellow 88 in. Hopefully not too major of an issue. Of course, I think at the end of the day in this kind of racing we see it every time. The main objective is to get to the finish. Doesn't matter how much tape is on it by the end, they'll make sure that everyone gets to take the flag. There's the Wingat Racing car, the number 3 up the inside, the Lucas oil liveried machine, very smartly turned out car. They're in 10th place at the moment, so they've moved up a few spots from where they qualified. Driving that car at the moment is Bidgeway, Leon Bidgeway, and I believe the fastest lap in qualifying was set by Wayne Jackson. So that looks like quite a strong lineup. Bidgeway up to 10th place, although with the move we just saw them make, in fact, up to 9th, because they've got past the number 6 car from Graves Motorsport. That is Alfie Glennie. So the 63 IP racing car back out there, and to the joy of the team, I'm not seeing any issues with their tape job
No, that's
yet. So
good news.
yes.
Yep, they applied more tape down the seam, so the long seam.
More structurally sound taping there by the looks of it. I'm fascinated by those little, I don't know if that's tape or tow hooks or something that they've got on the side of the leading car there.
Whiskers.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That's what they are, whiskers.
do pigs have whiskers?
Not really, no.
No.
No, they do, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Definitely.
there's news.
Well,
The Octane Junkies involved in an incident there. The 111 car and the 23, the PSR and 111. That was a battle for position out there on circuit, and both cars continue on without going into the pits, but clearly ran out of space there through the Robert chicane, which is very easy to do, particularly with the tyre stacks on the inside of the corner there. Ongoing repairs over in the Camel crew. And good to see Barwell out there again. I think they had a couple of issues early on. I think they had a spin in the first 10 or 15 minutes actually, but they're back and running. I think still down towards the bottom of the order, but they could make up places as they go on. I seem to remember in the 12 hour at Snetterton a couple of years ago, as a matter of fact. They kind of just plodded around and managed to break into the top 20 just through kind of will and consistency.
Think about crackling.
Crackling, pork crackling.
Yeah, you've always got a few whiskers on crackling, haven't you? See?
Okay. I suppose you.
And yes, it has taken me 4 minutes to work that out.
I was going to say that's all that you've been thinking.
I'm sorry. I apologise.
That's wonderful. No, that's brilliant. 55 car in, I believe. So that'll be the first pit stop for that crew. That's the Covershaw car that started on the very last row of the grid. They pit out of 35th place by the looks of it. The car driven at the time of pit entry by Alistair Hardy.
Repairs finished on the 88 car, so on its way down pit lane. I will go down when we're looking as if the first of the stops are about to take place. I will pop down and join the cameraman Simon in pit lane and see if we can get an interview or two after stints. Yes.
You see that crispy
bacon.
That's excellent. So some fun there with the driver names on the side of the number 1 car, the Burton Power Racing entry. Burton Power, they know what they're doing, and they've pitted at the 47-minute mark. So I'm interested to see whether anyone else follows suit imminently. The race leader, though, pressing on with the bewhiskered Pink Pig. Heading down the Craner curves for what is, I believe, the 30th time in the race. Yes, we are on lap number 30, and the gap between Reed in this car, the Wolf Motorsport number 26, and the track-focused number 126 of Sean Cooper has gone down. It's down to 1.1 seconds. The traffic, I think, falling more in Cooper's favour, and you can visually see that the gap is closer with the maroon-coloured car. Or is it burgundy? The car in second place, whatever it is, the dark red of Sean Cooper, just 1.1 seconds back, so that could get very interesting, especially if they come out together after the pit stops. Flat Shift Tommy, Mr. B and Crispy Bacon, that's an all-time great list of drivers there, isn't it?
Up there with the classics.
Absolutely. So then the fastest lap of the race does belong to Sean Cooper, incidentally, as you can see on screen. He's setting lap times around that marker fairly consistently. His last lap was actually a 34.273, and so he's right up there on the pace. They've just cleared some back markers, and the front two are right together again after that, so it does again seem that the scales are tipping towards Cooper for the time being, but as is always the way with lap traffic, it giveth and it taketh, doesn't it? It's probably going to fall the other way in the next few minutes. I love watching these cars go through the old hairpin. The commitment required to get through there quickly, you shouldn't underestimate it.
Watching any car through the old hairpin is a joy, isn't it? Down through the Craner curves. I remember many years ago, I got my first ever single-seater lap, and it was around Donington Park, and it was in a Formula Palmer Audi car, and going down through the Craner curves, and then through the old hairpin, that whole series of bends and the sweep, the way the circuit swept one element onto the next was just absolutely thrilling, and you can completely understand why a driver in any car really loves that section, the way one thing leads to another.
Oh, now that looks like that's been an incident involving at least one other car. The number 8 is into the gravel trap. That's the VEC Motorsport car of Ben Vandenbos, Tom Cooper and Tom Elson, and with that bodywork missing, I wonder if there was maybe a little bit of contact that led to that visit to the gravel. They were registered 23rd position before that, just getting back underway now.
Yeah, managed to bunny hop out of the gravel. That was quite impressive, really.
Yes, much to the marshal's delight, no push required.
Yeah.
The top two continue to run line astern through the Craner curves and the old hairpin. I was lucky enough to be here in 2011 for Boss GP here at Donington Park, and you had 97 Benetton's, a 98 Tyrrell
Nice.
from Fritz van Eerd, the current World Endurance Championship racer, and watching those cars through the Craners and through Old Hair.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. And a 1991 Jordan that weekend as well.
Imagine what it would have been like to have been here in 1993 for the British Grand Prix.
European Grand Prix.
Yes, it was. I had a ticket to come.
No,
I did. I didn't go because the weather was horrible. When I got up in the morning, I thought, I think I'll enjoy this more if I watch it on TV. So I did. Yeah.
Hindsight is 2020.
No, I have no regrets.
Okay.
I wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Fair
I wouldn't
enough.
have enjoyed being wet and cold.
No, fair enough. That's reasonable. That does incidentally mark 2 days in a row that we've mentioned that race on the stream.
Quite right too.
Yes, indeed. Well, it is one of the defining moments here.
Particularly if you know the amount of work that went on behind the scenes to make that happen. The work that the former owner of Donington Park did, along with the various people behind the scenes that worked so hard. It was Tom Wheatcroft's dream to have a Grand Prix, and it happened. So it's part of Donington's history.
Absolutely, and if I remember rightly, that was partly down to the failure of running an F1 race at Autopolis in Japan that led to the late drafting in of Donington in what is the one and only Formula One Grand Prix that has happened at Donington thus far. There were talks, of course, of bringing F1 here in 2010, but that fell through. However, still plenty of exciting international racing that happens here at Donington, chief among which, of course, will be the World Superbikes here in July. In the top two, line astern, nose to tail, as they run through the Coppice Bend. They've got the Octane Junkies for company, the car that we saw in a collision a little earlier on down at the Roberts chicane. Let's see if Sean Cooper feels like making a move then. He's certainly within range. He was right on the bumper of the Pink Pig a little earlier on, but didn't make a move. Let's see if second time around he finds a way to try and get by. The 26 and 126 cars, ironically, at the very front of the order. And I think the Wolf Motorsport crew, they kind of went through a rebranding, didn't they? Because they were Alex Reed Motorsport last year, the Reed family car. They're now Wolf Motorsport, but they've gone for a pig-based livery. I'm unsure on the optics or the decision making there, but certainly a very well prepped car.
It looks super. It looks absolutely super. And this a battle for the lead, sort of just approaching 1/5 distance in a 5-hour race is absolutely fantastic.
No, you see it often in the 12-hour at Snetterton. It's often come down to the wire for some of the podium places. The Enduro KAs do seem to breed fabulous racing. The guys behind Club Racing UK, including Nick Holmes, had a fabulous run there to the win in 2020. I think that was secured for them in the final 10 minutes. So there is a lot that goes on in these races. Oh, I like that spirited.
That's nice.
That was a very spirited return to the fast lane of the pits, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, really good. And you're right. What you said earlier on, we are sort of, our ears are trained to listen to tyre squealing and think, oh, something's happened. Whereas this is 24-hour tyre squealing.
Yes. Well, of course, we both worked at the Citroen C1 24-hour last year, and I was stationed in the Beckett's box.
Yes, you were.
Now, those cars tyre squeal all the way through Maggotts and Beckett's, and I would unwaveringly just turn over on my shoulder to see whether or not something had happened, and I'd invariably be wrong. And then the one time I decided to ignore the tyres, someone was doing a spin.
Something had happened.
Yeah. You have to sometimes tune out the instincts, but other times lean into them.
Was that last year? Wow.
Oh, big impact there. The 121 car being rather rudely nudged into a spin there. So the 121 Calamity I could make a lot of jokes there about that, but they rejoined the race from the gravel without too much delay.
And that car is in. Oh, and another.
And that's a front-running car.
Yeah.
The Purple Sector Racing Machine that was running up in the top 10 is facing the wrong way there. I think they've lost some time. I think they've fallen back. Yes, they're 28th at the moment. I think they've been into the pit lane. And that car is, I think, quite firmly embedded into the gravel, potentially with some damage to contend with as well. You've got single-waved yellows just a little further along Exhibition Straight. And I just wonder whether or not that car is going to need a safety car. As soon as I say that, yes, the safety car is deployed and the pit stops are coming. I would suspect Alan Hyde agrees. He's going to run down to the pit lane to join the cameraman. Hopefully we can get some interviews and some insights from the pits. But with 56 minutes complete then, the safety car has made its first appearance. Hopefully it can pick up the leaders or someone in that general vicinity, but this is going to be a good opportunity for the drivers here to hand their cars over and so on. There is the safety car, and it has picked up the leaders, so that's really good to see. The BMW T Series has found Luke Reed, and Luke Reed now follows. Meanwhile, the number 14 Turn 7 car is in, as is the KNR Racing Machine, and I think a lot of cars coming into the pits now. Yes, Adam Blair is in the number 36 as well. The IP Racing 36 car has come into the pits. And lots of kerfuffle going on there down at turn 7 during that pit stop. Sounded like there was a bit of discussion going on. 77 Racing crew in. Of course, they've had a turbulent first hour, including that 3-car squeeze down on the approach to Redgate that cost them time and a few body panels to boot. But you see there, the pit lane is filling thick and fast here. Cars rejoining the circuit as well, but by and large, they are all coming back into the pit lane for their first stops. The Purple Sector Racing car has been freed from the gravel. I wonder whether or not this is going to work out as a 1-lap pit stop or a 1-lap safety car period. I think the safety car train is somewhere up by Coppice at the moment. The obstruction has been cleared, so I wonder if the safety car may be taken off the track imminently. I suspect we may get one more lap, but wait to see. Safety car should just actually be coming through the last couple of corners now. We'll see whether the lights are still on. Yes, they are. So one more lap behind the safety car, and that will be why, because the tyre barrier actually got repositioned rather there by the number 48 car. So a rather more hefty hit than I initially thought, I think, for the 48 crew. As the rest of the field comes streaming into the pit lane. If the pit lane looked busy before, I dread to think what it's going to look like for you now. In fact, not everybody electing to come in, but the overwhelming majority are. Number 8 car being held at the end of pit lane because
I'm going to see Adam. I'm going to see if I can get a word with Ollie Jackson. He's fresh out of the car, and he was the first garage that I came to. You got a big broad smile on your face. Now, I was very happy with you at the start of the race because you were going in the right direction, and then all of a sudden, not so much the right direction. What was the story, Ollie?
Oh, we just we seemed after we've run for about 20 minutes, the car just loses power, and so yeah, no, I'm not really sure what was going on, but it's I don't know if it gets hot and who knows?
I was saying during the commentary that you've got a great interest in the technical aspect of racing as well. So presumably you are working through all the permutations in your mind.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm just here for a bit of fun. So yeah, this is one for me to disengage my brain. Other than in a touring car race.
It's such a fun meeting, isn't it? Last year you were here. You come with your mates, and it's all about sort of, well, dusting off the cobwebs of the winter season and going racing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's a group of 4 of us. Actually, there's 6 of us that we all started racing caterings together. We did the academy in 2005. That's how long we've been friends. And yeah, a couple of years ago, we thought this would be a fun thing to do, so we all chipped into a car. I mean, we do it absolutely for fun. It's really just for us to go and do something and have a bit of fun on track.
How much time do you get to do it during the year?
I usually only do 1 or 2. Yeah. I mean, we had a test day just to do a little bit of setup work, believe it or not, but a couple of weeks ago. But other than that, it's just jump in and have a bit of fun.
I have to ask as well, because of course we've just had the first official test for the new hybrid cars in the BTCC. It's back to the day job in a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. It's the hybrids going to be interesting. We had a slightly challenging day the other day, but I think once all the teething problems are worked out, it should be interesting.
Ollie, thanks so much for chatting to us. I'm sure it won't be the final time during this race that we'll see that smile on camera, but the safety car lights are out. We've gone green.
Yes, back to green flag racing, and Luke Reed continues to press on in the number 26 car, our race leader, basically unopposed now, because a lot of the other cars that were at the sharp end have come in, including the car that was second place, that being Sean Cooper in the 126, the track-focused entry, in fact inheriting second place, a car that was well outside of the top 10 before. That is the Gridfinder number 42. So the Gridfinder 42 car being driven by Toby Owen at the moment. Owen, who started the car, and they've inherited second place by dint of just pressing on and not taking a pit stop, whereas a lot of the other cars are just now, as you can see, being released from the end of pit lane, and I wonder whether or not they may have actually lost time to that. There goes the 126 car and the Fat Boy Racing crew, so both Track Focused and Fat Boy Racing coming back out onto the circuit, the 126 and 127 cars respectively, and we'll have to wait and see quite where that shakes them out in the order. 3 hours and 58 minutes to go. We have gone past the hour marker. The order is still a bit fluid at the moment because of the pit stops, but as it stands, it is the Wolf Motorsport car of Luke Reed that leads the way from the Gridfinder 42 of Toby Owen. The Turn 7 car, the first of the cars that has made a pit stop. Jim McDougall now at the wheel of Turn 7 Racing, number 14. In 4th place is the Windgat Racing car, the number 3 of Weymouth. And in 5th place, the Andrew Howell driven Autotech Motorsport car in 5th position. G&B Racing's number 100 car is up to 6th place, again rather by dint of the fact it is yet to make a pit stop. The Misty Racing 172 is in 7th. M&D Racing with the number 16 car, in 8th place. In 9th is the LDR Performance Tuning car, the car that looks a bit like the Batmobile in livery only. That's currently being driven by Andy Greer-Hardy. Rounding out the top 10 at the moment is the number 6 Greaves Motorsport car. 11th place is Semprini Racing. Hart at the wheel of the number 27. Bogra's number 51 Barwell Autosport car that was at one point down at the very sharp bottom end of the order is now 12th overall. Again, hasn't pitted yet, but moved up to 12th place as it stands. The 148 North Motorsport car is in 13th place. It's currently being driven by Sam North himself. In 14th is the PSR car of Woods, the 23 in 14th. The sister IP Racing car, the number 36. Sorry, no, that's the main car, the one with Adam Blair in it, of course. The 36 car is now running 15th after its pit stop. We'll get to the end of the top 20. The 192 Race Logic car is in 16th. The 60 Powerflex racing car is in 17th. The Axiometrics car in 18th. 19th is the Graves Motorsport car. That has just been taken over by the driver Alex Neville. Good to see Alex racing here today. Talk a bit about him a little later on. And rounding out the top 20 for the time being is the Calamity car, the 121, currently being driven by Andrew Hinch. We follow the car that's in second place for the time being, the Gridfinder 42, Toby Owen at the wheel. Toby has done, I think, 3 or 4 seasons now in MX-5s, and seems to be enjoying his run at the moment in the KAs. There we see the 555 car, the Sukaru entry. They're getting some support from number of people here at the circuit. There is our race leader though, the 26. Of course, worth noting that Alex Neville, spoke about him. He's done quite a few years of racing in the mini challenge class, in addition to his driver coaching duties, and one of the drivers who's racing with him in the Graves Motorsport entry is in fact Frank Frostick, who, among other things, was the mechanic on one of the mini challenge cars that Alex Neville used to race. Frank Frostick also does a bit of sim racing. I remember commentating on some of the sim racing he did during the first lockdown in events organised by Club Racing UK, the Interclub Challenge, I believe they called that. And Frank had some turbulent drives in the sim. Hopefully things go a bit better for him here at Donington today. There goes the Gridfinder car though, still in second place and quite a way ahead of the turn 7 car of McDougall, the 14 car that sits in third place. Second place, as we've said, largely by dint of the safety car and the pit stops for the others, but who knows, Gridfinder could parlay this into a very good race indeed. They're only 28 seconds back from the lead at the moment, going a bit slower than Luke Reed, it must be said, but we'll see how the others fare as the day goes on. There goes the turn 7 car that currently sits in third place. Lots of support for Gridfinder on the YouTube live stream comments as well. They're a very popular team with their efforts in the sim racing community. I believe Toby looks after some sim racing communities out there. Jim McDougall, meanwhile, pressing on in the number 14 car out of the turn 7 stable. The last lap for this car was a 1:38.5, so Jim not quite on the same pace as Callum, who was in the car earlier. Losing time to our erstwhile race leader, Luke Reed. Reed, who is almost a lap clear of everybody at the moment because of not pitting. I wonder if that'll prove to be a masterstroke. In fact, the car directly behind the 26 on circuit is the number 3. So the race leader is just ahead of the 4th place car, meaning only the top 3 are on the lead lap. That is really impressive. Shows just how quickly Luke Reed is going here. He's already put a lap on a few drivers after the green flag has gone, or rather after the green flag waved. See where they come out after the pit stop, of course. That's going to be all important. Through the Craners goes Jim McDougall in 3rd place. Oh, and an issue there for the 148. That's Ollie Jackson's car. Unfortunately, the North Motorsport machine with the eponymous driver at the wheel, Sam North, with a problem. And that did not look good at all. That looked more mechanical than mistake to me. Just saw someone flick the windscreen wipers. Let's hope that's not foreboding anything. The 63 car that was, the IP Racing machine, diving up the inside of one of the others. The 2nd IP Racing car, currently being driven by Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin, who has 2 wins to his name already here today. Sorry, not here today, but here this weekend. 2 victories to his name. And he'd be delighted to add a 3rd. And in fact, Scott Parkin, he has 2 horses in this race because he's set to drive both of the IP Racing cars. He's in the 2nd of them at the moment, the 63 car. And that would be quite something if he manages to get a 3rd victory here in the same weekend.
I reckon it's really easy to flick the windscreen wipers on because I saw a car do that earlier on. Okay. So nothing to worry about, I don't think.
You don't think?
Famous last words.
Yes.
Because it has got a bit cloudy as the afternoon as we've got into the body of the afternoon here at Donington. It does look a little bit more threatening, a bit like it did yesterday when we had a couple of little sprinklings of rain.
Of course, if you tuned in yesterday, you'll know that the last race in particular, the Petra Lubricants Porsche Cup Championship with Pirelli, as the 148 car just being recovered by the tractor there, as you can see on camera. But that race was heavily affected by the rain, and those cars were running on slick tyres.
Look at this.
It's great, isn't it? Made for a very exciting race, and I do heartily suggest that after today's race, if you do want to watch some exciting racing, I'd seek out that Porsche Club race in particular, because that was a hoot to call and a hoot to watch as well in those mixed conditions. Greasy track, slick tyres, it's always going to be a fun time. There is the grid finder car, so that's in. Toby Owen gets out of the car. Good first stint from him. Pitting out of 2nd place. And we'll see where they end up. There is the purple sector car as well, which of course was the instigator of our safety car period. Good to see that they are running again, but I think they are well out of the top 20 now, just taking a look at that. In fact, they are 45th and last at the moment, 7 laps down. So unfortunate for the purple sector team. Started well within the top 10. At one time, I think they had the fastest lap in the qualifying session. But the race has not matched the promise coming into it. The KF car just behind them, of course, another car that's been in the wars. That was one of 3 parties involved in the big squeeze into Redgate in the first hour. number 18 car there in shot as well briefly. That's the Axiometrics car, which has been taken over now by Nigel Griffiths. Now that car was right up the sharp end pre-pit stops. We'll have to see where it shakes out once everyone has made that first stop. Luke Reed pressing on though.
How long for, do you think?
Yes, good question. I think maybe another 10 minutes. I can't see them staying out much beyond the hour and a half mark.
No. I'll try and go down and have a chat to him when he gets out the car, because this is, as you say, been a very, very impressive stint, this, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been very good to see Luke stretching the legs of that car.
And not without its moments,
No.
if you bear in mind, having to fight with a car that was a lap down and then wasn't a lap down.
Yes, the Finch machine getting its elbows out at one point, maybe not realising it was dealing with the race leader, or careening into the gravel and just avoiding the barrier. Well done, sir. McRae reincarnated, number 77, who is at the wheel of that at the moment. That is Baldacci at the wheel of that car. That was a very close shave indeed. Very lucky to avoid the barriers there. I'm sure that everyone in the garage winced and then breathed a sigh of relief within about 5 seconds there. It's the problem with the live stream at times, I feel, for some of the garage crews. They'd be blissfully unaware of some of the dramas befalling their drivers.
And I can tell you, they are all absolutely glued to their television sets downstairs.
Indeed. No, it's absolutely wonderful to have this service for those of you at home, for those of you on the spectator banks who are watching to make sure they can see the whole circuit, and indeed those in the paddock. It serves many a purpose having the live streaming here at these national events. 172 car is in. That's the one of the two Misty Racing cars. They've had a couple of hiccups, I think, thus far. However, they are just 19th actually at the time of pitting, so not too bad. It's actually their second pit stop as well. They've already had to come in once, so not a faultless run so far, but hopefully they've got their troubles out of the way early on. There's the 121 car, which obviously was spat out into the gravel a little bit earlier, just ahead of the car that runs third place. Sorry, make that second place now that the grid finder car has pitted. That is Jim McDougall at the wheel of that car, a little way off the ultimate pace.
But the car has made its stop, hasn't it? There's probably half a dozen cars that have not yet taken a stop, one being the race leader, the number 26 car, the number 100 car, currently in third position, yet to take its stop. The number 16 car, yet to take a stop. The number 49 car, yet to take a stop, and the 27 car as well. A couple more. 51 Barwell Autosport car, and maybe one more car, the 39, the Carmelian car.
Okay, so a few yet to serve their stops, of course including our race leader. It'll be very intriguing to see where they come out ultimately, Luke Reed, and indeed who he hands over to, because that can have a bearing on how the next stint goes. Turn 7 firmly in battle here with the cars that are a little further down the order at the moment. Jim McDougall in the 137 to 139 range when it comes to lap time. Fastest lap we've had in the race so far, a 133.926 from Reed, which would have put him second on the grid for the race, and would have also put him 3/10 faster than their actual qualifying time. So they've pulled the pace out for the race, which I suppose is the correct thing to do.
They didn't need the qualifying lap, really, did they? They were soon into the lead of the race, and in race conditions, the only car to be in the 133s. So that's pretty impressive stuff. 133.926, fastest lap of the race, credited to Luke Reed in the 26 Wolf Motorsport car. Looking at the second place car, the Turn 7 car,
Hi, Mum. Fabulous. Oh, that's wonderful. Not sure whom that was, but that was...
His mum will know.
His mum will know, and that was the target audience for that. We just happened to enjoy it as bystanders. There goes the turn 7 car again, out of the Robert chicane. I think that corner is so interesting, the final chicane here, since they moved it back with the renovations in 2010-2011. It's got so many different kind of cambers and you know, the crest over the cambering for the Goddard's hairpin as well, particularly in cars like yesterday's Porsches. Anything with a good amount of power, it's quite tricky to get that power down coming out of the last chicane. Shouldn't be such an issue in these little KAs, but nonetheless, it's certainly a challenging little circuit, isn't it? Donington National, I think, probably top 3 circuits in the UK for most you ask, Donington National. There is the Finch car, which is our current 3rd place runner. Only 3.1 seconds, incidentally, between this car and the car in 4th. Oh, look at that exhaust. That's swaying and hanging low, isn't it? That could be troubling. The Windgat Racing car in 4th place, driven by Weymouth. Another, well, actually the 2nd place among the cars that have already stopped. It's Matthew Weymouth at the wheel. It was started by Leon Bidgeway. And I believe it was Wayne Jackson that did the qualifying time. So looks like we've got 3 very competent drivers at the wheel of that thing. The number 3 car that you just occasionally see in the back of shot, that's the blue, white and pink Lucas Oil coloured machine. And that car could be a contender. Now sits in 4th place, having already made a pit stop, closing in rapidly on 3rd.
And the one with the Batman logo, that is the KAT mobile. So that's the Catmobile.
Oh no!
Thank you.
Oh, how long's that been in your pocket?
There are more.
Oh no!
there are plenty more.
We get a text from Alan on Tuesday with like some KA puns.
It's what it says on it. It's the Catmobile.
Absolutely, yeah, that's great. Oh dear. I wish I could think of them on the spot, but I don't have any stored imminently for you. The number 56 car just going a lap down. Haven't mentioned them much yet, although they have been on screen a little. The 56 car, I think, is a little way down the order. That's the car that I absolutely loved on the grid read, because it's one of the few teams in all caps on the grid sheet, and they're all caps, hard and enthusiastic. Which is quite the motive for your day of racing, and they currently run down in 30th position. At the wheel at the moment is Michael Hickey. Looks to me as though our leader is about to dispatch potentially Jim McDougall. McDougall is in the pack just ahead. There you see the number 14 car. And so if that move happens, technically speaking, despite having not pitted yet, Luke Reed will have a lap on the entire field.
Lapped the whole field in the first hour and a half of the race.
And if a safety car comes right after he does that, that could be not race 1, but it can certainly put him a long way clear.
That's a very comfortable opening stint, isn't it? He's been absolutely superb. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, seems to be very in sync with the car. And yeah, McDougall, I'm interested to see whether or not the communication will be through that car behind is the leader, and whether or not there is any dispute between the two of them, but I suspect that won't be the case. McDougall, our 2nd place car, rounding McLean's corner for the 51st time for that car, lap 52 for our race leader at this stage, with 3 hours and 36 minutes of the race left to run. Just waiting to see when it happens. The 26 car closing down the number 14. Turn 17, named after Caterham dealership. Rather different from a Caterham this, but nonetheless it's a very well turned out car actually. It's one of the liveries that looks the most professionalised of all, and here comes the moment we were discussing. There's the race leader side by side with second place. Not as exciting as you might think though, because they are now officially an entire lap apart. Luke Reed has got a lap on the field, and oh, he gets turned in on there by one of the others. That's the 81 car. That would have been a moment that you wouldn't want to see on live stream, would you? That was
I'm not sure. I'm not sure he was just waving hello when he went past. No,
yes.
I don't think he was.
No. The GM Performance car, that was the number 81. That is one of the Mitchells, Gary Mitchell, at the wheel of that. And, well, that would have been quite the moment, wouldn't it? To lap the entire field and then immediately have a crash. That would have been troubling, let's say. But thankfully, Luke Reed managed to stave off any contact. Question is, when will Luke Reed bite the bullet and pop into the pits?
It's got to be soon, hasn't it?
You'd think so, yeah, definitely. They can do long stints, but don't want to push the boat out too far. However, I think a few laps lapping in the joys of being a lap clear are probably high on the priority list for the Wolf Motorsport team as well. There goes Reed once more through the Robert chicane. That does not look comfortable bouncing over the curbs, does it?
That really looked a bit more ragged than we've seen, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes, well I spotted it quite a lot in qualifying, not just from Luke or the 26 crew. It does, when they're on a quick lap, it does look actually quite painful.
Yeah.
I say that as a 24-year-old, albeit one with a very gammy back. So, yes, I wouldn't want to think what your vertebrae are going through there. Just about to put another lap on the number 21. The K&F racing car has been taken over, incidentally, in the pit stops. It's now being driven by Tony Barson, one of 5 drivers in that car. They split it 5 ways. You can split it 6 ways if you wish. I'm sure we'll get a lot more kind of 6-car teams come the arrival of the 24-hour race in June over at Anglesey. If my memory serves me correctly, there will be 5 pit stops they have to make during this race, owing to the 5 cars, 5 drivers, or maximum of 6 drivers. Sorry.
Yes, yeah.
So to ensure the fact that they can get, or to make sure they can get parity between those with 2 drivers or those with 6, they have to make 5 pit stops, and so that is probably why a number of these drivers have made the decision to pit quite early. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it does. I can't remember which one it was, to be honest. So we're almost 90 minutes in as the leader continues to circulate. How many cars have not pitted yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make that 4 because in comes the 100 car, the G&B Finch car coming in. So Joe Bragg will hand over. I thought that it was actually Stephen Finch that started that car, so maybe they corrected the starting driver a little retroactively there. The G&B Finch car in for a pit visit. And so
there will be just 4 cars left.
Yeah, just the 4 cars that are yet to pit. 4 holdouts. Of course, they will all have to do 5 stops. So there's no merit to trying to, stretch and only do 2 pit stops, because then you'll just get awarded a nice long stop-go penalty towards the end of the race. 5 pit stops are mandatory here. In fact, we have seen them on several occasions push that right till the end. I think a couple of years ago there was a pit stop in the final 8 minutes or something like that.
Was there?
For these races.
That's not for the faint-hearted, is it?
No, exactly. If the race got red flagged or something there, I'd have a number of quandaries as to what happens next. Turn 7 car, still there in second place and uncontested in second place, especially with the G&B Finch car coming into the pit lane. There are the Octane Junkies. They're up to 11th place now, having made a pit stop, and they seem to be on the pace with Martin Smith now at the wheel. I said that I'd expect that car to be up the order, and that's now starting to be the case. They're up in 11th. They've advanced beyond their place on the grid, even though they had a little bit of a kerfuffle down at the Robert Chicane a little while ago, and in fact the car they're just coming up on there, the 126, is the car in 10th place. So this is a battle for position at the moment between the 126 and the 111 cars. The 126 is currently being driven by Michael McCollum, and McCollum coming under harassment here from Martin Smith. In 12th place actually is the car directly behind them, 10th through 13th all in one long queue at the moment, and all being chased down ever so slightly by the race leader as well. The Fat Boys car, in fact no, the Fat Boys car seems to have fallen down the order rather more. I think
that's did that come in twice? I think it's had two stops.
It's had two stops, so it's down at 22nd now. The Texaco liveried car, the Eggenberger car. Powerflex Racing though in the white car, that's the number 60, the Powerflex Racing machine, that's in 11th place now.
We've gone over an hour and a half in this stint now, you know.
We have, yes, that's getting up there, isn't it? That means that in 3.5 hours they're going to have to make 4 further pit stops. So, at the moment 5 pit stops still to serve in 3.5 hours.
So the cars we're waiting for, 26, the race leader, Wolf Motorsport, Luke Reed at the wheel. Currently 5th place, M&D Racing, car number 16. 8th place, car number 27, the Samprini Racing car in 8th place. And the final car would be the Carmelian car in 26th place. They the only 4 cars that have yet to make a stop.
Yep, so everyone else on the right side of the law, in that sense, it won't be much longer before we see the 26 in. We have to suspect, don't really want to give everyone else such short, sharp stints, although I think maybe the team recognising that Luke Reed is the fastest peddler, potentially. I can't think of many other reasons to go this much longer than anyone else around you. As you see there, the Octane Junkies still not actually past the track focused car. I thought for a while that McCollum was going to come under threat from Martin Smith in the very near future, but actually the cars in 8th and now 10th place have been a little bit separated. The car in 9th, incidentally, is that number 27. The Samprini Racing car is now separated track focused and the Octane Junkies 8th, 9th and 10th places, all directly ahead of our race leader, and all in significant danger of going 2 laps down.
Luke Reed currently in quite a bit of traffic. You have to be fairly careful about how you pick your way through and what part of the circuit you meet the traffic, but it's quite a bunch of KAs to be negotiated by car 26, race leader, the Pink Piglet.
That's brilliant. Very good.
I think we'll use that.
Yes, that works. Yeah, 45 cars strewn across this just under 2 mile long circuit. It's certainly track space at a premium, even in cars this small. And you just see there some on-track action for position there between track focused and Samprini. The Samprini car currently being piloted by driver that I don't think I actually have on the entry list. Oh no, it's Phil Hart. Phil Hart just being overtaken, re-overtaken by the track-focused guys. They're having a good little scrap, and the Powerflex car gets past the both of them. So Powerflex number 60 being driven by a late addition to the entry list. That's Brichter at the wheel of the number 60, and he's got himself through into 9th place. So 9th place from 11th over the course of 1 lap. Not bad going.
Still the leader, yet to stop.
Yes, every time the car comes past the pits, you half expect to see it go in, don't you?
You just wonder, yeah. But that was quite a committed lap from Luke Reed. Had to get through the traffic and did so even with a little lock-up at the end of the lap coming into the Robert chicane. So I was pretty sure he wasn't going to pull into pits after making up so much ground effectively with the traffic that needed to go another lap down. So 1 more lap at least for the race leader. 3 hours and 25 minutes of the race remaining. And when you come across the traffic in the right part of the circuit, it can just look so easy and majestic to get past. When you come across the traffic at the wrong part of the circuit, it can look, well, you look behind your fingers, really, don't you? It could all go so terribly wrong.
Yes, it can, and oftentimes does in this style of racing. And however, Reed has been very careful. He's been playing his cards right. He's down in the 136s now, having been in the very high 133s early on in the race. So he's clearly, pulled in his horses, pulled in his reins a little bit to match what's going on around him. Not going to try anything too audacious with slower cars on the apex, etc., etc. He's on lap number 60 at the moment, is our race leader. The car we see on screen in the blue, white and pink is the Windcat racing car, which is now into 3rd place, and the car just behind, the number 6, is the car in 4th. So this is an on-track battle between Weymouth, Matthew Weymouth, and the number 6 car currently being driven by Ben Jenkins. Ben Jenkins looking for a move, actually, as they run down the back straight. So this could be on for 3rd position. Looks as though Jenkins may have it done before they even get to the Robert chicane. Good move for the Martini striped car. Through into 3rd overall goes Ben Jenkins. For Graves Motorsports, strong little lineup there in the Graves car. Oliver Meadows, Nicky Taylor, Nelson King and Alfie Glennie joining Ben Jenkins in that 5-car lineup. That makes them the second of the cars that have actively made a pit stop already. 38 seconds behind Jim McDougall in that turn 7 car, which is the foremost of those that have made a pit stop. So we all just kind of bide our time here, waiting
It is
for
exactly that, isn't it? I'm
Motorsport crew.
I'm poised. I'm ready
Yes.
to launch into action and go down the stairs and get a chat, join our cameraman. But yeah,
It's interesting, isn't it, as we rapidly approach 1/3 distance in this race, and still yet to make a pit stop.
and still in traffic. Twas ever thus. It's going to be the story for the rest of the race, of course. But this has been a superlative effort of getting through traffic and not being held up by Luke Reed.
What's so interesting is that traffic, oftentimes is cars that they were racing previously. They're just coming up on the track
That's
focused
true.
car.
Yeah.
And that was the battle for the lead before the safety car came out at the top of the hour. So, how many of the 45 cars are currently running? The answer is, I think 44 of them at the moment. There's 2 in the pit lane, one of which is the Semprini racing car, the 27 of Phil Hart, which means just the 2 cars
Yep,
are
just 2 left
having
now.
not pitted. Our
Yep.
race leader and the M&D Racing number 16 car being driven by Tony Perfect.
And running in 6th place.
Yes, of course, he'll be handing over to Alex Martin a little later on, who I believe that is the Alex Martin that was in the BTCC for a little while in the very distinct Dextra focus.
That's right. Yeah, Dextra, the LED lighting company that he's a part of.
Yes, and used to race Porsches as well in GT Cup and the Porsche Carrera Cup. I think actually competed in the Porsche Carrera World Cup in 2011, which was a support race to the Nürburgring 24 Hours on the full Nürburgring Nordschleife. 99 cars or something ridiculous in 3 grids for that. It was quite the event. And Alex Martin got to be a part of that. There's that number 6 car we've discussed, up into 3rd place and building a gap now over Weymouth. So this is a good stint out of Ben Jenkins by the looks of it. What kind of lap times is Jenkins doing? A 1:38.6 last time across the line. This time across the line a 1:36.9. So that's a little more like the pace we'd expect at the sharp end. Of course, the times ebb and flow lap by lap because of the traffic here. I do like the modifications to the sponsorship stickers there. Apparently they're being repped by Mortini. Now, is this a car heading into the pits, I wonder? Nope, just continuing to dispatch back markers. I thought for a moment it was jinking off to the left, but that is not the case. Just putting a second lap down we've got someone off circuit there. Do we get to see who it is? I think it might have been that Misty Racing car up ahead, the 72. But some dirt kicked up at the old hairpin, but seemingly no harm, no foul, just some dirty tyres. Yes, just to finish my point there, the car in 8th place, the Axiometrics number 18, has now been put 2 laps back from Luke Reed. So, again, if a safety car were to come out at this moment, that would be a huge quids in for Wolf Motorsport.
It absolutely would, wouldn't it? Yeah, so we are now 3 hours and just under 19 minutes of the race remaining and still waiting for the first pit stop for just 2 cars. The cars currently leading the race, the 26 Wolf Motorsport car, Luke Reed at the wheel, and the M&D Racing car, Tony Perfect at the wheel of car number 16. That's the car in 6th place. Only 2 cars yet to make their first pit stop, and I'm poised. I'm almost thinking that I'm going to go down, but then maybe not. I don't know.
The commentary box is warm.
It's not too bad this afternoon.
No.
It's only when you really feel the chill when you've got the breeze, and it's a little bit stiller this afternoon, so it's not quite as bad as it was this morning or yesterday.
Yes, well, it was, I think, 3 degrees in our first couple of races earlier.
Really cold
there on the camera, but I don't know I think there was an incident to see there. Yeah, it was very cold indeed.
And the car was very frosty first thing this morning as well. -2 when I got into the car.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's now a toasty 9 degrees according to my laptop outside here at Donington. So maybe Chaz Draycott is down to a mere 6 layers out there with his massive camera lens. If you see a man with a huge camera lens, it's more than likely Chaz Draycott, who has brought some weapons-grade photography devices to have a bit of fun after his Sports 2000 duties lapsed after lunch.
I wonder if that car's imminently coming in. I don't know why I say that. I just have a feeling.
Yes, well, I've had that feeling for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, fair point.
But your gauge of such things could be far superior to mine. We'll have to see whether or not there is a pit stop in the offing here. Just coming up on the what was it you said? The Catmobile.
It is, yeah.
Yes. About to go another lap down. Here comes the 26. Is Alan Hyde a race car psychic?
Wrong.
No.
Yeah. Wrong. Wrong.
Ah, yes, it is written on there. I didn't notice. Excellent. I've given them too much credit. The number 26 off onto another lap then. Lap 65 of the race now. So the laps are ticking over. We'll have already done something like 135 miles in those 65 laps. Black flag, meanwhile, has been displayed for car 89. That's the ABG network machine, currently being driven by Brown. So that is clearly a car that the stewards are unsatisfied with, and they're going to be called in for a harsh talking to.
Meanwhile, the M&D racing car has come in.
Ah, okay.
So that was one of only 2 cars that had yet to make their first pit stop. So the number 16 from 6th place, M&D racing car, into pit lane. First of the scheduled pit stop. So only 1 car, that car, remains on circuit, yet to have made its first stop.
Meanwhile, Ben Jenkins in the Graves Motorsport car that was running 3rd has actually come in for his 2nd pit stop. So that shows you the disparity in terms of pit strategies here.
I think it's going to be any time soon. I'm going to go down.
Ooh, okay.
I'm that
That's
confident.
Committing to the
I
pit.
am that
Okay.
confident.
Goodness me. There we go. That's a vote of confidence there from Alan, who's going to go down and await Luke Reed, who's put in a mammoth stint so far in this race. Bouncing across the curbs at the old hairpin goes the number 26 car. He certainly hasn't let up too much. His last lap was a 1:34.975, which is just on a second slower than he has been at his very fastest in this race. Would also have been good enough for a 5th row start in the qualifying session. So he really is continuing to pound out the laps. Obviously the traffic is the main factor in the ebb and flow of lap time. Bouncing across the curbs at Coppice. Off goes the 26 car towards the Robert chicane. Now, will he validate Alan Hyde's hunch this time? No, another lap. At least one more. 66 laps in the book, no pit stops for our race leader. Looking further back to quite the gaggle of cars heading into the Robert chicane. Some elbows out to find some room there. There goes that 555 Subaru once again. Very sideways there goes the number 28 car. That was let's call it exuberant cornering out of the VPEX Motorsport car that started in 13th position. Where are they on the timing screen at the moment? They're well out of the top 20 actually. 31st place at the moment, car being driven by Damien Hirst. Leader continues past the pit lane for yet another lap. Tips it into the first corner. And the Wolf Motorsport car pressing on with Reed at the wheel. Just ahead is the number 8 that ended up in the gravel at one point over at McLean's. They're up to 15th place in spite of that. The VE Mode Sport car currently being driven by Tom Elson. There is our car in second place, the Turn 7 machine of Jim McDougall. The gap between McDougall and the chasing pack was in excess of 30 seconds earlier. I'm just going to see what the time is next time they cross the line in a few seconds. Matthew Weymouth, the car in third place, of course, the Windgat Racing pink, white and blue car. Gap is actually out to 42.6 seconds, so I think if anything McDougall has increased his cushion over the car in third place. I do enjoy the fact that we are cutting back to the race leader every time just to see whether or not this is the occasion. The occasion still hath not come. No pit stops yet for our race lead. The only car in the race that hasn't served one of 5 mandatory pit stops in this race. Into the pits comes the Turn 7 car for the second time. So we've now got 2 cars in the top dozen or so that have made 2 pit stops, while our leader is yet to make even one. The Turn 7 car back in, Jim McDougall on the way out.
Two.
As the leader comes down towards the Robert chicane again, is this the occasion that he deigns to join Alan Hyde and the rest of the pack in coming to the pits? No. I thought for a moment it looked like it might have been swerving off to the left, but still no stop as he goes on to start lap 70, and the 49 car, the car adorned with the Batmobile livery, the LDR machine, has come to a halt there on the inside of McLean's. Now that is most interesting. That's the LDR Performance Racing machine. David Bywater, Andy Greer-Hardy and Alan Evans. I'm not sure whom is at the wheel at the moment. I think it's still Greer-Hardy. No, it's actually Evans now. Nonetheless, that car has come to a halt. Didn't look like a mechanical problem. Looked to me more as though that car... it looked to me like a mechanical problem rather than that car being helped into that position.
We did come down at the right time, Adam, because Chris Reed already had his helmet on. He's standing in the doorway of garage 28, standing by. I think, not surprisingly, the team have been wondering if the right time to come in would have been when there was a safety car. The safety car has not happened, so therefore Lucas stayed out. But now, inevitably, Luke is going to have to make a stop. So I think the stop is imminent for the race leader.
You'd suspect so, wouldn't you? Be interesting to know just how long he's been waiting. I hope it hasn't been too long.
I can ask him. Yeah. I can ask him. Chris, how long have you had your helmet on?
About 10 minutes now.
Oh, okay. Oh, not too bad.
Not too bad.
I expected it might have been the last hour or so. Yeah, okay, very good.
Well, I can say that it's going to be at least... There you go. It's going to be at least one more lap because the 26 car has just crossed the line again. That is now a 70-lap stint for Luke Reed. PSR car there that was the other half of the incident with the 111 Octane Junkies earlier on. Recovered nicely, is now up in third position, the PSR car, so they're going to be a factor once everything is kind of straightened out and we're into the once the only car left has pitted. once we get the kind of picture of the race, they should be, I'd suspect, on the lead lap, and certainly they'll be in the top 3 because they sit 3rd place at the moment, and in fact they only sit about 1.6 seconds back from the 2nd place car. In fact, there you go, you can see it on the screen. The number 3 car, the blue, pink and white, just one car up the queue from the number 23, the PSR car being driven at the moment by Jack Wood. So Jack Wood on the verge of challenging for 2nd place. You see the double waved yellows are still out there over at the McLean section. Now here comes our race leader. Safety car is out, and the car is coming in. So the pit stop has finally happened. Victorious.
Sam Luke's both hands in the air, and it's just exactly what they've been waiting for. So the pink piglet comes into view immediately, and this is almost like a script you couldn't write the script for. It turns left. Garage 28 is where we are. Comes to a stop. The driver door is open. The 16 car is leaving pit lane. The 14 car is in pit lane as well, having some work done to the front of the car. But Luke Reed climbing out and can be very, very pleased with the work that he's just done. And everything has rather played into their hands, hasn't it? Just a quick word from Chris to ask how the tyres are, and a brief resume now from Luke Reed to explain the state of the tyres and general advice about the state of the car before Chris gets in. At the moment, Sam Lukes is standing by with fire extinguishant while Alex Reed, Dad, is pumping in the fuel on the left-hand side of the car. There's another canister of fuel about to go into the car. Alex has been looking after pit wall until this point, but now the first can of fuel is almost at the end, and I think Alex is just trying to jiggle it along. There's a second container now which is about to go into the car, so until that's done we can't effect the driver change. Chris standing by, as I say. Sam Lukes is the driver who, with helmet and gloves on, is standing by with the fire extinguisher, and it's gravity that puts the fuel into the car, nothing other than that. So it's as fast as it can glug in, it continues to glug in. We are maybe a third empty on the second container of fuel for the 26 car, and plenty more are joining us down in pit lane. So plenty more cars electing to, not surprisingly, take their stop during this safety car intervention. Halfway, I think we are now, for this second container of fuel. Oh, you're going in the garage, are you? There is an oil leak on the car, says Luke. So myself and Simon, the cameraman, will take a step back, but the car is going to be wheeled into the garage. So a dramatic stop after that very, very impressive opening stint. And Luke gets back to the wheel of the car to assist in the steering of the, oh yeah, and a little puddle of oil just down on the ground there. Nothing to see here. Please disperse. Yeah, okay. Well, she's been working very hard, hasn't she? Luke is going to climb out the car, and we'll see if we can get a word with Luke if he's not going to be actively involved in this, fingers crossed, repair to the car. We'll see if we can get a word with Luke. Luke, do you want to, I know you've just got out the car, but such is the life of being a racing driver. Let's have a chat. First of all, just to congratulate you on what was a superb stint, maybe slightly longer than you expected.
Yeah. It was a fairly long stint. I thought, well, I'd done most of it, and I looked and I'd only done half an hour, so still an hour and a half to go.
It's not easy, is it? Getting past the back markers, there were a couple of little moments you had to contend with.
Yeah. I mean, there's some seriously quick boys and girls in this championship, so it's not an easy overtake on anyone. So you kind of relying on the blue flags and their peripheral vision. But yeah, everyone's been great. Enjoyed the race so far. Yeah.
Well, it was going superbly well for you. Did you know about this or not?
We literally came in and Jake, the #1 mechanic on the car, he spotted the leak, and it's better sort it out now than something go bang while we're going out. So it's unfortunate, but I'm sure the team will get it fixed.
I think you and the team were praying for this safety car.
I couldn't believe it. I was literally like, I'm about to run out of fuel, and they held the safety car board out. I was like, result, straight in the pits.
I know. Chris already had his helmet on. He'd had it on for 10 minutes. They were ready. So if the script was writing its way for you, it was until this little problem, which might take, I don't know, who knows how long this is going to take.
Yeah, I mean, that's motorsport, isn't it? So you win some, you lose some, but hopefully we'll get it fixed and enjoy the rest of the race.
Superb stint, Luke. Well done. Many congratulations.
Well, the pink piglet has apparently sprung a leak. That could be a big drama, big development in this race. It seemed as though the safety car was perfectly timed for a moment there. Got the impression that perhaps all the decks had fallen into their hand at the same time. Sadly, that was not the case, and they're now going to have to patch the car up before it goes back out there. That will leave the Windgat Racing car in the lead, ultimately, when all things shake out as we get to the 2-hour mark. In this race, the car driven by Matt Weymouth will continue on in the lead. Jack Wood is in the pits at the moment as well, in the third place car, the PSR machine. So that will be misplaced, but it's currently listed as third, behind the Reed car and the Windgat Racing machine. In fourth place is the 126, the track focused of McCollum. McCollum at the wheel of the 126 tracks focused car at the moment. Fifth place, the Powerflex Racing number 60. The Calamity car, the 121, is in P6. The Autotech Motorsport car, the 64, is in 7th. The 8th place car is the Yippee Car Yay, the number 67 car in 8th place. The Axiometrics number 18 currently sat in 9th position, and rounding out the top 10, the Octane Junkies, the 111 car, listed as 10th, although they are actually being bumped down the order as I speak, because the timing screen is jumbling around because of these pit stops under safety car. But that is an approximation of where we are with 2 hours and 58 minutes left on the clock. It will be the Windgat Racing car, though, that leads ultimately. Windgat Racing just crossed the line as the leader for the first time. We are going awfully slowly here behind the safety car. That last lap was a 3-minute 24 for our race leader, for example. It seems to be a very drawn-out pace, let's say, that the safety car is taking around the Donington Park circuit at the moment. We have so far been under safety car at the end of both hours, or at the top of both hours of this race. The safety car came in just about 2 minutes after we completed the first hour of the race. And as we've now crossed over that 2-hour marker, we are once again seeing the BMW 2 Series out on circuit. See the cars can't be doing more than, I don't know, 30 miles an hour out there at the moment, maybe 20 under this safety car. In fact, I think the number 2 car's coming to a halt altogether. So, yeah, look at them. They're literally doing walking pace out there at the moment. Not quite sure of the reasoning behind the slowness of this safety car, but they certainly are easing the momentum of the field. Wonder if they're just trying to make sure that this is the last lap under safety car conditions, but it's not as if we won't get more time on the track with a 5-hour race. There's the Castrol car, the number 2 machine. It's a good livery, but I can't help but suggest it should be white instead of yellow if it wants to be a true Castrol machine. I was trying to flip back through my memory banks there to see if I could think of a Castrol Ford, and there was one actually. Castrol was not the main sponsor, but was a sponsor on the Ford Focus WRC cars in the late 2000s. The car that was predominantly in BP colours, but had some Castrol sponsorship on there. And before that as well as also. So just been informed there that the reason this safety car is bunching up quite so is to get a recovery vehicle from one side of the circuit to the other, effectively. So to make sure that the marshals and the snatch vehicle and so on can all operate safely. They're making sure all of the cars are bunched up in this one long, slow-moving train, which then ensures that the recovery operation can happen freely and without any cars going around at speed. There we are, homing in on the leader then, the Wingat Racing machine. Currently our race leaders, the very fetching pink, white and blue. Car in second place at the moment is the 126 track focused car, which I believe actually has just come into the pit lane. So track focus 126 with some sort of issue by the seams of it. And we are now seeing cars get waved by, so the safety car can pick up the leader. Safety car has picked up the leader now, the number 3. So it's seemingly that might indicate that we're not too far away from going back to green flag conditions, Alan.
I don't think you heard my second interview with Luke Reed, did you?
No?
No. The car is retired, unfortunately. I know, really sad. They've discovered there is a leak, an oil leak with the gearbox. It's not worth continuing on. So after they thought they had all that jolly good luck and the safety car coming out just at the right time for their pit stop, unfortunately, yeah, the car is being retired.
Oh, that's horrible.
I know.
Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
No, not at all.
That is a huge shame for their chance. Well, obviously they had such a huge chance, especially with that second safety car.
I know.
Coming when it did. It really did give off the impression that they were in the pound seat, and well, how quickly these things change. Safety car is coming in. The car that predominantly led the way in the first 2 hours of this race is no more. Unfortunately, those quick laps maybe came at a price, and the race will resume then. Sans the 26 Wolf Motorsport machine. Our new race leader is that number 3 car. We are back underway and back to green flag conditions with 2 hours and 51 minutes of this race left to go. We're rapidly approaching half distance here today at Donington Park for the 5-hour race. And it is the number 3 car that leads them. The car in second place is going to be, I believe, eventually the track-focused car of McCollum, although they did pit. And there's all sorts of stuff going on further back in the order there. I think one car ended up on the grass. Now the safety car is still being displayed on screen. Okay, no, it's green flag on the timing, so that's good. We are back under green flag conditions indeed, and the Windgat car actually looks like it might come under some duress here from cars that are further back. That's a 67 car actually, the Yippee-Ki-Yay car. That's currently 5th overall, so a car that we'd expect to be quick and is being quick. The Windgat car running down towards the chicane now, with the 67 on the inside, so they may be a couple of laps apart, but it's not going to stop them. In fact, I think that was the Yippee-Ki-Yay car unlapping itself, strictly speaking. Yes, indeed, will come across the line all of 1 minute and 38 seconds back from the Windgat racing car being driven at the moment by Matthew Weymouth. Matthew Weymouth at the wheel for now. The car in second place is now the Calamity car, so Track Focused with their pit stop have come out in 4th place. They're actually just ahead of the queue of cars we're watching. You just saw them briefly through the screen going down the craners in their dark red machine. Track Focused, incidentally, that car has been handed over now to the 3rd driver, Neil Smith, the only one that hasn't had a go yet. And let's look at some of the other contenders in this race, the ones that we suspected were contenders coming in. In 12th place, only at the moment, is our pole sitter, the IP racing car. It's got Adam Blair at the wheel, according to the timing screen. We see it there on the live pictures here on MSV Live, and these seemingly are not the maybe I'll try that sentence again. That's not the kind of performance you'd expect out of IP racing under normal circumstances, but I think the safety cars in particular have kind of fallen against them so far, and Adam Blair along with Scott Parkin and Mark Witherington are going to have to do a lot of work from what is just about 2 laps down, literally just behind the leader, so they could unlap themselves, but even then they would still be a full lap and, well, 9/10 down, and sure enough, there goes Adam Blair. No sooner spoken than completed.
Yeah, it's going to make some places up, isn't it? Particularly straight off the back of the end of the safety car. Quite a few places can be made up at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. So the number 3 car, our race leader, has been unlapped by a couple of people now. We've got a good battle on circuit, I think, for second place. The 121 Calamity car and the Autotech Motorsport machine are 2nd and 3rd, and came across the line last time by all of 8/10 back from each other. So that could be interesting if we can try and track them down at some point, just like we do have a scrap for second ongoing. There is our race leader, though, the number 3.
And the pole position car has just got past the race leader.
Yeah, so that's unlapped itself now.
And watch how Adam Blair is driving the car. I mean, it's absolutely pushing on as much as it possibly can through every single corner. The body language of the car is very urgent indeed, I think is possibly the best way to describe it.
I'd say so, yes. He always seems to have it on the door handles, does Adam Blair. I mean, we actually got to watch the full pole lap on the stream. We managed to cut to them at an opportune moment.
Oh, good work.
And Blair really was on the raggedy edge all throughout the lap. It really was sensational. We had people on the live stream comments and people on my Twitter feed as well saying, "That's amazing! How's he doing that with a Ford KA?"
Jolly good fun to watch.
Yeah, Here is the battle for second, though. This is the battle we were hoping to see. This is our second place car, the Calamity car. 1-2-1. Marcus Batty at the wheel at the moment, and in third place is the Autotech Motorsport car just behind them. That's currently being driven by Luca Staccini. So this is our battle for second position. Let's see if Staccini has any answer. His last lap was actually the quickest that car has done all race, a 1:36.767. 1-2-1 also had a quick lap last time, a 36.8, although that's not the ultimate pace of the car thus far in the race. They run in tandem down the main straight then towards the red gate corner. You can see the 1-2-1 car, among other things, we've seen it in the wars, has actually lost half of its Alex Reed Motorsport sun visor on the top of the screen. That may seem cosmetic, but if we get a proper sunset like we did yesterday, we heard the Porsche Cup drivers, the Porsche Club Championship drivers saying that, you know, as the sun came down, it was really tricky.
And it was making it difficult to work out if the track was wet because it was raining, or whether it was just the shine from the sunshine. So, yeah, it was quite tricky at the end of yesterday. We'll see. We've got quite a bit of cloud cover, haven't we, today?
Yes, we do. That was Simon Clark you were talking to, wasn't it, yesterday? He had an absolutely wonderful day. Was that a bit running too wide there? Yes, it was. I think it was slight overcooked there from the 1-2-1. And actually, rather gentlemanly indicates to say, hey, go past me. I don't know if he realises, Batty, that was allowing second place to fall through his hands. But, of course, playing the long game, not a bad thing in these endurance races. Staccini then through into second place. However, saying that, Marcus Batty suddenly seems on the warpath again. They're side by side. Maybe someone's told him, hey, that was for position. And Marcus Batty tried it around the outside going into the Robert chicane, but that was never quite going to work, and he ended up rather stunting his own momentum.
So they only need to make 3 mandatory driver changes. So 3 in the space of 5 hours. So, yeah.
Okay.
Indebted to Carl for texting me that info from the regs. Okay. So 3 mandatory driver changes.
Interesting. Okay. So strictly speaking, yeah, if someone was a really, really harsh team boss, they could just say, no, you're not getting a ride.
Yeah. Well, if the chances were of doing really well in the race and not taking your place, yeah, as a team player, you'd say, yeah, okay.
As a paying customer, I'd probably say something different that I can't repeat on air. If I'd paid for a race seat, best believe I'm going to race.
Yeah.
I've often been, shall we say, dressed with the idea of racing by a couple of people. The promoter of Hyundai Coupe Cup in particular, John Winter, consistently bullies me with the idea of driving a Hyundai whenever I see it. And it's like, well, I know that if I do it once, I'm indebted to it for the next 30 years.
Don't do it.
Exactly. If you start,
do not do it.
Stop, right?
No.
No, I think it would be troubling if I started. The 64 car, though, still in second place. Staccini holding off the 1-2-1. Does seem as though Batty, I think more than anything, just wanted to say, hey, I'm going to take the outside line heading into Coppice after he ran it wide. He's been keeping pace with Staccini since. This is an interesting little fight that we've got going on for second and third place. A little look to the inside from Marcus Batty, but he's not close enough. Like the inclusion of the Dayglow yellow on the front of that car. Kind of reminds me of the early 90s F1 Ferraris. They used to put little Dayglow bits on the front wings, didn't they? Rather different Ferraris that car is aping for its livery. Just got a shot of our leader, who is a minute and 1 second clear of this battle for second place. And just the 5 cars on the lead lap, only just.
It's not a prancing horse on the shield, though, is it? What is it?
No, it's, I can't remember what it was.
Is it an antelope?
Maybe.
It looks like an antelope.
Okay. The fact that you've actually got a good guess from that range is quite impressive.
I think I can see.
Yeah, definitely antlers. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a few teams that like to ape the Maranello concessionaires out there, actually. Car 14 with a 1 minute stop-go penalty. That's the turn 7 car. That's the car that was in second place for a good portion of time. 1 minute stop-go penalty for avoidable contact. Okay, that is very intriguing. That has been decided quite quickly as well by the looks of it. A 1 minute stop-go penalty for avoidable contact. Mike Murray at the wheel of that car now. And unfortunately, he is going to have to come in for a 1 minute stop-go. They're already as far down as 18th, albeit they have made their second pit stop. But I think that will cost them rather dearly.
It's a prancing moose.
Is that what it is?
Thank you, Joe East, for telling me. It's a.
Oh, there you go.
It is a prancing moose. And
ear on the agenda there.
Oh, now he backs off from the info. He says, "I believe it's."
Joe East, events director at MSVR, took a shot at it and then kind of.
No, I'll go with moose.
You'll go with moose. Okay, we're vouching for the moose.
It's definitely not an elk. I know it's not an elk. It would have to be a much bigger shield if it were an elk.
Aha! He's actually got the logo. Look.
It is, yeah.
Wow! There you go.
Prancing moose.
Prancing moose. Yep, that's a match. Actually, no, that's a different design than the one that we've got on the car.
We'll go with moose.
We'll go with moose. Moose is the party line until we can prove otherwise.
If it was December, it would be a prancing reindeer.
Oh dear! Imagine how cold it would be here in December.
Or not a lot colder than it is now.
No. That said, if you want to know what Donington is like in December, they do have a rally here on the first weekend. If you fancy coming along to that, details on the Donington website. There's the number 14 car, which, as we said, is due to serve a 1 minute stop-go penalty, and that will be a mighty hindrance to their race effectively. On a 90-second lap such as this for these cars, that will be a 1 lap pen by the time they've come in and come back out. That's a lap gone.
Which will feel like forever.
Oh, yes.
1 minute waiting in the pit lane, stationary, and watching them counting down on the stopwatch to give you word to leave. 1 minute will feel like an eternity.
Yes, well, I remember Tim Harvey getting called in at Snetterton.
Surely not.
Yes. I believe the exhaust was hanging off a bit, and it was much louder than any other car. And while they did a decibel check, he was parked right next to the speaker. And so I was saying, and Tim Harvey's still down there, and I just start to see these arms flailing out of the car at me. Like, what's going on? Tim was not very happy with the situation. Was that another running wide? No, that was just, I think, the sound of marbles being flipped up from the curbs there. From Staccini in the Autotech Motorsport car. They're really going hammer and tongs, actually, these two. They haven't had any side-by-side moments yet. You get the distinct impression that Marcus Batty and Staccini are both driving to their limits, as into the pits for the drive-through penalty comes that number 14 car. So turn 7 in to serve their pen, and that, as you said, is going to feel like an age as they wait to get the car back out there on circuit, as pitting from second is the Autotech Motorsport car, the 64 car in, Luca Staccini in, and we assume a driver change is forthcoming, among other things, and the Autotech Motorsport car in for a service. So, yep, you see the driver change ongoing there. Which car are we looking at now? This is the number 16, I believe that is. Let's see where they are on the timing and scoring. They're all the way down in 40th. I think they might actually be the last of the cars that's consistently run so far. That is the M&D car. I must correct myself as well. I've discussed it with him on the YouTube live stream. That isn't the same Alex Martin. I thought it was a touring car driver, Alex Martin. But I was falsely aware of that. So that was a misremembered thing from previous years. And hopefully Alex will be okay soon, because I understand he's a bit poorly and isn't here this weekend. So the Alex Martin that's not a touring car driver but would very much like to be, as he put it, is recovering hopefully at home and watching the live stream, cheering on the team at the moment. What a shame though that Wolf Racing have been eliminated from this with their gearbox issues. A lot of people were very gutted to see that Luke Reed's car was pushed into the garage, and I mean, that stint alone was deserving of a good result today, but unfortunately that hasn't come to pass.
Yep, big shame. And you know, they were pretty much resigned to what was going on, and there were no sort of throwing things around. It's part of what happens.
No, it absolutely does. It's a harsh mistress, and particularly endurance racing is a very tricky business, isn't it, at times? And I mean, we see some crazy things going on at this level of endurance racing. You know, if it's a 24-hour race, I suggest they'd probably be working on the car for the next 3 or 4 hours to get it back out there, but not the case.
Car 127 with a drive-through penalty for track limits. Is that the first track limits we've had during this race?
It's the first one that I've picked up on, yes.
Yeah.
That's the Fat Boy Racing car. And that is Paul Ward, who's going to have to come in for a drive-through. Out of 6th position at the present moment. That is the Texaco car, so that's a big shame for them to fall down the order. There's the rat race, the bulk of the pack all as one there. Oh, that's the PSR car. That's a big development. 7th overall, the 23 car for the second time today, facing the wrong way at that chicane. They had a collision with the 111 earlier on, and now PSR sans some bodywork get back underway, but I worry that they may have triggered a safety car if they've collided with that tyre barrier and misplaced it. I think they
well,
might,
there is certainly a lot of gravel on the circuit.
Yes, so it makes me think that they've had a bit of an overcook into the chicane, ended up clattering that barrier, and if they've moved the barrier, then we may need to go under safety car conditions so it can be moved back into its rightful place. We'll wait and see. Nonetheless, it's cost them time. They've dropped a position down to 8th, so Tom Gilbert's there with a mistake of some description, or perhaps he was pushed. We'll have to hold that possibility too. But nonetheless, that's going to be costly for them. Second time we've seen the car in that position. The Calamity car of Batty has seemingly slowed up a little bit there. Looked like it was rather sedate on the approach to McLean's, but hopefully all is well there. Meanwhile, our race leader just coming up behind, I believe that's the 77 car, which is the 77 Racing entry. That car currently being driven by Baldacci. Matt Baldacci, who is sharing with Mark Harris, one of a few two-car teams out on the circuit. Just a few moments away then, Alan, from the half distance, and a lot has happened already in this race. And of course the principal thing in everyone's minds, there's that issue for the Wolf Motorsport team, but we've had spills aplenty in the first half, and as we get down to the business of actually deciding the finishing positions in the latter 2.5 hours, I suspect there's going to be a lot more to come.
Anything can happen. I mean, we could not have predicted that there was going to be a problem. Everything looked to be going absolutely swimmingly for the 26 car, and then all of a sudden the small pool of oil which was underneath the car became evident while they were refueling it. So then the story unfolds, and then, well, you figure that they're going to fix it. It's going to be something simple. It's going to be a pipe which just needs tightening up. But that was not the case. It was a terminal problem. Well, they didn't want to carry on and risk causing damage to the car. So that's why the car was retired, and that's so disappointing.
Yeah, massively disappointing to see that they have been removed from the race by that issue, and you can see there that we keep switching between the top two, and that's for good reason actually, because the gap between the two of them is coming down. The Windgap racing car in the lead is actually now less than a minute clear of the Calamity car of Batty. Batty setting quite a good pace actually. I thought he was going quite slowly earlier, but he actually set a 1:37.102 on the lap where I thought he was a bit off the pace. And yes, it is a little slower than the ultimate pace for the car, but it is a competitive lap, and it's not too far off of what Weymouth is doing as well. Weymouth's previous lap was a 1:39, but he's got back into the 1:35s now. So again, you see the ebb and flow of the traffic as the race goes on. It can be a huge factor in proceedings. Watch the cars going over the crest into Coppice, and we've seen our fair share of dramas there so far this weekend. It's a great overtaking opportunity, but it's also a narrow margin overtaking opportunity. I think there's almost as good of a chance that an overtaking move goes wrong at Coppice.
Race leader, half distance just coming up, about 20 seconds away from half distance in a 5-hour race for the opening meeting of the year for Enduro car. 77 car is the next car to be dealt with. Matt Baldacci at the wheel of that 77 racing car in 19th place. And another penalty, and that's quite a big penalty as well. It's for the 55 car, and it's a 2-lap penalty for a refueling infringement. So
the Covershaw car that's in 41st place overall, so they're already quite a way back. They've actually got their quick driver in at the moment in the form of Alistair McDonald. He's actually just set their personal best lap of the race. But unfortunately, a 2-lap penalty, that's, well, more or less 3 minutes taken out of your race time. If they had any hope of getting up into the top 40 and then making further advancements up the order, I'd say they've just been quite heavily quashed.
Yeah, that's significant, isn't it? And I don't know what would make a refueling infringement, but presumably, for example, if a driver was still in the car, if the driver wasn't quite out of the car by the time they start putting fuel in, any one of another, if the extinguishant was not being held just near to where they were refueling the car, could be any one of a number of infringements, couldn't it?
It could be. I'm just wondering what's happening with the Grid Finder car. I think maybe just come across the line now, but they lost 7 places on that last lap. The number 42 of Cook at the wheel at the moment. The 42 Grid Finder car falling down to 27th place there. Yes, no, I was right the first time, 27th place. Meanwhile, car 14 with a 10-second penalty. Car 14, just looking for that on my timing screen, is the turn 7 car again.
Yeah, in 21st place.
So that's their second such penalty. Mike Murray gaining himself 10 seconds worth of track limits penalties there. Of course, that car's already been in for a penalty in the recent past, so the slaps on the wrist are accumulating for turn 7, and a car that looked like it could be in contention for victory an hour ago. Well, it'd be a long shot from that. Just seeing if I can spot Grid Finder anywhere. They're definitely circulating again now, but their last lap was a 5:20, and it didn't look as though they'd gone into the pits on the timing screen, so hopefully not all is too badly wrong there with the Grid Finder 42. 51 in, the Barwell garage machine was briefly running in the top 10 after staying out a little after the first safety car. Let's see if we can find them on the timing. They're 19th at the moment, so a good run so far from Barwell, who were, I think at one point, well outside the top 30. It's Mark Goodwin that was at the wheel of the car. I assume he'll be handing over in due course. Rather jazzy livery, isn't it, on I think that's the 39 car that we just took a look at briefly, the Chameleon car, and rather appropriately it does have a chameleon on the side of it. It's Looks like something that, frankly, that my mother would have had on the side of her her wall in 2001, and she was into that kind of weird pattern stuff.
51 on its way. So pit stop complete for the 51 car down pit lane. About to rejoin into the second half of the race now. We've got 2 hours and 26 minutes of the race remaining. The Barwell Autosport 51 car accelerates down towards Redgate. So for 51, is that just the 2 scheduled stops so far? Yes, it is.
Here's our leader then, heading down to the Robert chicane once more. What's the interval between the top 2 at the moment? The answer is 1 minute and 1 second. That has gone to... Oh, that looks like a big one, doesn't it? The 56 car there. It's had its rear window smashed. The front end is very damaged indeed. I wonder if that car has been on its roof. The 56, the hard and enthusiastic car, has been for quite a spill there. I think that's just after the old hairpin. And into the pits has gone the Windgat crew. I think maybe anticipating a safety car. And, oh, is he going to drive away from the scene?
Well, I don't know. I think the radiator is poorly as well, isn't it?
Yes.
The car steaming at the front of the car, and now without the rear window, just getting it to a place of safety just out of harm's way, I think.
Okay, yeah, smart driving there then. That was at the wheel. A safety car is now out. The hard and enthusiastic car was being driven by Michael Hickey, and saw him checking himself after that, and looks like he's doing okay. But I do wonder just whether that car was on its roof. Certainly it was airborne when we cut to the pictures, and the safety car is out. So there we go, our 3rd safety car of the race, the first of them that hasn't come right at the top of the hour. And, well, I imagine we're going to have another scramble of stops now, and anticipating the pit stop correctly, our race leaders, Windgat Racing.
Yeah, so the fuel was already going into the car when the safety car left the pit lane for the race leader. That's it in the middle of your screen. And a driver out of the car, which is good news. Just having a quick word with the marshal. No way of seeing exactly what led up to what we saw, which was the end of the incident for that car.
Also into the pits is the 3rd place car, the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine, the 67 at the far end of the pit lane, or I should say the end closest to pit exit, for clarification's sake. That is their 2nd stop, I believe that would be.
Tape didn't last.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's already been an issue today. Now, they got black and orange flag last time, so for consistency's sake, I expect we'll see them again very shortly into the pit lane.
I fear so.
A few teams biting the bullet. Cars 8 and 81 to serve drive-through penalties. Car 8 is the VEC Motorsport car in 21st place at the moment, and the 81 is rather further down the order. That's the GM Performance car being driven at the moment by Ian Mitchell. So 2 cars to serve drive-throughs there. So the leading Windgat Racing car just sitting in the pits for the time being. So at some point they're going to have to locate the leader once it is out. Oh, and there's a telltale gash, isn't it? A bit of an axe wound to the side of the Burton Power Racing car. I wonder if that was Crispy Bacon that was in the car at the time. But quite a hefty knock to that car at some stage. Still think it's fairly high up the order though, the number 1. Yeah, it's in the top 10 actually at the moment, with Andy Burton at the wheel of the Burton Power Racing number 1 car. So They've made their way up nicely from a poor grid position, from 30th on the grid, but seemingly haven't done so without a little bit of argy-bargy somewhere out there on the circuit.
So, third safety car intervention of the race. 2 hours and 21 of the race remaining. Sunshine comes out as well. There's a break in the clouds here at Donington Park. We can see for the first time for a little while some beautiful blue sky here at Donington. And it's looking brighter than it has done for the whole of the afternoon, I would say. Very quick recoveries they can effect here at Donington Park. They've got all of the necessary heavy equipment to snatch vehicles really rather quickly at Donington, so potentially this might not be that long a safety car intervention.
No, we've seen some very efficient and fast-paced marshalling over the course of this weekend, as we do every weekend at Donington, and as always our thanks extended to the Orange Army for their efforts to frankly make sure that motorsport continues to exist on a week-to-week basis. A great initiative that's mentioned in the programme, which if you haven't seen it you can have a look on the MSV Racing website, is the Formula 3000 drive that will be raffled off to one of the drivers. That's amazing.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. And when we were chatting to Joe yesterday from MSV, an actual Formula 3000 car, yes?
Yeah.
Wow, that's an amazing opportunity.
Yes, I believe it's a late 90s chassis that's been, converted for, or like fettled slightly for track day use at the Bedford Autodrome.
Amazing.
Sounds incredible, doesn't it? Really does. Very impressive, and a good way to say thank you to the marshals. We're seeing more and more initiatives to thank the marshals. I must admit, on the top of my head, I cannot remember the name of the driver, but a driver on Facebook during the week was just slightly, was offering his race suit and helmet and all other gear for free because he'd got new gear, this driver, and so he said, anyone who's a marshal who wants to get into the sport and you need some gear, I'll give you my old gear for free, which I thought was a really nice gesture.
Look at that, good as new.
Yeah, there you go.
Patched up and ready to go.
Tape and a dream.
Yeah.
That's all you need. So we are under that 2 hour 20 marker now, and once we get to 1 hour 40 we will be 2/3 complete here in this 300-minute 5-hour race, and I suspect we've seen all the pit stops we'll see for this safety car period, and at the moment the Calamity car is in, the 121. That is the car that was briefly registered leader after Windgat Racing made their stop. Still on the timing screen as the leader, but I believe the car that will inherit the race lead is the track-focused car, the 126 of Neil Smith. That feels like a long time coming, really, because they were there or thereabouts from the word go, and they will now assume the lead once we go back to green flag conditions, unless they too decide to pop back in, although they have already made 2 stops, so there's no imminent need to do so. There's the 23 car that we saw have a bit of a moment here at Robert Chicane a little while. Just saw that go through the screen. They're still up there in 7th place, just ahead of the Octane Junkies in 8th. Those two, of course, last time they were together on circuit had a bit of an accident and both ended up the wrong way round. So let's hope that's not repeated now that they're not just together on the timing screen, but also pretty much together in the safety car queue as well. A few cars exiting pit lane. They'll be held at the pit exit until the safety car train has moved away. See a recovery vehicle going to work down at the Robert Chicane as well. Wondering if that might just be being deployed to move the tyre barriers potentially, but we'll have to see. I don't think there's a second car missing anywhere on the circuits that I've noticed or been made aware of. Track Focused have indeed taken the lead then as they've crossed the line this time on the timing screen. Listed as 22 seconds clear of Yippee Car Yay, but of course at this safety car speed that's not representative. It will be something more like 6 or 8 seconds once they're up to full speed, albeit with lots of traffic between the two of them. And I imagine before we go back to green flag, we'll also have cars released from behind the safety car, so we can start with the leader at the front of the pack. That's the precedent we've set in the previous safety car periods. So that will be our next task before we get to go back to green flag racing. The next task for these teams in the Enduro KA category is a 6-hour at Cadwell Park, which I think last year was my first event of the season, and I have a distinct memory of that event because there was one car that rolled, and they picked it up on the crane, and no sooner did they pick it up on the crane than the engine fell out.
Oh no! Goodness.
Yes, that was a rather badly damaged car. There was a lot of drama actually that weekend at Cadwell. I seem to remember the hour-long qualifying session had 90 minutes worth of red flags.
Yeah, it's it's a very exciting circuit, is Cadwell.
Yes.
Very exciting. 6 hours.
Yes.
Around Cadwell. Wow.
It's something, isn't it? And I think that's one of the things that I personally really enjoy about having these kind of budget-oriented endurance series with these little super minis. You know, it's not a unique concept. There's a few different series doing similar things, and that means that you can run endurance races at circuits that you previously wouldn't have considered. You know, be it because of noise restrictions, be it because of just the nature of the circuit. It may not have been viable previously with bigger cars, but now you can consider it. I mean, who knows, you know, Lyddon, maybe, why not? Castle Combe, lots of circuits where you'd previously not consider an endurance race could soon be on the cards, and that would be very exciting.
Lights still on the safety car as the whole field, and how impressive does that look? Just a wonderful collection of cars, 45 in total here at Donington for the opening meeting of the year. And we were saying earlier on, it's just a really cost-effective way of going racing. You get plenty of track time, plenty of excitement. You can, like Ollie Jackson was saying earlier on, you can go racing with friends, and it doesn't break the bank to go racing for the weekend, and that's how attractive it is. It attracts 45 cars to the field for the opening meeting of the year. Very impressive, that.
Yes, well, both the Enduro KAs and the Focus Cup both launched in 2019. Kind of twin rockets to successful formulas there, both using Ford cars. Obviously very different concepts, the KAs and the Focuses in terms of how they're run and operated, and very different forms of racing, 15-minute sprints versus in now up to 24-hour endurance races. But they're two very well thought out initiatives that seem to be going down very well with their customer base.
So we're under control of the safety car for the third time during this race. We are fast approaching the 2-hour point. 2 hours and 12 minutes of the race remain. The race leader is the number 126 car. 2 pit stops being completed by the Track Focus car. In second place, the number 67 Yippee Car Yay car. 2 pit stops complete there as well. 93 laps completed by the top 2. So Track Focus lead from Yippee Car Yay. It's the first time I've said it out loud.
It's good, isn't it? Once you say it out loud,
it's quite amusing.
It's good.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And a third position, car 60, which is the Powerflex racing car, 92 laps complete. And we've got quite a few cars on 92 laps, all the way down to 9th place, in fact. So this does bode well for the remaining just over 2 hours of the race. 3 mandatory driver stops have to be completed by the time of checkered flag at the 5-hour point.
Expecting the safety car lights out any second now. The leader has been shuffled to the front of the queue. We may yet do one more lap. We'll have to wait and see on that front. Yes, lights are out this time, so we are back to green flag racing in just a few seconds. The BMW 2 Series exits stage left, and green flag racing has returned once more. A little bit of slipstream off of the safety car there. Smith practically followed the safety car into pit entry and then swerved off last minute for that extra 100th of a second. That's a racing driver, isn't it? The 126, Neil Smith at the wheel. And he will have a decent advantage over the Yippee-Ki-Yay car. The 67 has now been taken over by Mark Johnson, incidentally. The gap between them as we get back underway is 24 seconds, so they've rather spread. I think some people, as is often the case, not realising in the queue, oh, we are back to green flag. And that does mean that they all kind of fan out off the line. In fact, it's very much spread out, just looking at the craners there a moment ago. So I think some people caught napping to the benefit of track focused. Meanwhile, a black and orange flag for the 51 car. That's Barwell Autosports, unfortunately. Down in 28th now at this stage. And Luke Rushton is being summoned pit lane to go and see... well, not the stewards, but to go and get probably some more tape on the car. That old... and speaking of the 51, it's just spun down at the Roberts chicane. I wonder if that's connected to the black and orange flag at all. I think it looked like it was going to continue past the pit entry, unfortunately, so at least one more lap with whatever has caused the black and orange. Question is what? So the 126 car continuing to lead the race. Let's see how the gap is going down between the top two now that we're back under green flag. It's actually gone up slightly, 3 seconds in fact, in favour of Smith that time by. These times won't be representative yet, of course, because one would suspect the Yippee-Ki-Yay 67 is knee-deep in traffic at the moment. There's the grid finder car. Good to see that one back out on circuit after what looked to be a very long lap earlier. They're up in 22nd place at the moment with Darren Cook at the wheel. Hopping the curbs goes the Camel car. The number 88. Currently up in 21st, actually. Hasn't had quite as many trials and tribulations as it had in qualifying, and for its efforts, the Camel team are now up into 21st. Currently driving is Mark Coyle-Mitchell. But we continue to follow the leader for the time being. The track-focused 126 car. Being rather stalked for the last lap or two by the 72 Misty Racing entry. Looking further back, who do we see here? We see the number 172, the sister Misty car, and Just looking for... Ah, there's the 67. Excellent. So that's the Yippee Car Yay car, the 67 with the silver, black and yellow. So the 67 Yippee Car Yay machine that's second in the race at the moment. I did suggest it's probably in the traffic, and sure enough, it really is in the traffic just ahead of this 172 Misty car. There it is, the 67. The black, yellow and silver machine. And actually did shrink the advantage between the top two a little bit in the last lap. So let's see if that pattern continues. So it's going to be Neil Smith in that 126 car, the leading track focus machine, up against this driver in the 67, Mark Johnson. Johnson would be incredibly keen, I have no doubt, of catching and passing for the lead during his stint. That would be bragging rights. Overwhelming majority of the cars out there on circuit have now made 2 pit stops. A few have made more. There's a couple of 3s and 4s strewn further down the order, but most of those at the sharp end, in fact the entire top 10, have all made 2 pit stops thus far in the race. '67 just following in the wheel tracks at the moment of the second IP racing car, which is currently, I believe, out of the top 20. Yes, in 26th at the moment, being driven by Luke Handley. One car that has moved up the order in the last hour or so is the IP racing car of Adam Blair. He's talking about how they were maybe a little bit out of position based on what we'd normally expect from them. They were kind of fringe top 10 a while back, and now they're in 3rd place. About a minute off the lead. But that is certainly a gap that can be shrunk over the course of 2 hours and 3 minutes. Black flag, black and orange flag, I should say, for car number 100. That's the GMB Finch racing car. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the exhaust that's been swaying and hanging low on that car for the last little while. Nonetheless, they will be asked to come in. It will be Benjamin Smith that brings the car in for GMB Finch Racing. Oh, and a car off. That's the number 55. Oh, into the barriers goes the 55 car. That's hugely unfortunate. That's the Covershaw car that got a 2-lap penalty earlier. Currently in 38th place. Good to see that the car's got back underway. Had a bit of a clout on the barrier. Don't know whether they've come into the pits. One would suspect they surely would. In fact, no. Alistair McDonald has carried on. Apparently self-assessed the damage from that little clout with the wall and has gone, no, it's fine. To be fair, there is a lot of soft barrier down there, so the chances of the car being fine are pretty high. Track focused, the committed line, let's say, through the Plains Bend. not far away from completing lap 100. We are on lap 100 of the race as we speak. We will have 100 laps in the book in just about 20 seconds time. And the 126 track focus car will be the car that leads us onto that 100th lap of the race. It's been a good drive thus far from Neil Smith, who crosses the line now, takes that takes another lap as the leader of this race. We'll have to see what the gap is between he and the 67 Yippee car this time across the line. I wonder if it's continued to shrink. There's the car that we saw get a black and orange flag, and you can see why actually. It looks like quite a lot is coming off the bottom end of that car, including the exhaust. Meanwhile, the gap between the top two has gone out to has shrunken down to 22.8 seconds. So another 3 or 4 seconds has been taken out of Neil Smith's lead. Black and orange flag for car number 100. We already knew that one. The number 555 has been added to the naughty list. The black and orange meatball flag for effectively indicates that you need to come to the pits and rectify a mechanical or safety or issue of that general sense. The 555 car, the Subaru racing car that just looked like it was going to peel into the pits at the top of shot and didn't. The G&B Finch car is coming into pit lane. Yes, the 555 is Kristen Judge at the wheel. He's going to have to come in out of 32nd place. So then we've crossed over into the final 2 hours of the race. We're just over 3 hours completed here at Donington Park for the Enduro KA's first race of the 2022 season. And there we can see, I think, the cause of the 555 being asked in. I think that might have been fluid leaking from it, actually, by the looks of it. Something was certainly awry. Let's run you through the order as it stands with just over 2 hours in the book. In the lead at the moment, it is the number 126 car. That is Neil Smith leading the way, 4-track focused by 21.4 seconds, a gap that's coming down ever more to the 67 car of Mark Johnson, the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine. A further 30 seconds back from him is the IP Racing number 36. That's driven by Adam Blair, who was our pole sitter. That car third overall for now. Also on the lead lap in 4th place is the Axiometrics.com car of Jackson. The Powerflex Racing number 60 on the lead lap 2. In 5th place, the number 111 car of the Octane Junkies with Martin Smith at the wheel. The top 7 all on the lead lap because the PSR car also on the lead lap. That is the 23 that we've seen in the wars a little bit, but still in contention there in 7th place. The Calamity car, the 121, is in 8th place as it stands. Then it's the Windgat Racing car, now being driven by Wayne Jackson, in 9th place, so the number 3 car in 9th. Rounding out the top 10, the Autotech Motorsport car of Kello. In 11th place, Mike Murray in the rather beleaguered Turn 7 car, the number 14, that's been ushered into the pits twice, I think, during his stint. Not sure whether that can all be attributed to him, mind you. The VEC Motorsport car, the number 8 in 12th place. KNF Racing's number 21 in 13th. Rose Motorsport in 14th position. That's the number 6. The Fat Boy Racing 127 in 15th place. TTL Racing with Toby Spooner Green at the wheel in 16th place. 17th is the number 2 Castrol Racing car. The GMB Finch Racing entry, 18th on the timing screen at the moment, though they are in the pits after that black and orange flag. In 19th is Andy Burton, so they've fallen back down the order after registering in the top 10 briefly in the last round of pit stops. And the top 20 rounded out by the Camel car. That is car number 88, Hoyle Mitchell at the wheel. 5-second penalty attributed to car number 12 out there on circuit for track limits. As we see that come up on the screen as well. That is, I think, a car quite low down the order. That's, of course, well, the 12 car doesn't exist, does it? It's not on my entry list. In fact, I don't think it's so much low down the order so much as not existing.
I haven't got a 12 either.
No, so I'm wondering if that might have been a wee typo. We'll have to wait and see.
No, I haven't got one.
So the 126 heading towards McLean's at the moment. On lap 104. The gap is actually coming back out in favour of Smith at the moment. Guessing some traffic for Johnson, because the gap has gone back out to 23.4 seconds between the top two.
Sunshine now at Donington Park. Not only did we have a break in the cloud and a little bit of blue sky, but we've also got sunshine as well now. And we're looking at the race leader, a car that is clearly a car you'd do well to sponsor that car. Look at it, it's pretty much a plain car, and clearly that's going to have a good season.
Yes, that would be a wise decision, I think, if you are of the means to sponsor a race car. Adam Blair, unsurprisingly, pretty much the quickest driver out there on circuit. So we just had a look at his number 36, currently third, and closing in on both of the top two with 134s, mid 134s as the race times at the moment.
Yeah, clearly quickest car on the circuit at the moment, isn't it? The IP Racing car, 36, pole position this morning with Adam Blair at the wheel of it, and now it's hauled itself right up the order, hasn't it, during this stint, which we pretty much thought he would, but with a 134.602 the last lap. Best lap has been a 134.447. I think probably the only car circulating in the 134s at the moment on circuit.
I believe so, yes. And there's a couple of 135s strewn throughout the pack, but that aside.
In fact, a personal best was done on the last lap by the 28 car, the VPEX Motorsport car. Car number 28, currently in 21st place, just put in a 135.634, which is the best lap of the race so far for that car.
Look at this pack heading down the Craners. Adam Blair involved in that, as is the Windgat Racing car of Wayne Jackson, which is in the top 10. Blair, lights ablaze, running through the old hairpin. The Castrol number 2 car there looked like it was going for a spin. Did it spin? Doesn't seem like it, but that was certainly well adrift of the racing line and facing the barriers, I think, with the front end of the car at one point, but continues on its way. The 36 of Blair dispatches that to put it a lap down and does the same for the Windgat Racing car. Blair is within a minute of the race lead out there on circuit and homing in ever more so. Seemingly even when the traffic is in the way, he finds a way to circulate quicker and quicker. And Blair on the hunt by the looks of it.
So you can just tell, just by watching the car, just how much the car, every single lap, is pushing on.
Here at the Robert Chicane in particular, I love the commitment every lap. That was actually a little tame by his standards, but that should tell you everything you need to know.
Probably because there was going to be a car on the exit, so
yes.
just tempering the approach to the chicane. But now, having dispatched those few cars on the run down towards the completion of another lap. How many laps? 105 completed now by the top three. So the leader, track focused, number 126. Second place, 67 Yippee Car Yay car. I can't say it without giggling, I'm sorry. And third place, the IP Racing Adam Blair car that we're looking at now, down through the Craner curves. A joy to drive in any car. Back with the race leader.
Just ahead of the race leader is the number 10, sorry, the 10th place car, the number 64 Autotech Motorsport machine. Currently being piloted by Reese Kello. That car, I think, about to go 2 laps down strictly. On the timing screen, it already says it's 2 laps down, but in reality, it's about 1.97 laps down at this stage, but I don't think that will last for too much longer. There's a car we haven't talked about in a while, the Purple Sector entry, the number 48, which was looking strong in the early going, was in that first gaggle of 8 cars that were fighting for the lead at the very start of the race. Its current position is 18th, and I think they've probably held just about every position on the circuit at some point now. They're running in 18th. At one point, I think they're outside of the top 40 after some dramas. It's been a mixed bag of a race so far, but good pace being set. They're in the 135s at the moment, courtesy of their current driver, Mark Mathiasen. They are just chasing the leader as well, aren't they? Just up the road is our race leader. So the interval between Blair and second place Mark Johnson is actually 25 seconds now. Blair is 50 seconds back from the race lead, so that's shrunk by about 10 seconds in the last 15 or 20 minutes, I think. Blair firmly chipping away here. Of course, one of the drivers he has the option to hand over to eventually is Scott Parkin as well. So it's a very strong lineup at IP Racing.
Yeah, it's a good team, isn't it?
It really is.
Really good team.
They always are looking strong. They intend to wrap that car as they have the previous ones in the Spitfire-esque Air Force colours eventually. And they just want to get through this race first. There's the Yippee-Ki-Yay car in second place, 25.2 seconds back from the lead now. 5-second penalty for car 60. That's quite an important penalty, actually. That's the Powerflex Racing car in 6th place. Only 8 seconds back from the Octane Junkies, and within 15 seconds of Axiometrics as well. So that car challenging for top 5, but a penalty applied.
Just shows how careful you need to be just picking your parts of the circuit, doesn't it? When you've got quite a few cars around, where to do it.
Ooh, that sounded like more than just a normal tyre squeal in the background there.
I know, but you say that, and it might just have been normal.
Be there.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 8-7 times this week, shame on me. And there was some smoke there, wasn't there? That something was going on. Nonetheless, the 126 car, our race leader, is into the pit lane. Alan Hyde launches into action to go and have... launch is apparently not the operative word, but nonetheless, Alan Hyde, I think, going to go down and grab an interview with the driver out of the car, which will be Neil Smith. I believe we should be seeing Sean Cooper back in the car if they're doing the same driver rota they did on the first half of the race. It was Neil that started the car. We'll have to see whether that comes to pass. And so this car the 67, has inherited the lead as a result of that pit stop. Yippee-ki-yay into the lead of the race. Mark Johnson taking over the advantage, or taking over the tops of the timing screen, I should say. And we'll see how long it is before they elect to make third pit stops, whether the leader coming in triggers more third pit stops. We have a car stopped. I can't fully work out where that was, actually. The number 11 car, I believe that was. TTL Racing, Toby Spooner Green, having some kind of issue. I think that may have been somewhere around here at the Craner Curves. Okay, so yes, it was at the Craner Curves. I've just had that confirmed, and that is unfortunate for the TTL Racing crew. Car looked well away. Yes, just saw it in the back of shot there. Looked well away from the circuit. So how they manage that and what precautions they take in order to recover it, we'll have to see. But the number 11 car is certainly not going anywhere imminently. Our erstwhile race leader about to complete lap 110.
Two.
I believe that we will shortly hear from the pit lane with Alan Hyde as the 126 car continues to circulate, having rejoined the race. So we are just about 2/3 completed in this race now. The hour 40 mark will represent the 100 minutes to go within the 300-minute duration. And the car leading us into that final third looks likely to be Yippee-ki-yay, unless they make a pit stop imminently. And they are being homed in on, it must be said. Adam Blair is coming in fast. 19.6 seconds is now the gap between this leading car and the 36 IP Racing machine. And that gap is shrinking by somewhere around 2 seconds a lap, so it won't be long before a familiar sight may be upon us, that being Adam Blair leading a Enduro car race. Meanwhile, Alan Hyde has endeavoured it down to the pit lane, and he has an interview waiting for us down in the garages.
Neil Smith, straight out of the lead car. I've allowed you to have some water because I dare say you need it, because that was a great stint.
It was good fun, yeah, really good fun. Love that.
How's the car behaving?
It was behaving really well until my last lap round Coppice, where it let go, and I was a bit. We thought we might need to change the tyre at some point, and I was worried it might have punctured because there's still a bit of debris on the exit to the old hall. So and we were going to pit within 5 minutes anyway. So I kept the guys on their toes by sort of rushing in and
you've changed that left front.
We changed the left front. I think it was fluid actually that was down. I don't think that was what went.
But nothing else wrong with the car?
No, just the driver. Everything else was running very well, actually.
Well, you're smiling. That's the whole point of this, isn't it?
No, it was a great stint. No, it's good fun. Lots of battling, but not too much carnage, which is good.
Is there a potential to feel confident at this stage in the race?
I'm not sure how badly that stop went. So, because we fueled and we like to fuel under the safety car. Unfortunately, the safety car's come out now. So I think the other guys are going to get the chance to take advantage of that, so we'll just have to see how it unravels. So,
okay, Neil, thank you very much for talking to us. You can drink the rest of your bottle of water now.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So there we go. The safety car is out, as we heard. And there you see it, awaiting our race leader. However, did I just see the 67 car in? No, not the 67, but the 36 is in. Now, does that mean Adam Blair is going to get out of the car? And if so, who will be plugged in to it? I think they've actually missed the leader there. No, here we go. Leader's just coming, and the safety car makes its way out onto the circuit to capture the number 67. He's caught a couple of others as well. But Mark Johnson will eventually lead the safety car queue once all is sorted, and you can see the reason for the safety car ongoing in the back of shot there. That's the recovery of the number 11 car, the TTL Racing entry of Toby Spooner Green. Big shame that their day has seemingly come to an end there. Mark Beaumont was, I believe, the starting driver in that one, and this was Toby's first run in the car. Lee Hemmings had a go earlier. At least all three drivers have had an opportunity to drive, but unfortunately I think TTL Racing may end up going no further today. Just ticked over the hour and 40 to go marker into the final 100 minutes of the race. As the Yippee-Ki-Yay entry has now been picked up as the leader. They've waved a couple by. And the 67, our race leader, is actually being followed by the sister 63 car. Not the leader, the... Oh, sorry, not the Adam Blair car. The Adam Blair car still firmly in the pit lane at the moment. Another car in the pit lane is the car that was briefly registered second. That's the axiometrics.com number 18. I believe Dominic Jackson will be getting out, and I think it might be Chris Wetherill getting in. So the BMW 2 Series controlling the pack at the moment. It's a fairly low speed once again, which is obviously, again, a measure to make sure that the pack is as one out there on circuit. And into the pit lane go a few of the cars. There you see the Grid Finder car just in shot there briefly. It's currently Darren Cook at the wheel of that. I know that there's a lot of excited people cheering on Grid Finder, who are just back into the top 20 with Darren Cook at the wheel, currently registered 19th. Although they've only done 2 stops, a few of the other cars have done a couple more, but nonetheless, good to see them still circulating and making their Enduro KA debut this weekend, and if I'm not mistaken. Harry Trombley on the live stream asking about the tyres on these cars. My understanding is that they are effectively normal road tyres. They're certainly not semi-slicks. They are slightly sporty in nature, the Toyos, but they're not semi-slicks or anything quite so weapons grade. It is very much kind of a road-going tyre, and a lot of the time these cars are driven to and from the circuit anyway, so it makes sense to make sure they're on safe road legal rubber, and oftentimes for the journey home too. Being refueled there is the second of the IP racing cars. That is the 63 machine. Can confirm, incidentally, that Scott Parkin is now registered as at the wheel of the 36 car. So the IP Racing crew have got Adam Blair out and put Scott Parkin in, which is a very good exchange. Two equally fast drivers. Green flag then. We are back to racing conditions. The safety car has been withdrawn. We are back to the green flag, and it is the 67 car that leads the field, having only made 2 pit stops to this point. Being pursued by Darren Cook. Cook, who is currently 3 laps down. Might try and make it 2. He looks pretty racy there behind the leader. There goes the 63. The other IP racing car. You see the 1-2-1 car there in the background as well. That car's a lap down. It's in 6th place. Marcus Batty in the red, white and black car. Currently running 6th overall though, so still very much a contender. Has only made 2 stops though, as has the Yippee-Ki-Yay machine. I'd be intrigued to see Scott Parkin's pace in that number 63 car, the IP racing machine. Oh, sorry, the 36 car. Oh, and a little near touch, if not a slight graze there between 2 of the cars. The Fat Boy Racing machine and the 37, the Sempini Juniors. 127 Fat Boy Racing car back into the top 10, incidentally. With Matt Pinney at the wheel once again. So someone kicked up a little bit of dust at the old hairpin. Might have been the slowing 192 car, the Race Logic machine, but doesn't look like particularly much harm or foul. Oh, lots of understeer for the G&B Finch car, the number 100. A little too much mustard into the corner, I believe, there. It's always interesting after the safety car once we end up in these big packs. Of course, included in that big pack is Scott Parkin in the 36, who's just got past the turn 7 car for 11th overall after the pit stop. Meanwhile, our race leader is rather being hounded by the 1-2-1 that's a lap down. Marcus Batty fancies unlapping himself. And he's going for a move as they head towards McLean's. And the move is made. Very good job. And the car is unlapped, so that means that, strictly speaking, we have now 6 cars on the lead lap, courtesy of that move from Marcus Batty, as Mark Johnson continues to work away at the wheel of that 67. Johnson has been in there for quite a while now. I'd suspect that he's due a pit stop sometime in the near future. Cars 18 and 60 are being summoned for stop-go penalties. Now that's quite important. Those 2 cars are in the top 5. The number 60 is the Powerflex racing car, currently being driven by David Power. And the number 18, which is the Axiometrics.com car, currently being driven by Chris Wetherill. So 2 cars in the top 5, in 4th and 5th respectively, are being summoned for a stop and go, and that may well drop them a position or 2. And another car I'd quite like to highlight as well, the 111. The Octane Junkies, I said they'd be there or thereabouts eventually, and Martin Smith has managed to make that happen. Martin Smith now running in 2nd, just 13.5 seconds back from the Yippee-Ki-Yay 67, and he's closing. So there you go, the Octane Junkies didn't have a good run of it in the first couple of hours. They didn't have a good qualifying really either, but when push comes to shove, they're in the conversation. And I'm not surprised, because that always seems to be the case, but it's good to see that once again the Octane Junkies are ultimately having quite a strong race. Our race leader continues on. 67 car rounding the Robert chicane. Grid finder car still there or thereabouts as well. Good job from Darren Cook. He seems to be quite comfortable with the car. I've seen him have a couple of leery moments. There is the Octane Junkies car I was discussing just a moment ago. Takes a wide line into Redgate. You see there that one of the mirrors has seen better days. The left mirror hanging on by a thread on the 111. It's not been a clean race, but it has been rather rapid since Martin Smith took over. Currently lapping consistently faster than Johnson in the lead, but often not by that much. It's only 0.3 quicker last time by, but nonetheless, progress is progress. And you can see there just how that mirror is flailing around, especially when he goes over the curves. It's quite a funny sight. Just ahead of him is that the GB Finch car? No, it can't be the GB Finch, is it? It's the 180 car. Which I think is in the top 20. Yes, Shine Automotive in 18th place at the moment. Cleland at the wheel currently. No, not that one. There's our race leader, though, continuing to just kind of stalk behind the 121 of Calamity. Marcus Batty just about on the lead lap as we currently circulate for the 120th time in this race. This is lap number 120.
just had an amusing conversation with Ryan Parkin, who was about to take the wheel of the 63 IP racing car when it took its stop. He said, how's it going? I said, yeah, really good. I said, how's it going for you? He said, I don't want to race for an hour and 40 minutes. and that's his option. So he's in the car right until the end now.
There you go. So yes, I think it's an all parking affair currently at IP Racing then, with Scott Parkin in the 36. In 10th place for the time being. Black and orange flag for car number 89. That is the long-suffering ABG Network car down in 38th place. Stop and go being served by our 5th place car there. We just saw that on screen briefly. The Powerflex Racing crew in the pits, and actually they're going to come out, I think, somewhere right around this 121 Calamity machine. There won't be much between them, certainly. The Powerflex entry has indeed vacated the pits and has gone back out on its way, but I think the gap is going to work out at something like 5 or 6 seconds in the battle for 5th position. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. Powerflex Racing number 60 being driven at the moment by David Power, and we'll see if he can match Marcus Batty, who will now be just around the corner. Into the pits comes the number 23 as well, coming out of 3rd position, the PSR car, for its penalty.
And it is just literally a stop, and then off you go again.
Yes, I think Axiometrics owes us one too, unless I'm mistaken. Notice cars, yes, car 48 is the other one that owes us a stop-go, which is the Purple Sector Racing crew. They've admirably got themselves up into 15th now. They continue to make upward progress after a challenging early stanza of the race. Into red gate though goes our leader, the black, yellow and silver 67 car, Yippee Car Yay. And as I've said, Johnson has been at the wheel for a while. I don't think we've seen much or anything of Mark Harris yet. I suspect he might be next in. It's been a solid stint from Johnson. There's the 5th place car, and this is the battle for 5th and 6th that we now see on screen just ahead of our leader. The 60 and the 121 car. Ah, we got a car off there. That's the 89. I did say it was long suffering, didn't I? Unfortunately, the ABG network machine. I think that might have been down at the Craners that it's come to a halt.
And what was the penalty for that car that we just were...
Stop and go.
Stop go, was it?
Oh no, black and orange flag, sorry. So black and orange flag for that one.
Maybe the fact the car has now stopped is related to the black and orange flag.
Could well be, yes, as we have a move there on screen for 5th place. The 121 car up into 5th. Marcus Batty taking the position for the Calamity crew. Powerflex down to 6th place after that stop and go penalty. David Power watches the 121 car disappear up the road and gets lapped by our leader for good measure. Safety car has been deployed, courtesy of that number 89. So we're back under safety car conditions. Now, of all the people I expect to pit now, chief among them would be the race leader, because Johnson's been in that car for a while. And you'd think this would be the opportunity.
Is this our 5th safety car?
I think so, yes. Yeah. I think that's 5.
Yeah.
He's in quite a precarious position there. So that does make sense, and don't really want to risk a live snatch when it's that close to the circuit.
1 hour and 21 of the race remains for the opening race of the year for Enduro KA, Enduro car, and we are under safety car conditions for the 5th time during this race. It was never going to be an easy afternoon for the marshals, was it? There'd be plenty to deal with, and they do a really quite exceptional job. And when you talk to them, it's so lovely. They spend most of the winter looking forward to going racing again. They, of course, do marshal training days during the winter period, and that's a great time to catch up with friends and people that you haven't seen for a while. But there's nothing quite like being at the circuit and going racing. So, the BMW safety car deployed. And I think we might see a flurry of activity down in pit lane now.
There's the 8 car in. That's the VEC Motorsport crew out of 12th position. Vanden Bos will be getting out of the car, we believe. Seat insert coming with him. See the 23 PSR car in, the turn 7 car in as well, so a few cars up towards the pointy end of the field into the pit lane, but not our race leader, at least at the first time of asking. Burton Power Racing coming in there as well, the number 1 car, which has now fallen quite a way down the order. I think they've had some strife. They're back down in 25th now, 35th now. And interestingly, they've got Gus Burton registered in the car. And I was told Gus wasn't going to be here, so not sure what's going on there, whether it's Gus or whether it's another driver, but certainly it says G. Burton on the timing screen as the 89 car.
I think potentially that may be a typo.
Yes,
yeah.
That's the impression I'm getting as well, because I think Gus is poorly at the moment. Driver who was in British GT the last couple of years, doing Porsche Carrera Cup this year, I understand.
Yes.
Gus Burton, no relation, incidentally, to either Burton Power Racing or Andy Burton, just a coincidence.
But a jolly quick young driver.
Indeed, very fast driver. Those 992 spec Porsche Carrera Cup cars that are debuting in the UK this year, they are fabulous machines.
They were the ones that we had in Super Cup last year. We always get the new iteration of the car in Super Cup 1 year before we get it in the National Championships. And Harry King was last year doing both and said that to jump from one car to the next and then back again, the cars were so different. It was a really hard thing to do.
Yes, well, we had them, I did a couple of rounds of the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland last year. The 990s are also out there, as the leader does in fact come in. So, yes, the leader has come in as expected, and I imagine Johnson will be out of the car as the turn 7 entry rejoins. Grid Finder in, the Octane Junkies in from 2nd place as well, so the top 2 both in the pit lane at the moment. But yes, just to circle back to that, the drivers in the German Championship as well, the few that I spoke to, said, you know, this is a crazy step up.
It's an amazing car.
Yeah, a lot more aero on that as well.
One of the great things about this sort of endurance racing is the camaraderie within the team, and you just pick up a bit of that down in pit lane from Simon's camera mic. It's really lovely to hear. It's a really nice atmosphere down in pit lane.
Well, I think it's something that seems to permeate through endurance racing in general. You know, there's obviously Nürburgring 24-hour, one of the biggest races, full stop. Of course, they have a mix of, you know, effectively full factory efforts and, you know, the most private of privateers, and the famous Foxtail Manta had a big old crash 2 or 3 years ago, and from my understanding there were crew members slogging in from all of the manufacturer teams. There was a lot of BMW guys working on it, Audi guys working on it, because I mean that car in particular is considered to be such a part of the event, and pretty much the entire paddock chipped in to make sure the car can see the flag.
I was there the year that they were in the BMW garage, and yeah, the BMW team, the works mechanics, once they weren't working on their own cars, were helping the Opel Mansa. It was it was quite wonderful to watch, actually.
Back out to the circuit with quite a lightning fast stop is the Yippee-Ki-Yay crew. Still registers as Johnson at the wheel for now, but that will rectify itself, I imagine, quite quickly. Safety car still out there on circuit. The question is for how much longer. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. The Octane Junkies still in the pit lane as well, so we'll figure out how this has altered the top 10 in a short while once the timing screen has set itself up properly. The safety car still out there, and will be for at least one more lap. As the masses gather behind it, the Axiometrics car, the 18, I think will be the current leader at the moment, and there we see it on the screen. The easiest car to pick out from a front-facing view. And, looks like we have gone to green. Yes, we have. We've gone green flag. Safety car still has its lights on heading into Robert Chicane, so that must have been quite a sudden decision.
It would be a really messy safety car lap if we were still under safety car, because it's power down and back to racing.
Yes, I got the clue when I saw 3 wide past the commentary bus, so that doesn't look like a safety car period.
There's going to be some penalties dished out if they're under safety car.
Yes. 10 seconds then, the gap between the top two. It is the Axiometrics car of Wetherill that we see on screen, our new leader for the time being. Well, actually, we've just shifted away from that. But the 18 car is our leader, and in second place it is the 121 Calamity machine of Marcus Batty. The car that unlapped itself about 15 minutes ago is now 10 seconds off the lead itself.
So 4 pit stops have been completed by the 18 car that you see there amongst the traffic, our race leader at this point. Only 2 pit stops completed so far by the 121 car in second place, not far behind in real terms on the circuit, but the 121 car, the Calamity car, only 2 stops completed thus far.
Yes, so that would mean at least
potentially one more stop.
One more stop needs to be done. And not far away from the lead still, having made that stop, is the Yippee-Ki-Yay crew. They're registered 22 seconds back as, another Calamity in the gravel trap at Roberts. Didn't quite catch the number on that, but we've got a car in the barriers there, and is that the car making its way back? I think, yes, getting back underway. The 16's car has had a bit of an off and got back underway. That is the M&D Racing car, which I think was a little way down the order in 33rd place. Matthew Rowling, I believe that was, at the wheel. And
potentially that looked like a heavier hit than it actually was.
Yes.
The dust was settling, but the car managed to get going again, which is really good news.
Yes, whenever you see a car right beside one of those tyre bundles, you tend to assume it's been a bit of a hefty knock, but on that occasion the car seemed perfectly drivable, but he has brought it into the pit lane anyway, which is probably wise. The intervals between the top 3. Wetherill in the lead in that 18 car, the Axiometrics.com machine. 12.6 seconds clear of the Calamity car of Batty. And then the 67 Yippee-Ki-Yay machine is 11.9 seconds further back. So we've got 3 cars within 25 seconds. Out there on circuits at the moment in the top 3. And the Octane Junkies are fairly close by as well in 4th place. Just under a minute back off the lead. Has been a change of driver after a good charging stint from Martin Smith. It's now Adam Smith back at the wheel again.
Looking at what happens for a race leader after the safety car pulls back in, there's a few things to look at. The fact that you are very much in traffic, and also when there's a little bit of debris on the circuit to be avoided as well. So it's a busy opening lap or two for the race leader. The 18 car down through the quite awesome Craner curves.
5-second penalty for the 100 car, the GMB Finch racing car, currently in the hands of the eponymous Steve Finch. So Finch will have to serve a 5-second pen for track limits, but shouldn't affect him too badly. Currently sitting 20th in the overall standings.
Looking at the race leader, the Axiometrics.com car, number 18. 127 laps in the book now, with 3 hours and 47 minutes complete. An hour and 11 remain in the race. 4 pit stops have been completed by that number 18 car.
Number 3 car slowing, that's Windgat Racing. They've already lost 3 positions on this lap. Wayne Jackson seemingly with a problem. That was a car that was well within the top 10 a little earlier on. It's now barely on the cusp of the top 20, and seemingly things are going from bad to worse as the number 3 car tiptoes around the final chicane and will now no doubt head into the pit lane. Wayne Jackson in strife. Shame for a team that were looking quite to be at the pointy end at points during qualifying.
Look how busy work this is for Chris Wetherall in the 18 car. You get past one car that maybe wasn't as easy as you might have thought, and lo, you've got another 10 to deal with.
Yes, absolutely. It is non-stop, isn't it? If they get some serious entries at the end of the season at the IndyCar 500 at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, one can imagine how frantic that gets, and also I can imagine how exuberant some of the driving is around Paddock Hill Bend there.
Yes, I would imagine that's yeah, you'd be dizzy by the end of that.
Especially in the commentary position.
Yes, you would, yeah.
In the dead centre of the circuit, basically. Yeah. That would be quite the experience.
I've never done it. I've never commentated at that meeting.
I've done the KAs at Brands Indy, but it was on a sprint event that they held during Ford Power Live. So I got the effect of that many cars on circuit, albeit not for 500 laps. Sure is a whole other kettle of fish. Car 42, 24th place. That's the Grid Finder car, unfortunately. They are currently down in 24th place, and they've got a 5-second stop-go penalty because of track limits. Chris Hay at the wheel at the moment.
Just having a look what the sort of lap time is in the traffic for the race leader. Last lap was a 1:36.798. Compares to a best lap for that car during the race of a 1:34.818, but these are really busy laps. So 1:36.798 for the race leader. 129 laps completed for car number 18, and we have an hour and 8.5 minutes remaining. In the sunshine, the clouds really have dissipated over the last hour or so, and now you can see the long shadows coming around the Donington Park circuit. The sun getting ever lower in the sky, which was sort of around about this time last night that the sun was proving to be a little bit of a problem to some of the drivers as far as visibility is concerned.
Albeit these drivers with fewer puddles and greasy conditions to contend with, but still, sunset always a challenge. As you try and focus on going as quickly as possible, and especially here where you've got to, you know, constantly, especially if you're a front-running car, worry about the traffic ahead of you. Speaking of that exact process, there is the 121 car, our second place machine, just trying to pick its way through, still with Marcus Batty at the wheel. Batty, who has been there for a while in the seat of that 121, so we would expect that car in soon. Incidentally, we still haven't seen a switch of driver on the... I'm going to interrupt myself there because contact between the 121, Marcus Batty in a spin, almost collects the number 100 car. contact between Batty and the 63 there. The IP racing car of Ryan Parkin in the wars. Well, he said he didn't want to race for an hour and 40 minutes. He almost scratched his way out an hour early. Thankfully, both cars continue on without too much hamper, but that was a bit of a moment there, and Batty did well not only to avoid the 100 car, but also the bale of tyres on the inside of the Robert chicane. That was a hair-raising one. Yes, that would have been a problem if he'd collided with either the tyre or the car there. Did very well indeed. But to the point I was going to make just before that, the 67 car, the Yippee-Car Yay machine in 3rd place, still listed as being driven by Mark Johnson. Quite a long time after the pit stop now, so I'm assuming that is the case, that is still him at the wheel. So he's going for quite a marathon if he's going to the end here.
I think finally the 121 car, the 2nd place car overall, has managed to get clear. So that was a little bit hairy for a couple of moments, wasn't it? Did I see a car looking facing the wrong direction?
There was a car spinning there. I didn't quite catch the number on that. But there was one facing the wrong way. That was the Camel car, the 88, that was in a spin. And that at the wheel at the moment is Stokes, Dominic Stokes. But he collected that one up quite nicely and should hopefully not have to have any further worries from that spin.
Back with our race leader, car number 18, the Axiometrics.com car, Chris Wetherill at the wheel. 131 laps completed, 4 pit stops completed as well. Last lap for the race leader, 1:36.481. Compares to the best lap for that car, 1:34.818. And back with our 2nd place car, the 121 car, the Car Lamity car, also 131 laps completed and 2 pit stops complete.
Yes, you rather get the impression that Marcus is being bullied a little bit now. He had a bit of a near miss there with a car unlapping itself on him, the 27. Was getting close to the back of the Axiometrics car before, and with that spin, lost a few seconds, but still looking racy, and I imagine, as we've said, we'll probably see Batty in before too long. There's the car in 3rd place, the Yippee-Car Yay machine.
I don't know how you say the team name without a little chuckle. I can't do it.
I had my quota of chuckles in quali, I think. The 67 car continuing on its way. I've also never seen Die Hard. Johnson in 3rd place and closing in on Batty. And I don't think it'll be too long before Johnson moves back up to P2. Setting good lap times, a 1:35.548 last time by. And just closing in on this little pack of cars now, currently headed by the G&B Finch 100 car. Not going to be able to manoeuvre through that too easily with the cars fanning out into Redgate. But I'm sure Johnson is going to pick his way through. Has a look to the inside at Hollywood and will continue to chip away for the next few corners. Let's see if he can get past Finch here around the outside at the Craner Curves. I thought he was going to try it, but thought better of it.
It's not worth taking a risk.
No.
The advantage 28 seconds at the moment over the 2nd place car.
No, this is the 3rd place car chasing the 2nd place car here, the 67.
Only 0.6 of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, so we've got this battle on screen at the moment for 2nd and 3rd, and obviously we've seen Marcus Batty in the wars recently with spins and bins, and speaking of bins and spins, that was nearly one, wasn't it? Very well held, sir. The number 100, that again is Steve Finch, who is having an eclectic stint, I think I'm going to opt for there, in the G&B Finch racing car, but continues on his way relatively unabated.
Be a little bit of gravel brought on from that.
Yes, and potentially some other materials making way in the car that weren't previously there, perhaps in the vicinity of the driver. The second and third place battle pressing on down the main straight, and let's see then whether or not Marcus Batty is fully aware of what's going on around him, whether he knows that he's now in a fight for second place. Last time we saw him fight for position on camera, he kind of made it quite easy. I think he even indicated to say which way he was going to go into the corner. I don't want to see that this time. Elbows out, Marcus. Let's have a fight for position as we approach the final hour.
Bear in mind that car still needs to make another stop. It's done 2 stops so far, the car in second place, as they head down through the Craner curves. The gap at the end of that lap had come down by 0.2. You can see it to the eye. It was 0.4 of a second at the completion of 133 laps. And now this is quite a battle for a podium position. Just over 1 hour of the race remaining.
We'll say briefly as well, the Axiometrics leading car is actually on a charge at the moment. Wetherill at the wheel.
Oh, yeah.
134.706 personal best for that car, and probably, yeah, just about the fastest car in the top 20 at the moment. Meanwhile, this battle for second continues on.
And extended the gap over this battle for second to 29 seconds. So that's this car here.
He's just put a lap on Scott Parkin there as well.
And just put in a personal best lap of the race as well, 134.706. As you said, Adam, that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, good time. I'm sure that was a lap where he's blessedly free of traffic, etc., etc., which is often a bit of needle in a haystack situation. Up the inside for second place, meanwhile, goes Johnson. Can't find a way through just yet, Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson versus Marcus Batty then for second place. Batty in the 1-2-1 car in second place as they head down towards the Craner curves. On lap 135 of the race. Stop and go penalties for 2 cars, the 42 and the 48. The 48 is the Purple Sector Racing car. Matthewson at the wheel at the moment. The 42 is the Grid Finder car. We've seen stop and goes for them recently. I'm not sure if that's just a second bulletin or whether that's a second penalty in I think both within the last half hour. This battle for second presses on, though. They've got traffic in the form of the 63 IP racing car of Parkin. Those two nearly came together earlier, Batty and Parkin, on the second attempt at lapping Parkin. He just about makes it through without too much trouble. But
well, you said you wanted to see elbows out.
Yes.
We just did. That was a very decisive move, wasn't it? It had to be done as well.
Yes, I am somewhat satisfied with the current situation. Good battle for second place here between the two. We cut to the leader just briefly to see what's going on there. Still got Scott Parkin hanging off the back of him. Let's see if there's a move for second place. Not yet at the Robert chicane, but a good run out of the last corner may grant Johnson the opportunity he needs. Let's see if he makes the move this time. I don't think he's going to be close enough. May have a little dink to the inside. Let's take a look. No, yes, actually, I'll eat my words, because he's dived up the inside, even locking the front right tyre, and he has got the move maybe done. It's going to be side by side as they head towards the Craners, and he's going to have the outside line through the left-hander at the Craner curves. In fact, no, because the drive from the 1-2-1 car is superior seemingly, and just holding on for now. He's definitely got his elbows out.
Jolly good racing this. Absolutely fabulous for a podium position as we just tick over into the final hour of a 5-hour race. This is wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see if this is the move. He has a little look to the inside at McLean's. Thinks better of it, though. Always a little jink to the inside there. Very rarely an actual move, it must be said. Wall of traffic up ahead. That could play into the hands of either driver. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Through Coppice they go. Johnson elects to try and go around the outside, and it might pay off, you know. They're sandwiching one of the back markers. The 21 car in the way now, and very much in the way if you're Mark Johnson. Marcus Batty's probably going to slide this up the inside and does so. Oh, and the 63 almost takes out our third place car there with a half spin. That was a bit of heart in the mouth. Ryan Parkin having a lot of issues at the Roberts chicane during this stint, and look at that, the gap has gone out massively there because the 21 car, the K&F Racing Machine, separated them.
No way of predicting who that was going to play into the hands of when they went into that collection of slower cars, but certainly it played into the hands of the second place car. 121, the Carl Amity car, Marcus Batty at the wheel. 136 laps in the book now, and the pressure, the immediate pressure, is off, but for how long?
Yes, I think we may well see resumption at some point very shortly, but let's take the opportunity while this battle has died down just a little bit to talk you through the order with just under 1 hour to go. 137 laps about to be in the books. The Axiometrics.com car of Wetherill, the 18, is our leader. Chris Wetherill in the lead at the moment, having completed, we believe, all of the mandatory pit stops as well in that number 18 car. 28 seconds further back is the car we see on screen. Marcus Batty in the Calamity car, and as we've been watching, the third place Yippee-Ki-Yay machine of Johnson is right there on his coattails in the 67s. The 67 Yippee-Ki-Yay car also right around the 30-second mark back from Wetherill in the lead. The Octane Junkies are in fourth place, now registered as having Martin Smith at the wheel again, although it was briefly saying Adam a while back, so it's either they've had another stop and a driver change, or it is still Martin at the wheel in that car. Sean Cooper is fifth place in the 126 as the 121 continues to press through the traffic on screen. Sixth place and just about a lap down, as we saw on screen a few minutes ago, is the IP Racing car of Scott Parkin. The 127 Fatboy Racing Machine is in seventh place. VPEX Motorsport in eighth. The ninth place car is the Castrol Racing car of McKeegan. I think they've kind of worked their way up there through trouble-free driving more than anything, up into ninth. The PSR team, they've had a few troubles. They are in 10th place, the 23 car. The Powerflex Racing number 60 is down in 11th now after a couple of penalties shot them in the foot a little bit. The Autotech Motorsport car, the 64, is in 12th. The Turn 7 14 car sitting in 13th with Callum McDougall back at the wheel for the first time since he took the opening stint. The K&F Racing 21 car is in 14th position. VEC Motorsport number 8 in 15th. Purple Sector Racing, the 48 car, in 16th. The 77 Racing car, no prizes for guessing their number. For clarification, it is 77, and they run 17th at the moment. Semprini Racing in 18th place. 19th is Ryan Parkin in the 63, in spite of a couple of spins we've seen on screen recently. And rounding out the top 20 at this stage is the G&B Finch Racing car, the number 100, rounding out our top 20. We currently have 5 cars on the lead lap in this race, and it could still go any of a few different ways. Advantage Advantage Axiometrics at the moment, though, having made all the pit stops we believe they need to make, with 28 seconds over the car of Yippee-Ki-Yay, who have also made all of the mandatory stops.
And once the battle for second and third place had become a little bit more secure for the second place number 121 car, what does Marcus Batty do? But he puts in a personal best lap of the race for that car. So a 1:35.107 on the previous lap, and that was as soon as the pressure was off, the immediate pressure was off, he was able to put in a personal best lap, absolutely flying on that lap. And also a personal best for the 12th place car, that's the 64 car, which is the Autotech Motorsport car. So a couple of cars making advantage of that last lap into the final hour of the race and putting in the their own best lap of the race. But the best lap overall of the race I wonder if that's going to be changed because it is the Wolf Motorsport car, the car that led for the first hour and a half of the race and then had an oil leak, a gearbox problem, and the car was retired. It was Luke Reed who was at the wheel of the car. The overall best lap of the race was a 1:33.926, the only car to have ducked into the 1:33s.
Yes, well, there weren't many that could do it in qualifying, so I'd suggest there's a very limited list of candidates to beat that fastest lap if it does happen before the end of the race. Another few tenths taken out of the lead by Marcus Batty there. Of course, Batty, we know, will have to pit again at some point in the 1-2-1. Nonetheless, putting in a good showing in second place, and once again just slightly closing in is Johnson in the 67 for Yippee-Ki-Yay, just going past the 77 racing car. That currently being driven by Gilbert, who is 16th overall at the moment, just about 4 laps down by the looks of it at this stage. Into the pits goes the 555 car, the Subaru entry. And they've even got the gold wheels on that.
I know.
I like the
I saw.
Yeah, the attention to detail there, very much approved.
It's in 23rd place.
Yes. And Tristan Judge will be most likely handing that car over with that pit stop. And here we go again. Ding ding, round 2. Let's see whether or not this time Johnson can find a way past Marcus Batty. It was very entertaining watching them go at it just before. Let's see if Mark Johnson can find a way this time. Good run through Redgate. Will he tip it to the inside? No. Batty has it covered.
No traffic. No traffic in front. Yeah, so this is just a two-way battle.
Yes, so then, car versus car, driver versus driver. Cars are practically identical, so it really is down to the men at the wheel for the time being. And that's a good run through the old hairpin for Johnson, but not good enough to draw alongside on the approach to McLean's. The next real opportunity, one suspects, would either be a very good run up the hill towards Coppice or potentially down into the final chicane. Always looks like those cars are going to understeer off wildly when they're on the limit going through McLean's corner, but on that occasion both stayed pretty well within the defined track limits. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy in the back of shot there as we take a brief look at the leader's progress. Looks like there's a little bit going on there for the number 25 car, I believe that was. In fact, that doesn't make sense. Must have been the number 27, I think, probably the Semprini car. Misidentifying that. No change in the order, though, in this battle for seconds.
Yeah, so now they've got a little bit of traffic as they complete what is going to be 141 laps in the book. They are 26.6 seconds behind the race leader, but there is nothing between second and third. Problem for the 51 car. Back with this battle for second place. Traffic not playing a huge part in the battle on that occasion, so getting neatly out the way as they went down through Hollywood and into the Craner curves once again.
So both clear of the Camel car, and I love seeing the wheel up on the right rear coming through the old hairpin. Good run out of the old hairpin this time for Johnson. Is it going to be what he needs to draw alongside? He has a look, certainly, but he's not close enough. The 1-2-1 car remains out front for now. There's track limits penalty there for car 23 as well. That's a car just outside the top 10 now, the PSR car of Beresford. So that could be costly for them. 1 minute stop and go for the 127 as well. That is the Fat Boy Racing car in 7th place. So a couple of significant penalties there on the timing screen. The latter of them was administered 3 minutes ago, so I imagine we will see the 127 in shortly. Here comes the the battle for second and third, though, with Batty still holding off Johnson. Johnson likes a lunge into this corner. He goes for it again, and he is not going to find space. Will he find a good run, though, out of Redgate? Batty was very courteous there, leaving a lot of room out of the corner, but I think the 121 car will just about draw ahead again. Not quite all the way past by the looks of it, but now, as they go through the Craner curves, Batty should just about draw ahead. Saying that, Johnson very hardly tries to stay around the outside to take the inside for the old hairpin. Doesn't quite pay off. But these two, I think, are firmly enjoying this battle.
It's been really good, close and very fair racing between these two, hasn't it? It's been great to watch. Really, really good.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely respect there, as there is throughout the paddock. And that's always good to see manifest itself with respectful, level-headed racing on the circuit. Through Coppice they go once again on lap 143 of this race. Going to get well over the 150 lap marker before the end of this. The 121 car under pressure as the leader turns into Redgate yet again. Not pulling out of the slipstream on that occasion, Johnson. And I imagine that's because he wants to have a go in his favourite overtaking spot. He had a very good run out of the corner there, but I think he may have had to feather the throttle a little bit to avoid the back of Marcus Batty.
And they've now got a lot of traffic ahead, haven't they? So once again, it's a rerun of what we saw last time when the battle elongated just a little bit between the two of them. But we've got a lot of traffic to deal with.
Very good run from Johnson on that occasion. He's drawn alongside, he's drawn ahead as they run through the Craner curves. Good driving there from Johnson. I think Batty's going to have to yield. Tries to get the nose up the inside at the Craner curves, but doesn't do so. Ideal timing then for Johnson, maybe, unless you don't want to lead into the traffic, and some probably wouldn't. Let's see how the traffic affects this one then. But for now, at the very least, lights ablaze. Johnson is in second, just going past the number 6 car there, which was a car that was well up the order at one stage, but is now almost nowhere. That's the number 6 Graves Motorsport car. They have not had a fun time by the looks of it. Made it easy, though, in terms of being lap traffic for this battle for second place. Not so easy, though, by the looks of it, is the next car. I can't quite make out the number on that from here, but kind of got in the way a little bit there of Johnson, who had to switch lanes, go from one side to the other. It's the 49 car they were trying to get past. They've drawn alongside each other as they go into Roberts, and the 121 cannot quite get through on this occasion. Batty has to settle for third for the time being, for at least a few corners.
Oh, this is a super battle, isn't it? Absolutely wonderful. So in a new order, but still with plenty more traffic to deal with, and they are having races of their own. So this is surely going to play some part in this battle between the two of them. I just hope it doesn't extinguish the battle between the two of them, because it's been enthralling for lap after lap, hasn't it?
It definitely has been. This is not an ideal place to catch up to traffic. I was just saying there could be a few corners at least that Johnson gets to lead, but how many more is, I think, largely going to depend on what happens here at the old hairpin as they close in on 2 cars a little further back in the order. Haven't quite got there yet, but the Yippee-Ki-Yay car of Johnson, I don't think, got the best run out of the older hairpin. Has to go on the defensive there up against Marcus Batty. They both approach McLean's with 2 cars ahead and a nose ahead for Batty. Has he got past yet again? He's all the way around the outside, hasn't quite got it done. Very brave and bold to try and go around the outside of that particular part of the circuit. The 2 ahead are still ahead. The back markers not been dispatched yet because these 2 are far too busy fighting each other.
Supreme racing between the two of them. Absolutely superb. The two of them tied together. Now, these 2 in front have been having a little bit of a battle of their own and going side by side, and they're about to. Is the battle for second and third going to be able to slice through down on the inside? Well, maybe not quite as neat as they would have liked, but they've got through. Goodness me. Can't bear to look, can you?
Oh, I can. This is absolutely wonderful to watch. But yes, it is also quite bracing as well, isn't it? And look at this. Up the inside with aplomb goes Marcus Batty, and he's managed to use the run very nicely. But going for the immediate cutback will be Mark Johnson. Johnson tries to do exactly what he did about 3 laps ago, and on this occasion he cannot make it work because Marcus Batty says, no, sunshine, you're staying behind me for a little while. Bit of dust kicked up from the old hairpin ahead. That shouldn't be a particular issue. Just running a little bit offline. Someone up ahead. Batty into second place again. For the time being, and as pointed out to me on the YouTube comment section, they've actually just changed the name in the last few minutes of who's at the wheel of that 67 car. It is now listed as Gillias at the wheel, or Gillias I should say. The 67 car, Ben Gillias now at the wheel. Mark Johnson was displayed for about 20 minutes after the stop, but it is actually Ben Gillias at the wheel. And, well, Ben has very much picked up where Mark left off. And, oh, that's a big moment. 2 cars off there. And how have they saved that? Either car should really have ended up in the gravel there, but that was very impressive from Marcus Batty, who just about held on in a mighty power slide. On the grass, but he has managed to lose second place again as a result of that.
Goodness me. Yeah, we can breathe again for a moment, I think, but this into pit lane.
Okay.
So I did think that the car had slowed a little and dropped back a little. So the 121 car into pit lane and comes to a stop at the, it's one of the first garages, isn't it? So comes to a stop now down in pit lane. And that deserves a round of applause. That was a tremendous battle to watch. Absolutely superb. There'll be quite a few words down in the garage, I would imagine, of congratulations, because that was a really, really great battle to watch.
Yep, so it looks like just a routine stop here. So the Calamity car will rejoin the race. We always knew this stop was coming, but Marcus Batty didn't race as if we knew. He was pushing on till the last there. And yes, as you say, worthy of applause. And it's a donkey! It's not a moose, it's a donkey!
Looks like a bunny rabbit to me.
Really? Okay, so moose, donkey, rabbit?
I don't know.
Submit your best guesses.
I've no idea.
On the interwebs somewhere.
Something I do know, that's the race leader.
Yes. The Weatherall-driven Axiometrics car, as we tick into the final 40 minutes of the race, with what will be quite a comfortable lead still of somewhere around 30 seconds over Gillias, who we now know is at the wheel of the car instead of Mark Johnson, the Yippee 67. And not only is Weatherill at the wheel, but he is really pushing a 134.777 last time by. Not the only driver in the 34s at the moment, but he is the quickest driver out there at the moment. He's also lapping within a tenth of the car's PB today.
And that's the number 18 car, the Axiometrics car. Last lap was a 134.777, so consistently good times, not embroiled in a battle, able to put in consistently quick times. Now 33.6 seconds ahead of the car in second place. Here's the race leader, 147 laps completed. Really enjoyed that battle for second place. That was super.
That was a really good battle, and I must say we have been blessed with battles all day long, not just in the Enduro KAs, but also in the categories that preceded, be it the Sports 2000s today and the Caterhams, but also all throughout the Porsche races. Yesterday we had fabulous battles, also in the Focus Cup. I think this has been a wonderful start to the MSVR season. This is the first MSVR car event of the 2022 calendar. The first one that has been live streamed in full, I believe. Obviously GT Cup have live streaming and stuff like that, but in terms of a full blanket day of coverage. This is the first, and well, goodness me, what a way to kick off such an idea. We've been blessed with some very, very exciting racing.
It's been super, hasn't it? Really, really good news. And we've still got 38 minutes of this 5-hour Enduro car season opener remaining. We're looking at the car currently in second place, 34.5 seconds behind the race leader, with 148 laps having been completed. Not seen that car for a while. It's the 126 track focused car, and that is an erstwhile race leader during this race.
Yes, car 8 with a 3-minute stop and go for track limits. What did they do?
Goodness me.
Did they just cut across the Craners and go straight to the former site of the Starkeys Bridge? VEC Motorsport with a huge penalty for track limits. They're currently sitting 13th, so they will drop a little way out, maybe even out of the top 20 with that one. Tom Cooper, who I believe is at the wheel, will be sitting there for a while. Now, whether it's all his own driving or whether that's accumulated across the day, I'm not certain, but I am certain that is the longest track limits penalty I've ever seen applied.
It's the race leader coming up towards the back of the 555 car, the Subaru, and down through the Craner curves goes the race leader. So just to remind you, with 36.5 minutes of the race remaining, 49 laps have been completed by our race leader. That's the car in second place, car number 67, 33.3 seconds behind the race leader at the completion of 149 laps. And it's the 126, the all burgundy, plain liveried burgundy coloured car, the 126 track focused car. Who's at the wheel of that 126 car now?
Sean Cooper.
Sean Cooper.
Yeah.
At the wheel of that car.
Still cocking the wheel is that 67 car. Benjamin Gillas really pushing on. And that was always one of my favourite traits of the old EP3 Civic Type Rs. They had a propensity for lifting a rear wheel when cornered aggressively. You still see a lot of that in the single make series for those cars. Not sadly in the British Touring Car version, but I think the racing would have been even more messy in the mid-2000s if we had cars cocking wheels quite to the comedic extent that the road cars were.
Race leader has finally got through. I think so.
So the 18 car pressing on, and then we see some more of the gathered masses. We see the PSR car, which has had an increasingly bare right rear quarter panel across this race. It always seems to have been focused on the right rear, any calamities that have occurred. The car's still 10th place, it must be said, the 23. It's currently running with Carl Beresford at the wheel, and there is the Chameleon car, the 39 as well. Now, where are they? Because they were doing quite well earlier on, but I think they've long since dropped out of the top 20. Yes, they're in 29th place. The number 39 car, currently being driven by Richard Cox. We continue to follow our race leader. They don't give the cars any leeway when it comes to the curbs, does it? From minute 1 to minute 300, they've been clattering over the curbs. Certainly, in a lot of these drivers' cases, it's not their shock absorbers to refresh at the end of the season, and don't they know it?
Oh yes, absolutely, and making the most of it as well. With your race leader, 34 minutes of the race remaining. And in that 34 minutes, a lot of work to be done, as you can see. So having just got past the 555 car, just looking down the order to see where that's running, 27th place is the Subaru. 144 laps in the book for that car. And with the race leader going through, we're back with the 67 car. Yippee-ki-yay.
Ben Gillias set a personal best for the car last time by, and this time by 2 laps in a row. He has gone quicker then that car has gone all day long. He's took another 1.3 seconds out of Ben Gilias. I imagine he's being G'd up to push on. 30.293 seconds the gap. It's going to be difficult to make that up in 33 minutes, I grant you. But at the moment, he's certainly on the pace. And here's another man driving at quite a rate of knots, Sean Cooper. He's very aggressive going through the final chicane, just behind the 63 IP Racing car at the moment, pressing on with hope of maybe catching Ben Gilias, but he is 35 seconds back at this point.
Looked as if it was being a bit close there, getting past the 63 car. The camera cut away at that point, but it was a little bit too close for comfort between the two of them, wasn't it? You've got to be decisive, particularly in the closing stages of the race. We're almost into the final half an hour of this race, and the leader is into pit lane.
Okay, so this is an unexpected development. We thought that they had already done all of the pit stops they had intended / needed to do.
They've done 5.
Yes, this is the 5th one now. And out of the car goes one, into car goes t'other by the looks of it.
It needs fuel, doesn't it?
Okay, yes. Okay, so I think the driver may even hop back in. They've just got to get the driver out to refuel, haven't they, per the regs? Okay, this is a huge development. Among other things, this is going to promote Ben Gilias back to the lead of the race. It's also going to maybe, I think more than likely, put Sean Cooper into second place for track focused. So he has all the reason in the world to be hustling out there among the traffic.
So the fuel going in out of our sight. On the left-hand side, you see the fire extinguisher standing by. The driver is used to hold the fire extinguisher with fireproof overalls and a helmet and gloves as well. But yeah, a lot of time being spent in the pit lane.
And this car is in the lead now. Ben Gilias has taken the lead with just over half an hour of racing to go. We thought it was all somewhat sewn up here in the commentary box, but the capacity of the Ford KA fuel tank had something to say. They get Wetherill back in the car. And he is going to come out not just behind Yippee-Ki-Yay, but also behind the track focus car. That's going to demote him down to 3rd, if not 4th, because just 5 seconds back from track focused and Sean Cooper is the Octane Junkies 111 car. So off the podium potentially because of that late refuel.
And joining with plenty of traffic as well. That's not quite the situation that you would want, is it? Needing to make up time very, very quickly on the restart to the track, but unfortunately lots and lots of traffic in front of the 18 car.
Becoming increasingly upset that I can't complete the quote from the film when we talk about this car, because you know it's pre-watershed, but the 67 car continues to push on, and well, they will all be delighted if they can keep themselves in this position.
I've obviously missed something. I didn't know it was a quote. I don't know the quote.
Yes, it's Die Hard.
Never seen it.
Yes. There's another word at the end of it that I can't say, but yes, no, first Die Hard film. I haven't seen it either, but pop culture has a weird trickle-down effect on you where often you don't need to see the source material to know about it.
If it's not a Pixar film with bunnies, I haven't seen it.
Is there a Pixar film with bunnies?
Probably.
I don't recall.
There probably is.
Wonderful stuff. 36.3 seconds between Gilias and Sean Cooper then at the front of the order, but the more prescient issue I think for Sean Cooper is keeping hold of second place, because he's only 6.8 seconds clear of Smith in 3rd in the Octane Junkies 111 car. Now I grant you that gap has gone up since we last spoke about them a couple of minutes ago. Martin Smith losing a bit of time in the traffic there. Axiometrics, incidentally, have indeed fallen off the podium by 29.3 seconds. They now trail Octane Junkies, so if they do salvage a podium, it'll be well earned, let's just say that. Of course, we've already been surprised by pit stops, so who knows? There could be more to come.
Who knows what could happen in the final 28.5 minutes of this 5-hour endurance race for the Enduro cars. And you're looking at the race leader. having been involved in a superb battle for position, lap after lap after lap, when they're contesting second and third places. Now the 67 car finds itself in the lead, and now the 126 car, which does that car just look more spectacular than any other car as it makes its way around anywhere with a curb. But it really does look to be pressing on.
Yes, Sean Cooper in full man-possessed mode, isn't he, at the wheel of this car at the moment?
Using every possible inch of tarmac as well.
Yeah, definitely the case. Of course, Sean with plenty of experience in GT machinery at pretty high levels too, so he's a qualified, more than qualified for the seat and more than qualified to press on at the wheel of this 126 car.
So I'm trying to have a look at the 18 car and where in turn it has rejoined. In fourth place it has rejoined, but I fancy that's too big a gap to make up, isn't it?
Yes, took 3 seconds out of it on the previous lap, but I suspect that's more because Martin Smith was in traffic than any lack of pace from Martin. He's usually the quicker of the two Smiths in the Octane Junkies 111 car. Number 6 just ahead of our leader, second place car. The leader, meanwhile, just coming into our sight now, going out of Red Gate and onwards to the Craner curves. Some traffic up ahead that shouldn't be too difficult to dispatch. Still well within the 134s, hasn't slowed the momentum at all, hasn't slowed the pace at all, in spite of taking the lead and now having a fairly comfortable advantage of 35 seconds. There's the 148 car just ahead of our leader at the moment. We talked that one up earlier on. The North Motorsport car. We were hoping to see Ollie Jackson in contention, the touring car driver, but he's ended up with the rest of the team well down the order. They had to stop the car at the old hairpin earlier on in the day. And they now sit all the way down in 37th place, but Sam North is back at the wheel now. The 67 car has started lap number 157 then. 25 minutes and change left to run here. And here is the car closest to it in second place. And Sean Cooper again, just pressing his luck there, going through the chicane at Roberts. Gap is slightly down to 32.9 seconds between the leaders. It's also worth noting that the gap from third to fourth is closing as well, so he could have a battle for the podium on our hands, because Martin Smith just doesn't seem to have the pace in the 111 at the moment, whereas Chris Wetherill, I think, is in full-on hunting mode in the Axiometrics car. He's in the the mid 134s, while Smith is in the 137s. And the gap between them is just 20 seconds, so it's going to be a close run, but as it stands, I think the move may be on before the end of the race for that final step on the podium. And certainly, the team at Track Focused, whom we follow on screen at the moment, will be hoping to see more slow laps for Ben Gilias. Sean really is abusing that car and its Toyo tyres at the moment. Just launching it at corners, but again, Ben Gilias's previous lap was a 1:37. This time around, he set a 1:35.796. So That is a little bit better, but I think the traffic hampering the progress of our leader a little bit in the last couple of laps. Here comes Cooper. Let's see what the gap is between the top two. 32.3 seconds, so it's gone down by another few tenths, but not particularly much. Sean Cooper's time only a 1:35.125. Didn't have any traffic on that lap either, so a bit surprising that he dropped out of the 34s on that lap. Still one of the quickest cars out on track, mind you. Gap between third and fourth has once again come down to 17.6 seconds. As Cooper continues to press on. With the pace of Martin Smith in third place, one would suspect that the track-focused team don't have to worry about losing second place to him. However, they will still be pushing on with hopes of potentially securing a last gasp victory, but it's going to take misfortune or other drama for Ben Gilias in this 67 car, who's got a comfortable lead at the moment. There is the 111 car that I've been referencing in third place, deep in the traffic at the moment, it must be said. That may be the cause of some of the slower lap times recently. The Smith & Smith driven car across the line. Car 126 with track limits. Drive-through penalty for car 126, Sean Cooper. Well, I suspect I know what section of the circuit that was. He's been very abrasive on the curb and the runoff going into the final chicane. He's come back out onto the circuit, though, and he has retained second place over the Octane Junkies car. However, not by much, because I believe that is the 126 there going through the crane of curves. Yes, it is. And he's come out just ahead of Martin Smith. Goodness me. Third and fourth. Nope, we'll try that again. Second and third place very close together as they run towards McLean's for the 159th time in the race. Well, well, well. Another twist in the tail always seems to come in the last few moments of these Enduro KA races, and that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. The 126 car tucked up behind the 48. 48 doesn't really need to be doing any defending there. Purple Sector Racing's Matthew Swaffer is laps down, and he's just given the hurry-up go-ahead to the driver of the 126, Sean Cooper. So Cooper manages to dispatch the 48 car, but with that drive-through penalty for Sean Cooper, the Track Focus Racing team are now only 2.5 seconds clear of Octane Junkies in third place. There is now 15 seconds between second, third and fourth in this race. The gap between the leader and second place has extended to 50 seconds at this stage, so increasingly comfortable for Yippee-Ki-Yay, but Track Focused may yet have to hold off Martin Smith if he can finally get himself out of this cauldron of traffic that he's been wedged in for a long time.
Just flash and dash it. Yeah. Just put 10 litres in it. Yeah, do 10, yeah.
So some more activity in the pits there as we once again pick up Sean Cooper, who once again is torturing his tyres He certainly doesn't want to drive this car home on that rubber anyway. Clearly throwing these in the bin at the end of this.
Also looks the bounciest of the cars, doesn't it? It's the only car that I've actually seen sort of bouncing when it attacks a corner.
Here he is at the chicane again. Maybe being a little more careful now since he's got his track limits drive-through penalty. Probably worth doing, but he is dropping, visually, dropping Octane Junkie's Martin Smith. I think that'll be out to 5 seconds now. Yep, 5.9. So he's once again a little bit more secure in second place after that drive-through. Smith, however, not at all secure relative to the 4th place car, Chris Wetherill, who's been chipping away, and what was a 24-second gap 10 minutes ago is now about 9.3 seconds. So that gap is shrinking and shrinking. Wetherill last time by a 1:34.895, Smith a 1:38.212. Now it's never ever just academic in motor racing. There's always other factors at play, but based on that form, we expect to see Wetherill potentially catch up and inevitably pass Smith in the very near future for that 3rd and final podium slot, which will be a consolation prize really for the team that led there for quite a while, Axiometrics, but that fuel top-up quite clearly needed to happen. There is the 111 car in 3rd place, just looking to the back of shot to see if we can actually see the 4th place car yet. The answer is no. I suspect we might not be far away from that point. Still door mirror flapping as he bounces over the curbs. And thinking about it, you know, the Octane Junkies had a fair share of issues. They were backwards a couple of times in various calamities, and it's impressive. Oh, there was a car stopped there, wasn't there, on the inside of Redgate? Not quite sure whom that was, but covered by yellow flags at the moment. Now, based on precedent, the last few times there's been a car stopped somewhere remotely close to the track, there's been a safety car. I wonder what the call is here.
There has. We've got just under 16 minutes of the race remaining, and with the sunshine setting on Donington Park, interesting question. What's going to happen?
Yes, we wait with bated breath for word from the race control. Now, as a rule, I must say, the last few safety cars have been triggered by cars in the firing line. I would say that that car is not in the firing line. On the inside of Redgate, probably a good 20, 25, 30 feet removed from the circuit, but have to wait and see.
Fortunately, that's not our decision to make.
Good, isn't it? Yeah,
yes,
always nice.
It is good.
There is the 4th place car being hounded by the number 14, the turn 7 car, which itself is in 8th position, so another car in the top 10. But look at that, the gap coming down ever more so between the Octane Junkies 111 and the number 18 from Axiometrics. The gap between 3rd and 4th coming down. Give it 2 laps. Traffic allowing, and I think we'll see potentially a move for 3rd place. Lots of these cars a little worse for wear than they were 4 hours and 45 minutes ago.
Yes, I was thinking some of them look a bit poorly, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Still going.
Yes.
But, yeah, little war wounded.
And liberal use of gaffer tape deployed across several of these cars now. And Octane Junkies just giving way there to the Powerflex racing car, which is 7th place at the moment. And that might be part of the reason why the turn 7 guys were giving the 18 a hurry up, because they themselves are closing in the battle for 7th and 8th place a lap apart. So we've actually got 3rd and 7th running together here, the 60 and the 111, and then further back we have 4th and 8th, turn 7 and Axiometrics, both closing in on each other for positions within the top 10.
It all begins to feel a bit more urgent, doesn't it, as you see the cars making their way through each and every corner with 13 minutes of the race remaining and some significant gaps that we'll monitor over the final 12 minutes or thereabouts. The leader, car number 67, the Yippee-Ki-Yay car with Ben Gillias at the wheel. 156 laps have been completed. And the best lap of the race, a 1:34.540, compared to the last lap, a 1:37.925. Very much in traffic for the remainder of the race, I fancy.
Heartily agree with you on that. The Octane Junkies car just coming up to McLean's at the moment on yet another tour of the Donington Park National Circuit. Up ahead, a trio of cars, although I think most of them have actually gone past the Octane Junkies in the last few laps, so it's not so much worrying about traffic. It's just a group of cars ahead in the queue. Meanwhile, here comes 4th place, and for that matter, here comes 8th place. Both cars closing in. The Octane Junkies are 3rd place in this race at the moment, but the gap is coming down between the Junkies and the Axiometrics car in 4th place, so Martin Smith being closed in upon by Chris Weatherwill. Just ahead of Octane Junkies, you will see the 60 car, the Powerflex Racing car, being driven by Brichter at this moment in time, and that is a car under pressure from turn 7, and Callum McDougall, sorry, my apologies. Octane Junkies on the offensive there, getting past Powerflex, maybe realising that the urgency of the situation is increasing significantly. The gap between 3rd and 4th, and for the Octane Junkies, the barrier between podium and not podium is down to 1.5 seconds. And here we see it on screen now with the 63 IP Racing car playing buffer. The battle for 3rd place commencing here potentially between these two.
There's quite a determination for the 18 car to finish up on the podium, isn't there? And there are 11 minutes of the race remaining in order to do it. And just looking at that determination on track, I have a feeling it might.
Yes, I think so. Also, through into 7th place has gone Callum McDougall as he kind of gets involved there almost once again. But there, straight back through, goes Powerflex. So I was just going to say that Powerflex have lost the position there with Brichter losing out to McDougall, but they've just reversed roles yet again. And Powerflex Racing get back into 7th place overall in that little battle.
It is far from over.
Far from over. We've got two very different battles happening on circuit in the same piece of tarmac, and it's making for very entertaining viewing. The momentum of Weatherill just slightly stunted there. The Axiometrics car having some issues with traffic, some issues with almost being overtaken by cars a little further down the order. And, well, it's going to be at least a little while longer before he can challenge Octane Junkies again. Martin Smith with a tiny little bit of breathing room.
So much traffic in front of this battle for the final podium position, using every single centimetre of track that's possible in these closing stages. 9.5 minutes of the race remaining. Enjoyable battle for the final place on the podium, and we're looking at it there.
Oh, spin there for the 18. Axiometrics just went around just before we cut away, and he's been collected, I think. Cameraman scrabbling to try and get the shot there, but Axiometrics, I think, were collected. There are at least two cars.
I think you're right. I think it was the 18 car, yeah.
Okay. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on there. But Axiometrics are not behind the Octane Junkies anymore. The battle for 7th place remains, still with Powerflex Racing ahead, but Axiometrics have indeed gone missing. They're no longer in the picture, and I believe the car that may have been involved in that as well was the 63 IP Racing car that was also in the general vicinity.
Wow, drama in the final 10 minutes of the race. Looking at the Octane Junkies car, which is in third place, and now not having to look quite so desperately into the mirror, can concentrate a little bit more about picking a neat way through the traffic in the closing stages of the race. But yep, drama in the final 10 minutes.
Did just see in the back of shot Ryan Parkin in the IP Racing 63 car, so he is still out there on circuit. Car didn't look too mangled or damaged, so maybe just took evasive action rather than collecting the 18 Axiometrics car. That's the other IP Racing car, the 36 that we see on screen there. Yet to be resplendent in the signature Spitfire livery. And there is our race leader, Ben Gilias, in the Yippee Car Yay car. Will now have still somewhere around 45 seconds over Sean Cooper, we believe. And there it is, the Axiometrics car. Well, I think a wheel came off. Look at that. The car looks to be intact, aside from the fact that the left rear wheel is not there anymore. So I think that was a failure, not driver error, because if we see the car, and there it is the tyre. It landed quite nicely on the tyre barriers, as it turns out, but there it is, proof in the pudding. The Axiometrics car, now a tripod, heading back to pit lane. Doesn't look like it got any contact from anyone after the spin, but a failure in the last 10 minutes is looking likely to prove costly.
Goodness me. There was drama in the last 10 minutes, wasn't there? And none of it which could have been predicted. Losing a wheel and challenging for the final podium position. Well, you can't make this up, can you?
No, and there's still this fight as well for 7th and 8th place. Brichter and McDougall. Callum McDougall right on the back of the number 60 Powerflex car. Looking to the outside here as they are both getting a little bit held up by the car in 3rd place despite fighting for 7th. The weird nature of endurance racing taking hold once again, and through once again goes the Turn 7 crew. Callum McDougall reclaims 7th place for Turn 7 racing, and this time he'll be hoping that he stays there. Let's see if Brichter has anything to offer as a comeback. But my oh my, this last hour of racing has seen many a twist and turn. Back into the pit lane has gone the number 18 car. Callum Wetherill has returned the car to the pits, but I doubt it'll be back out on circuit in its current condition. 6th place and in the pits at the moment on the timing screen. But I reckon at a bare minimum they'll fall out of the top 10 even if they can get a new wheel attached. My goodness me, what a race this has been. The car that was leading an hour ago is now possibly not even going to finish. And there we see the process ongoing in the pit box. They're going to get a new tyre on as quickly as they can. Looks like the wheel just came apart there. '67 Yippee Car Yay machine. Just starting lap number 170. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to run in this race. Ben Gilias has put in a stunning final stint, was scrapping away. And the Axia team trying to get the wheel reattached, as you can see. We're in the last couple of laps of this race then, and it has been quite the spectacle. As always, the Enduro Cars, or the Enduro KAs, always make for entertaining racing. As you see the efforts continuing in the pit lane. 3 minutes left to run as this car crosses the line to start what will be the penultimate lap of the motor race. Just 4 miles now between the 67, between Ben Gilias and victory. Yippee-ki-yay indeed if they cross the line to take this win. We have been blessed with incredible racing on both days here at Donington Park. And races like this are why I'm such a fan of endurance racing. There's always a twist in the tail. And we've had a good many in this race. 67 car just coming up on Grid Finder. The 42. I think they've fallen away from the top 20 now. Down in 27th place, but they'll be delighted to make the finish in their first outing in the Enduro KAs. There's Sean Cooper, second place, 43.6 seconds back from the lead. He's been chipping away at the gap, actually, between himself and Ben Gilias in the last few laps, but that penalty, the drive-through that he accrued in the final hour, only strengthened the cushion between the two. And Sean Cooper looks likely to have to settle for P2 on this occasion. Got a car there running with a very mangled front end. Which one is that? Is that the car that... Surely it's not the car that rolled earlier. We'd hope not. Not sure whom that was, but one of the cars running there with no front end to speak of at all anymore. That is the number 8 car. Okay, yes, number 8 has been in the wars a bit there, so I'm not surprised it's coming home with no face left on it. The VEC Motorsport crew will take the finish, though. Everyone wants to take the checkered flag in these races. The Octane Junkies in 3rd place. They will be starting their final lap in just a few seconds' time. Meanwhile, I think just coming around, probably Coppice now, will be our race leader. Where is the 67 car? We may have missed it. There it is. Yes, there's the 67. Yippee-ki-yay. The clock ticks down to 0 now, and Ben Gilias has one chicane between himself and victory. It's been a great performance from the 3 drivers, from Mark Harris, from Mark Johnson, and Ben Gilias. Although I'm not sure that Johnson is actually... I've seen him in the car, actually, yes. Nonetheless, they crossed the line, and it's a victory for the Yippee-ki-yay crew. Congratulations, Ben Gilias, there. Flashing the number 1 on his finger there in the 67. Delighted for him. Good performance from the Yippee-ki-yay crew. Second place, just coming towards the final chicane now, is Sean Cooper for Track Focused. And he has put in a very, very fast stint. A drive-through penalty cost him time, but he will still finish 2nd place. Good showing from Track Focused. 55.3 seconds back from the win ultimately. 3rd across the line, we're expecting Octane Junkies. The car in 4th place has already taken the flag. That's the Calamity car, which was ushered home by Andrew Hinch. Here is our third place car. Just coming across the line now. The Octane Junkies across the line to take third place, a well-deserved drive from outside the top 10 in quali. That was a great performance from them. Rounding out the top 5 behind the Hinch car we've already mentioned, the IP Racing car of Scott Parkin, and the Powerflex Racing crew eventually claiming 6th. They managed to hold off turn 7. Brichter held off Callum McDougall to take 6th place. Of course, they both inherited positions at the end there, owing to the problems for Axiometrics, who did take the flag as well. However, let's focus on the leader. Let's focus on the Yippee-Ki-Yay team and Ben Gilias. The victory with them, Alan Hyde with them as well, the winners of the first round of Enduro Car 2022.
Lovely round of applause for all the cars as they thread their way down the pit lane in the early evening sunshine here at Donington Park. The helmet is off for Ben Gilias in the 67 car. He's on the very much the entry, phew, he says, in the car, and quite rightly too. Just gets his hair ready and opens up the car door. I have been told to make sure that no one touches the car. It's in Parc Fermé conditions now. Ben, take a breather. You need it. That was, well, first of all, an amazing battle in the closing stages for second place. Goodness.
Oh, the last 15 minutes felt more like an hour, you know.
I bet it did.
I was on the team. How long left? 18 minutes. How long left? 11 minutes.
Yeah,
Your clock's broken, definitely.
Yeah,
no.
It was an amazing battle, wasn't it? How was the car? Because you must have been hearing all sorts of things as we got towards the end.
The car was faultless, actually. The only problem with it was caused by me at the start when I managed to smash all 4 sides of it in the first 5 minutes. So, yeah, it's the team have done a fantastic job with the car. And yeah, what a first race.
Can I talk to you about that cat and mouse battle that you had for second place, which at the time you didn't know it was going to be actually for the lead of the race?
Yeah, it was. I thought I'd got him at one point and we kept catching back markers and he got back past me, but you know, it was all fair and clean.
It was beautifully clean.
It was very clean, very frustrating as well because I wanted to get past him, but no, fair play to him. And
then you come round a corner and you see half a dozen cars that need to be lapped.
Yeah, so towards the end, all you start thinking is, oh God, the tyres are going to burst, something's going to break. So you just drive within yourself, keep off the curbs, and just bring it home.
Well, you won. You won the first race of the year. What a way to start.
Oh, well, it's only downhill from here, isn't it? So, no, what a way to start. Yeah, brilliant. Loved it.
Absolutely superb, Ben. Thank you for entertaining us.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Many congratulations. So, our final race winner of the weekend, the Yippee-Ki-Yay car, the 67 car, and Ben Gilias. Car is effectively now in Parc Fermé, so it can't be touched by the team. But that was, yes, as you could tell, a very relieved winner of our 5-hour Enduro car race.
Yes, definitely relieved the word for Ben Gilias and everyone who gets to the end of races such as that. Here is the classification at the end of that 5-hour spectacle. Yippee-Ki-Yay taking the win by 55 seconds over Track Focused. Octane Junkies in third place. Calamity in fourth, ahead of the IP Racing 36 car. Powerflex Racing pipping turn 7 to the post at the end there. Castrol Racing in 8th. PSR in 9th, and Autotech Motorsport sneaking into the top 10 there at the end of the race. VPEX Motorsport taking 11th place ahead of Fatboy Racing in 12th, Purple Sector Racing in 13th, and the unfortunate Axiometrics.com unfortunately only taking 14th ultimately. Semprini Racing in 15th ahead of the other IP racing car, the 63, K&F Racing in 17th, Graves Motorsport in 18th, 19th position for Shine Automotive, 20th place from GMB Finch Racing. KM Racing taking 21st place, Misty Racing in 22nd, VEC Motorsport in 23rd, 77 Racing taking 24th, the GM Performance Machine in 25th place, Sukaru Racing in 26th, the Gridfinder guys in 27th, Race Logic taking 28th, Chameleon in 29th, Camel Racing in 30th, 31st place, the Barwell Auto Sport Machine, Semprini Juniors in 32nd, M&D Racing eventually recovering to 33rd, Covershaw in 34th, Graves Motorsport second car in 35th, Misty Racing 36th, North Motorsport eventually claiming 37th after a rough day, LDR Performance Racing in 38th, ABG Network in 39th, and Windgat Racing rounding out the top 40. They dropped out towards the end there after coming to a halt. Burton Power Racing with a difficult day in 41st, TTL Racing in 42nd, Hard and Enthusiastic met a very hard end to their day, KPR in 44th, and rounding out the 45 car order, the car that led for much of the first third, Wolf Motorsport, unfortunately not seeing the flag with that gearbox issue. So then that concludes our day of racing, our weekend of racing here for MSVR. We've had fabulous racing from across all categories. What a weekend this has been, whether you've been here at the track or you've been watching on the live stream. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed this weekend as much as myself, Alan Hyde and Chaz Draycott did in the box today. Thank you so much for tuning in or coming along to the circuit. Have a good evening and get home safe if you have somewhere to get home to. We will see you next time here at Donington Park. It's goodbye for now from myself, Adam Weller, Alan Hyde, Chaz Draycott. See you soon.